If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 26, Comrades. Why are you associating yourself with monsters? No way. You have a monster fetish. Tiona accused him. What? That's crazy. Lars started sweating and Tioni was about to cry. Is it that Arachne? Is her upper half that beautiful for you? Tioni asked him with a shaky voice. Hey, let's get one thing clear here. I don't have a monster fetish. Lars huffed at them. Everyone looked at him with a raised brow, even Alfia. I just like beautiful women in general. And no, I don't prefer monsters. Besides, they're called Zenos. Lars explained to the ignorant. Zenos? Is that why they can talk? Tioni tilted her head. Yeah, they're basically humans in the form of monsters. Ermid chimed in. Tomu, they're sapient, can feel, can form bonds, and can make communities to protect themselves. Lars added, and the twins went deep into thought. If your body suddenly turns into a monster's, are you still you? Or another monster that needs to be killed? Alfia asked them. Oh, of course I'll still be me. And I'll convince everyone that I'm Tiona. The Amazon cried out. Then you have your answer, do you not? Lars sighed and the twins calmed down. But you're still suspicious with your answer earlier. Tioni squinted her eyes at him. Ranyi's beautiful yet, but my great Alfia-sama doesn't lose out, no. Lars pointed at her. Alfia rolled her eyes. So, do I need to get rid of you? She squinted her eyes and they paled. Hey, why would I even ask you to kidnap them if you're going to off them? If they don't agree, we'll just imprison them. Lars assured their lives. So we're still going to be forced to accept this situation, hey? Tiona smiled wryly. Better accept it, the Zenos aren't really bad people. They just want to go to the surface and live peacefully. Ermid shrugged. You seem awfully convinced that they are peaceful. Tioni didn't really understand them. Well, of course. Have you ever seen or heard of a talking monster in the dungeon? Besides sirens? Yeah, I thought so. Lars snorted. The twins looked at each other. Yeah. Now that I think of it, these Zenos groups would be dangerous if they did coordinated attacks. Tiona frowned. She imagined their coordination. And it would be pretty bad for people. And we've decided to protect them, because they will be attacked by both humans and monsters alike. Lars explained why they were there. I've never thought of a hero that protects monsters instead. Tiona had a wry expression. So you don't have a monster fetish, right? Tioni asked with a raised brow. I told you, I don't have one. Lars rolled his eyes at her and she sighed in relief. It'd be hard for me otherwise. Though the competition is tight. Tioni looked at Alfia. She's a cool beauty. Not to mention that she isn't lacking in anything physically. They look close too. Tioni thought of Lars' interactions with Alfia. I don't want to ask this, but are you guys with me or not? Lars gave them his hand and the twins looked at him for a good second. Tioni lost her hesitation faster than Tiona and she nodded at him. Her bindings was taken off and she shook his hand. I'll help you with everything I can. Tioni promised and she sounded sincere. That propelled Tiona to accept. Well, who said that heroes should be normal? The Zenos are a minority that needs the most help anyway. Tiona reasoned. Good, I wouldn't want to put you guys in a prison and lock you up. Lars smiled at them and they paled. Haha, good thing, right? Tiona laughed nervously. Don't think you're safe, Amazons. Alfia commented as her icy voice resounded. Betray us and I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. I'll even send you and tell Skyra to Tenkai if need be. Alfia warned them and they gulped. And you better listen to her. She's a level 7, but she practically isn't. Ermid winced. Why? Why? Tioni asked and Lars answered. She's approximately a high level 8. No, level 9 due to her skills. Lars thought about her hacks. Damn hacker, she has the Sharingan. Lars' back glowed and a symbol of a snake appeared on it. Alfia noticed it, but she didn't comment. Though with her sharp senses, she could feel it. An otherworldly power was rolling off of him. So, are you guys in? Lars asked the twins and they sighed. What choice do we even have? Tiona rolled her eyes. Well, we can put you in house arrest here and torture you. Ermid had a wicked grin on her face. Lars noticed that she was teasing them. She wasn't going to do that. Torture us. Tioni gulped and she looked at Lars for some help. Omu. We will lock you up and tempt you with these great dishes. Lars took out a pizza from his inventory. It was one of his greatest recreations from Earth. Using the square tomatoes for pizza sauce. Is that pizza? Give me some. Alfia demanded immediately. She might be a no-nonsense woman with a really strict outlook on everything, but she's an adventurer that needs a lot of calories. Oh, that's a tough one. Ermid took a slice while the twins looked at them in confusion. But its scent was really attractive. And Tiona even started to drool. See, can I have some of that? We haven't eaten yet. Tiona's stomach growled. Well, that depends. Lars looked at them with half-lidded eyes. I'm in. Tioni lunged at him and hanged on his back. She then took a slice and Tiona was flabbergasted. You traitor. Now, I have no choice. Tiona started fighting her for some. Well, that was easy. Lars shrugged and Ermid chuckled. Alfia then pulled Lars outside and left them there for now. You know that Fels won't be happy with this. Alfia rubbed the bridge of her nose. Oh yeah, I forgot about Fels and their boss. Lars winced. They better be worth the trouble. And you're the one that is going to talk with them. Alfia gave him the spherical magic phone. What is it, Lars? Fels answered pretty quickly. Yeah, see. We got attacked by Evilus and I brought a couple of adventurers to Monstro. Lars started explaining. After a lengthy amount of talking, Fels went pensive. Are they trustworthy? Fels' spectral voice resounded and Lars couldn't tell if they were angry or not. I'm not sure. But they're not freaking out when they see the Zenos. Lars shrugged. Ha, you have to be more sure than that. Fels sighed at Lars' carefree attitude. Well, they aren't trying to attack anyone. And don't worry, I know what's at stake here. Lars squinted his eyes. As long as you know. Fels ended the call and Alfia snorted. That went better than I thought. Alfia smirked at him and he pouted. You could have at least told Fels that you will be handling leaks. Lars huffed. You got yourself into this mess, you extricate yourself. Alfia grinned at him. Now give me a burger, one of those cheesy ones with bacon. Alfia demanded and he paid up the food tax. TCH, she knows the good stuff. Lars coughed up the goods and Alfia nodded at him. Keep up with your taxes, citizen. Alfia waved at him as she moved towards the deeper floors. Ha, at least she makes inside jokes. Lars smiled. He then went back inside his cabin and the twins were stuffing their face with food. What ish the ish? It's delicious. Tiona talked with her mouth full. Swallow first. Tioni glared at her. That's what she said. Lars couldn't resist. They then looked at him with confused expressions. Don't mind me. So, I'll introduce you guys to the Zenos first. You already know Ranyi. Lars gestured for them to follow him. Lars Chi, are they the new recruits? Lyd appeared and he saw the Amazon twins. Lars Chi? A lizardman calls you with Chi. Tioni was surprised about that. Well, it's his verbal tick. Lars shrugged and he nodded at Lyd. Ranyi is the only one who's met them, so I'm showing them around Monstro. Lars explained. Monstro? You named this settlement? Tiona never thought that a monster community will have a name. Pretty cool name, right? Lars grinned at them. Lars, are they the new humans we have with us? Ray flew to them and she waved with her wings. Crazy, everyone can talk. Tioni couldn't quite believe it. Well, not everybody. Like that guy over there, Gryuhu. Ermid pointed at the green dragon. It just snorted when it noticed they were talking about him. Lars. New adventurers. Marie tilted her head as she looked at them. Wow. A mermaid. Tiona blinked, they were extremely rare after all. Yeah, Marie. They're going to be a part of the vanguard. Lars patted her head and she giggled. Then don't make them lose your left hand like a few months ago. Marie requested of him. Wait, you lost your arm recently. The trio didn't know that. Ah, well. Remember the nightmare on the 27th floor? Lars had a wry expression. You fought there? You're insane. Tioni grabbed him. A lot more people survived due to the time I gave everyone. Lars shrugged. Wait, so it wasn't a Palom warrior that gained a lot of traction like the braver. It's because you were small. Tiona understood the story now. Hey, I'm still growing, you know. He huffed at them and the Zenos chuckled. He does pack a punch, doesn't he? Lyd commented. So, are you going to show them your ability then? Ray asked and he winced. Ah, I shouldn't have said that. Ray frowned, but it was already too late. They would have learned eventually anyways. Lars spawned some dragon scales on his body. Wah? So you didn't have dragon hide armor? Tiona's eyes started to shine. Yes, I take in the attributes. Lars took out a magic stone from his inventory and he ate it. From monster parts I eat. He shrugged and he formed different kinds of monster parts on his body. That's so cool. Tiona shouted out and she started patting her all over. Hey! Stop fawning over him. Tiona hissed at her. What? I'm just checking out his cool ability. Tiona raised a brow at her. The twins then started fighting and he sighed. Well, at least they're close. Ermid smiled. I guess, let's wait for Alfia. She's most likely thinning out herds in the lower floors. We should report Evilus' attack on us. Lars squinted his eyes. Tiona and Tioni then interacted with the Zenos. It was a spectacle for the Amazons. They traveled away from Tel Skyra to escape the brutal country, eyeing Orario for a new life. But the two didn't expect that they would be roped in something like this. Isn't this crazy? We'll definitely be labeled as enemies of mankind if this gets out. Tiona realized. Yeah. But I won't back down. Tioni looked at the Zenos and they were just building a city for them to live in. They're just like the people in the surface. And they have it much worse than everybody. Yeah, I guess I didn't have to doubt Lars. Being a hero is fighting against all odds for what is right. Tiona smiled. The twins went quiet for a moment. You think we'll grow stronger faster here? Tioni asked her. Look at the strong monsters, we can fight more safely here. I'm sure we can ask for a spar. Tiona pointed at the myriad of monsters. You won't be needing to spar with them, Amazons. They heard a cool voice behind them. The twins yelped and they put a hand on their chest as they saw Alfia. Why you going to give us a heart attack? Tiona pouted at her. Stop being noisy, Amazon. You will be warriors that are worthy to take on the world. Alfia grabbed their napes. Chapter 27, Familia of Justice. After a crash course, meaning Alfia beat the shit out of them. The twins were now walking with Lars and Ermid on Orario. She's too brutal. Tioni was having a flashback on those who trained them in Tel Skyra. But unlike the Amazons, Alfia's intent was different. It wasn't to raise warriors that could kill their sisters in arms for the purpose of breeding new blood. Alfia made them sweat and cry tears of blood to be the best soldiers that the world will ever see. Not the eugenics of Tel Skyra. Their purpose is to gain strength in order to protect themselves. Wait, does Demeter-sama know about this? Tiona raised a good question. She doesn't, so don't even think of it when you're with her. Lars sighed. And he was still thinking if he should let Alfia join the Demeter Familia. Should we look for outside gods? Someone who most likely doesn't know Alfia. He thought about it deeply. Quick, we should report this to the guild first. Ermid hurried them and they arrived at the guild. Hello, what's your purpose here? A red-haired werewolf asked them laconically. Pick. Hi, we want to report an attack by Evilus. Lars raised his hand. Evilus, you say? She raised a brow at them and he nodded. Kid, you shouldn't make stuff up. Why would Evilus attack you? Rose furrowed her brows. Because they're Evilus. Lars looked at her like she was stupid. Ah, you've got a point there. The receptionist looked a bit sheepish after he pointed it out. Okay, follow me. I'll interview you in another room. The name's Rose. She gestured for them to follow her. They quickly arrived at a private room in the guild and Rose took out a clipboard and a pen. So, what happened and where were you attacked? Rose raised a brow. We were attacked on the Great Tree Labyrinth. They used firestones, planting mines, and the like to ambush us. Lars started. So do you have any idea at all on why they attacked? Rose sniffed the air and she could smell ash and fire on them. They're most likely telling the truth. No monsters use fire at the Great Tree Labyrinth except green dragons. And if they encounter one, they probably wouldn't be here. Rose concluded. They were after Ermid for her healing magic. Lars pointed at the silver-haired girl. I really shouldn't have included that in the guild's report. And you shouldn't have made it public. Ermid glared at her. Sorry about that. We thought you wanted it to go public. Rose apologized sincerely. They have a pretty clear objective. And you have level 3s with you to repel them. I'll have to call someone here, is that okay with you? Rose asked of them. Sure, who are they though? Lars raised a brow. They're a group that deals with Evilus and criminals. Rose explained. The Argent Familia. Well, they would be a big help in investigating this. Lars nodded. Not quite, they're the Astraea Familia. Rose stood up and she started to make a call. That Astraea Familia? We haven't been here long, but they're pretty famous. Tiona shouted. Ah, yet. They're known for stopping evildoers. Astraea-sama even sent back an evil god named Erebus to Tenkai. Tioni has heard their stories. And that was just recently, a year ago at most. Those guys are the ones that Alfia fought. Hey. Lars didn't hear it from her, but he managed to dig up some information. And the ones who leveled up after the mess that they raised were the Loki Familia executives and Astraea Familia. Too bad Alfia. The people you believed in would be under the whims of their god. Lars sighed heavily. After all, their towering strength that they built is just an illusion, something that can disappear with a snap of a finger. A tower built on sand. Very, very fragile and can topple in a heartbeat. A lucky bastard that assassinates their god would turn their whole familia useless. He shook his head in disappointment. Power-hungry gods that just scheme all they want. But has no foresight whatsoever. With their knowledge, the remnants of the Zeus and Hera familias are invaluable. Yet they kill the remaining members and drive out Zeus and Hera. After they waited for a while, a couple of people entered the room with Rose. Pix. An Eastern woman with long black hair, a spunky red head, and a blonde elf. So you guys were the ones that was attacked by Evilus. The black-haired girl blinked at them. They're so young. Kaguya. Look at Evilus targets. The redhead pointed at them in outrage. Shut up, Elise, we won't get anywhere if you just get upset. Sorry about them, I'm Ryuo Lion. The elf nodded at them. Yeah, sure. So, I heard you'll be investigating this matter. Lars asked them and they nodded seriously. Who attacked you? Kaguya was down for business immediately. A group that was led by a cat man. They planted firestones and turned the place into a minefield. Lars explained to them. That's horrible. Are you guys all right? Elise patted them all over. Yes, Ermid here who was the target healed us up after monsters gathered due to the explosions. Tiona pointed at Ermid. That's a relief at least. Ryuhu sighed in relief. Any names? Kaguya squinted her eyes. None, but I saw some of their backs and they had this symbol. Lars took out a drawing of their familia's insignia. The Rudra Familia. So they are still operating. Kaguya frowned heavily. The other familias of Evilus have been taken care of. But I guess they slipped under the radar. Ryuhu rubbed her chin. Thank you very much for this information, this helps a lot. Now we know that the Rudra Familia is still out there. Elise bowed at them. No, it's just a little report of ours. Lars shrugged and the three girls went to investigate immediately. So, they're like the police, hey? Lars nodded at them and thought that exploration familias should be more like that. Police. The three girls with him tilted their heads. The peacekeepers. Lars waved his hand nonchalantly. What do we do now, Lars? Should we go in the dungeon again? Tioni doesn't want a repeat of what happened. And after learning what happened to his arm, she thought of being strong enough so he would have a bulwark. Yeah, won't they hide after that? Tiona agreed with Tioni. Now knowing his true intentions, she desired strength. Enough of it so they could fight against everything. Sure, let's go and grind some Excelia. Lars smiled at them. They then went to the dungeon, unperturbed. __Orario__. Lars was walking around after they went into the dungeon. I hope they're having a great time with Alfia. Lars prayed for their souls. As Alfia got interested on them and she wants to train them to the absolute limit. And now that Ermid was level 2, she was ready to take a beating. While the Amazons are already used to it. Coming from Telskyra and all. Lars was about to deliver the goods to the wheat manor. But he saw someone at the gates. Aiz. Lars called out to the golden-haired girl hanging around. Lars. She greeted back flatly and he wasn't sure if Aiz was just like that or she thinks that coming to get him was a chore. I'm here for our arrangement. Aiz explained and he nodded. Well, have you been waiting long? Lars asked with a sheepish expression. Not really, I was just about to call out to the ones inside. Aiz shook her head. Then let's go. He offered his arm to him and she tilted her head in confusion. Well, if you're going out with a man, you have to walk hand in hand, or in this case, let me lead you. Lars explained with a smile. Oh, okay. She linked her arm with his and they went towards the Hostess of Fertility. Q. That little bastard is seducing Aiz. Loki bit into a handkerchief as she spied on them. Don't be ridiculous, Loki. They're kids. Gareth pointed out, but Loki wasn't convinced. Are you really taking his side, Gareth? Look at that kid, he's definitely a player. He offered to link arms in a heartbeat. Loki gritted her teeth. Isn't that I don't know? Just being a gentleman. Finn smiled wryly. Stop making a ruckus, Loki. You'll just reveal us to them. Riveria whacked her with her staff. Not you too, Riveria. Loki went wide-eyed in the elf's betrayal. They then followed them to the Hostess of Fertility while wearing cloaks. Meanwhile, Lars didn't know how to break the ice with Aiz. For all the hype on Qdirs, they sure are really hard to talk to. Lars had a wry expression. In real life, people like Aiz who were socially inept is extremely hard to talk to. So, Aiz, why do you want to grow strong so much? Lars remembered her question to him when he met her. Sorry. I forgot that's private. Just like my level, that's a secret. Lars sighed. Will you tell me your level if I told you why? Aiz looked at him seriously and he felt that this was going to be a bit too heavy. I think it will be a bad exchange. It must be a heavy secret for you. While my level is easy to dig up. Lars smiled at her. Okay. Thank you, is this what they call discretion? Aiz tilted her head in deep thought. Yeah? You could call this prudence and reading the mood. Lars shrugged. That's what Riveria told me. You are wise, Lars. Aiz nodded sagely. Not really knowing that he was of course going to be a bit more mature. Aiz isn't the sharpest tool in the shed after all. I'm not that wise, I'm sure Riveria has a lot more experience than me. Lars smiled at her, but he suddenly shuddered. Did that kid just call you old? Ha 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 ha. Gareth laughed at Riveria. Gareth. You shouldn't tease Riveria. PFT. Finn couldn't hold himself back. Riveria's veins almost popped as she whacked them with her staff. Come on Riveria, let's kidnap him for questioning. Loki suggested, thinking her heightened emotional state would make her agree. Shut up. I'll forgive him for being a child. For now. Riveria squinted her eyes. Lars, is something wrong? Aiz asked him as he suddenly stopped. No, not really. It must be my imagination. Lars smiled and he thought that Riveria must have felt him unconsciously calling her old. The duo then arrived at the hostess and Chloe once again served him. Lars immediately winced and he took out a whistle. Touch us and you'll get arrested. Naya. I'm not going to touch you. Chloe protested and Aiz was confused. Then we'd like to be seated. Lars looked at her suspiciously and she sweated. Seating two people. Naya. Chloe smiled wryly as Aiz and Lars received seats. I hope you've learned your lesson. Acting towards underage people inappropriately is not the way to go. Lars squinted his eyes at her. Don't worry Lars, Mamma Mia definitely beat it into her head. Lunoir chuckled and Chloe got depressed. I still can't receive a salary because of that incident, Naya. Chloe sniffled. Good, please don't fall into the dark side. Lars nodded sagely. Nya ha ha ha, so he's the one that got you in trouble, Naya. A brunette cat girl teased Chloe. Pick. Nya don't rub salt into my wounds. Chloe whined. Oi, go back to work you little brats. Mia shouted at them and she went up to Lars. You better order a lot, kiddo. You cost me a lot back then. She grinned at him. No can do, the lady's paying. Lars pointed at Aiz and she raised her hand. TCHE, making a lady pay for your meals. You're a little scoundrel in the making. Mia laughed. Are you a scoundrel, Lars? Aiz tilted her head and he sighed. Shut up or I'll report this establishment for unscrupulous behavior. Lars locked eyes with Mia and lightning seemed to escape between their eyes. You've got balls, kid. All right, enjoy your stay. Mia backed off and the waitresses were shocked. He is really interesting. A grey-haired girl walked up to them with a smile. Chapter 28, Traumas of the Past. Lars noticed a girl walking up to them and she had a smile on her face. Doesn't she feel familiar? Nah, I haven't met many people here. Lars shrugged off the feeling. Pick. Hello, I am Sier. Your waitress for today, what can I get you? She gave him a megawatt smile. Aiz, you can order what you want. I'll be having what you're having, you're treating me after all. Lars smiled at her. Then I'll have today's special. Aiz ordered and Sier wrote it into her notepad. I'll be back in a jiffy with it. Sier skipped towards the kitchen area and he thought she was a bit too excited being a waitress. I guess people can genuinely like the service industry. Which is hella weird, you have to be a different breed for that. Lars looked at her weirdly. So? Is your level still a secret? Aiz asked him and he sighed. Well, how about we keep it as our own little secret instead? Lars thought that she would kept pestering him. And feeling that she was too childish, he can just get her to promise. I can do that. Aiz nodded at him. Well, if you tell anyone else, then the Loki Familia will be in great trouble. Lars looked at him seriously. Really? I promise that I won't tell anyone. Aiz nodded seriously. I'm actually level 1. Lars whispered to her and she went wide-eyed. What? Really? Aiz was shocked, though the shock died down and it turned into confusion. Thinking of how he was able to get down towards the 17th floor without any problems. And how he beat down a monster Rex on his own while being level 1. It intrigued her to no end. Yes, really. And the guild is protecting that secret. So your whole familia will get in trouble if you tell anybody. Lars warned her. And in a sense, that was true. Because Fels would definitely help him. As the sage quickly killed rumors about Ermit and her magic. Making him conclude that Fels had a connection with the guild. Okay, I won't. Aiz nodded seriously and their food arrived. Here you go, the special. Sier winked at him and he nodded, not thinking anything of it. Lars then psychoanalyzed Aiz. Even kids who weren't raised by anyone learn how to interact with people by observing. It's like she's in the spectrum or something. But what do I know? He sighed inside of his mind. So he decided to get her to open up a bit. Thinking that she must have been through something. Except unlike the twin Amazons, Dione and Tiona. She doesn't have a strong support anchor. And add to that, she also most likely doesn't have a coping mechanism. So, Aiz. I know that I already told you that I was reading the room. But I really want to know something. And it's natural, friends want to know things about each other. Lars almost winced, but he needed to be a bit grey. Friends? Are you my friend now, Lars? Aiz stopped mid-bite on her pasta and he was a little excited. Yes, we are. We won't go and hang out otherwise. Lars shrugged. Okay, what do you want to know about me? Aiz was eager to answer. Well, I want to grow strong because I don't have anyone to protect me. I'm an orphan that was left behind. But I want to know what's your purpose in doing so. Lars manipulated the ability of the bad bats and dampened the sounds coming from their table. Aiz blinked at him in surprise, thinking that they were a bit similar. Which was technically true, but nobody needed to know that. Why I want to grow strong, hey? She frowned a bit. You don't need to talk about it if you don't want to. Lars raised his hands and she shook her head. I want to get revenge for my father. He was killed by a monster. Aiz squinted her eyes. I see. That is unfortunate. How does that make you feel? Lars imagined himself wearing a fancy coat that all therapists seem to use. How it makes me feel, hey? Frustrated, angry, helpless. Aiz furrowed her brows. Is that so? I'm sorry to hear that. Where do you feel that in your body? Lars asked. Hey? Can you feel emotions? Aiz was confused. Yes, it isn't all in our heads. Like when you get angry, you feel like your whole body is tensed up. Lars explained and she nodded in understanding. My chest hurts when I get frustrated. And my hands tremble whenever I remember. Now that she thought about it, she did feel her emotions on her body. Lars thought it was a great time to end their time in the establishment and talk privately. So he left a bag of coins on the table and he pulled Aiz away. Naya. You overpaid. What am I gonna do with this? Chloe sighed. Is this his way of forgiving me? Giving me a tip, Naya. Chloe chuckled as she reached out to it. That's his payment. Besides, Sier served them and gave them their food. This isn't your tip. Mia took it. New. Chloe did an orts as the money got taken by the half-dwarf. __abandoned ruins __. Lars pulled Aiz to the ruined places of Orario and the Loki Familia of course followed them. See? He's definitely planning something bad. Loki hissed at her children. He might look suspicious now, but they're not that far away from people. And Aiz is a level 3. Riveria hit her with logic. Yeah, let's watch for now. Finn agreed with her and Gareth also nodded. When Lars thought they were in a pretty good place, he pulled out some furniture. It was a sofa and a chair. Lie down there Aiz, let's continue getting to know each other. Lars smiled at her. Ah, so that's why you were in a hurry. She nodded and lied down on the sofa. Would you tell me more about your childhood? Lars asked and Aiz winced. But she powered through for her new friend. I lived with mother and father in a simple village. But it all changed when that monster attacked. Could you elaborate more on the last part? Don't worry and take your time. Lars asked her to continue. We were just enjoying the day as usual. But it suddenly attacked, a black dragon. Aiz magic suddenly activated. Black wind started to form around her and Lars quickly covered her with black rocks. Her magic was practically ineffective against it and he covered his hand with it. SHH, it's okay. It's alright, breathe. Lars patted her head and she saw his golden eyes. Shit, this is heavier than I thought. Lars definitely knows now how bad her trauma is. Aiz started to breathe deeply and when her wind died down, he hugged her tightly to reduce her anxiety. I'm here, don't worry. No one's going to hurt you. Lars quickly calmed her down and she nodded slowly. Is this what happens when you think about it? Lars asked and she nodded while trembling. What do you do to cope with it? He furrowed his brows. She definitely didn't have a coping mechanism. I dive into the dungeon. Nothing more, nothing less. She gritted her teeth. There's nothing wrong with adventuring, but do you know of candles? Lars asked her and she looked at him with confusion, but she nodded. If they burn too brightly, they will be snuffed out. Lars warned her and she squinted her eyes. But I need to kill the dragon and save my mother. I can feel it with my wind, she's scared. Aiz trembled in anger. He winced at her self-destructive tendency and he thought of a way to divert her attention. Who do you think is the strongest person you know right now? Lars had an idea. Finn, Gareth, and Riveria. Aiz didn't know why he's asking that. Do you think they can beat the one-eyed black dragon? Lars had to give her a reality check. She went silent and Aiz just shook her head. The dragon was invincible in her memories. Aiz saw its black scales deflect everything. Its hide and scales were pretty much unbreakable. Then if they can't do it, ask for some help in defeating the thing. Lars patted her head and she blinked in surprise. She has never thought of asking for help. In her mind, she had to save her mother by her own. Will anyone help me? Aiz asked with a shaky voice. If no one will, then I would help you. Lars smiled at her and he thought that would also be an inevitable battle. You will. She sniffled as her tear-filled eyes locked onto his. Yeah, I definitely would. You can rely on me when the time comes. Lars puffed his chest. So how about you look for something else to do whenever it's downtime? Like reading books, eating food, or just simply resting? Lars suggested to her. Will that make me stronger though? Aiz asked with a frown. Absolutely, you need to rest after training or dungeon diving. Or you will most likely get too injured to even continue being an adventurer. Lars explained to her. She never thought about that. And everything can happen in the dungeon. Her perspective changed and she thought that would be the smart thing to do. Okay, I would find a better way to cope. Aiz nodded at him. That's it, it's okay to be scared, angry, frustrated. You just have to find a way to release all of that steam. Lars patted her head. Thank you Lars. Aiz hugged his waist and he patted her head. But then, her breathing got slower. And when he checked, she was already asleep. Damn, she clocked out. But I guess we made good progress. And I commend your dedication to follow us, but Loki isn't that good at hiding. Lars sighed. That was dangerous. Riveria squinted her eyes at him. Which I didn't know, don't be illogical. You are royalty, you should know that was the case and make sound judgments. Lars clapped back at her. Damn. The kid just showed you how it's done, Riveria. Gareth teased her and she glared at him. What exactly were you aiming for? Finn asked with a smile, but he was probing for information. Aiz isn't normal, even street urchins know how to talk to people. It's either she has a mental condition, or she turned out like that due to trauma. And if it was the latter, I thought of trying to make her talk about her feelings. It's much better to share it fully than bottling it up. Lars shrugged. Ya almost triggered a dangerous skill of hers, lad. Gareth sighed. I got it taken care of. Lars said calmly and he was oozing confidence. You're quite ballsy, kid, what if we wanted to beat you up? Hey! Loki squinted her eyes at him. If you want Aiz to hate you, then go ahead. But that's not in your best interests. If you want to, I won't try and stop you. Lars basically demanded her to pull up. I don't know why, but my thumb is hurting like crazy. Finn grabbed his finger and the others noticed it. Riveria almost gasped. Finn's thumb only hurts on true emergencies or dangerous situations. How dangerous is he? Riveria couldn't help but get paranoid. They let Aiz talk to him too long. And when the girl wakes up, his status in Aiz life would be rock solid. Even they who are with her for a couple of years now only managed to decrease her self-destructive tendencies. But Lars was seemingly able to break into her trauma and let her rethink her choices. And that was just in their first time hanging out. TCH, this isn't over. Bring her back before it gets dark. Loki was really unhappy. They left them and Lars sighed at the confrontation. That could have went better, but Aiz will definitely change their minds about my image in due time. He shrugged. And after about an hour, Aiz stirred on his chest as he lied down on his couch. HNGH, where am I? She looked upwards and saw that Lars was patting her head. Good morning, sleepyhead. He chuckled at her and she blushed in embarrassment. Sorry, I'll get off of you. She stood up and Aiz just stared at him. Come on, let's get you back home. Or the executives on your Familia will get worried. Lars gave her a hand and she nodded. Thank you for today. She bowed at him. Nonsense, that's what friends do. He escorted her towards the Twilight Manor. When they arrived at the gates, she hugged him again. I'll try to have a hobby. He was surprised for a bit. No rush, take your time. Aiz didn't let go though and she lingered for a minute. I'll get stronger, let's get stronger. She gave him a small smile. Tomu, that suits you better than your normally blank face. Lars smiled and she chuckled. Chapter 29, Another Goddess. Twilight Manor __. Aiz returned to the Twilight Manor and she was immediately met with Loki. And her goddess was going for a dive towards her. My Aiz. What did that kid do to you? Did he touch you in a proga? Loki got smacked by Aiz. You're the one who was gonna do that, Loki. Aiz said to her coldly. Ah, my Aiz hates me now. Loki cried crocodile tears. What are you doing, Loki? Riveria massaged her temples at her goddess. So, Aiz? What did you two talked about? Finn asked her and she went quiet a bit. About my childhood. Aiz thought about it and she didn't even mention levels. Are you okay? He wasn't pushy or something. Gareth squinted his eyes and she shook her head. Not really, Lars just asked me and I answered. That was it. Aiz shrugged. But you're pretty secretive about it. Finn raised a brow and she nodded. Well, he's my friend. Aiz smiled a bit and Loki did an orts. No. Aiz is falling into that cliché. The childhood friend starter pack. First, they meet in mysterious circumstances. Second, the two of them hang out more and more. Third, he'll deal with her problems and Aiz will fall for him. Loki's imagination was running wild. Loki, it doesn't work like that. Riveria rolled her eyes. Well, do you like him, Ace? Finn asked with a chuckle. Yes, he's my friend and he helped me open my eyes. Ace nodded sagely. Finn didn't expect her to answer pretty much instantly. And he started thinking that Loki might be right. He didn't even think that Ace considers them as friends. But more like guardians or something. Riveria mama. Buy some Soma wine. Ace is going to leave us behind. Loki clung to Riveria. Buy it on your own. Riveria pushed her face off because she was getting too close. __dungeon ___. Lars was once again spending time in the dungeon. He couldn't feel his EXP bar. But he was sure that it was far from being full. So he traveled to the lower floors once again and used his pheromones to attract hordes of monsters. "Ha, you guys are pretty stoked to meet me, huh?" He stared at them. He then tied his arm behind his back with strings. He managed to create some after eating raw Nyi's silk. "Let's get this show on the road." He gave a toothy grin as he attacked the monsters with his bare feet. And due to his handicaps, he was having a difficult time in killing them in droves. Being slowed down by the weight of pure adamantite also gave him a hard time. A troll hit him with its huge hands, delivering a hammer fist that would one-shot most level 2 adventurers. Machine gun fire from dragonflies rained down on him and Lars tanked them all. Goohahaha. Increase my VIT stat. Increase it as much as you can. Lars laughed like a maniac. With martial prowess that he cried tears of blood for. With Alfia beating the shit out of him every day. Lars fought tooth and nail, killing everything moving with his bare hand. He picked up the fallen projectiles on the ground with his hand and he threw them with a flick. Monsters died continuously and blood flowed freely on the ground. Goohahaha. Good. Good. Give me more EXP. More. Lars was drunk in battle as the blood of his enemies bathed him. His wounds regenerated and he was getting more tired by the second. Swings getting weaker, his muscles feeling heavier. But that was what he lived for. Come at me, punks. This will be fun. Like a maniac, he ran at the monsters and fought while exhausted. Poisoned, paralyzed, groggy. The poisons he injected to himself increased his excelia gains. At least that was his theory. Ugh. He got stabbed by a hornet that had a foot-long stinger. Managing to hit him on a part of his training suit that didn't have adamantite. Foo *k that hurt. He broke it off and stabbed it back with it. He then grinned, creating a piece of fur on his skin and ripping it off. Stuffing it inside of the stab wound like a gauze. I'm still not close to dying. Try harder. His symbol of superbia was glowing brightly and the monsters jumped him relentlessly. __large tree labyrinth __. The dungeon already repaired itself. Though there are weapons scattered around here. Kaguya picked up some swords. Lion, find any more clues? Elise asked with a raised brow and Ryuhu nodded. They said that the cat man who was their apparent leader had a whip on him. Ryuhu pointed at the area around them. But there's none. He got away. Kaguya squinted her eyes. We won't get anything here. There are no identifiers left. Their equipment is the only thing left here. Elise sighed. Kaguya craned her neck to the side and the other two looked at her. What's wrong, Kaguya? Ryuhu asked and Kaguya frowned. I hear a lot of monsters from the west. Most likely. A parade. Kaguya answered and they gasped. Your training from the Far East is as ridiculous as ever. Elise was awed at her assassination training. Let's check it out and thin them out immediately. Or if Evilus is the one responsible for it. Ryuhu wanted to put them behind bars immediately. Let's go. Elise nodded at them and they followed their captain towards the ruckus. Now that we're getting closer, I can hear it. This is ridiculous. Ryuhu's ears twitched. She then saw hordes of monsters running at the direction they were heading to. Did someone use luring powder? Elise was alarmed and she thought that something like the incident in the 27th floor was being set up. We don't know, so we should hurry. Kaguya cut down a large boar and a group of monsters on their way. They then heard someone. Is that? A laugh. Kaguya identified it in between the roars of monsters. What? Is it really because of Evilus? Elise charged. Wait. Elise. TCH, she's too impulsive. Raihu sighed and they followed her. Why are you so quick to charge in, Captain? You don't know if it's safe or not. Raihu chided her. But she didn't receive a reply from Kaguya and Elise. Guhahaha. I love the smell of EXP. Lars was fighting the monster parade with crystal scythes on his arms and legs. Isn't that Lars that just got attacked by Evilus? Raihu blinked in surprise. Yes. And we've gotten info from the guild that he's level 1. Kaguya blinked dumbly. Lars' golden eyes wasn't lost under the crimson blood of the monsters that completely covered him. The floor was filled to the brim with monster blood and guts. He was slow, but his movements were consistent. Otherwise, Alfia would break his bones. And his body remembered it well. His martial arts is simply on a different level. Raihu commented and the other two nodded. He's mixing it up. Monsters that aren't humanoid gets killed by wide and strong movements. Humanoid ones are being dealt with by anti-personnel martial arts. That kid is insane. Kaguya could tell. Lars used a variety of martial arts. And it was clear that he was well versed on them. What are we just looking around for? We have to help him. Elise charged in with her rapier. Ha, let's go lion. Kaguya smiled wryly at their captain's heroic charge. Elise should honestly calm down from time to time. Raihu charged as well, her blade receiving a blue hue. And while Lars was breathing heavily in his high, he was broken out of his trance when someone ran at his encirclement with a shout. Agalus Arv Synth. He saw a red silhouette that was burning. Lion. Kaguya. Keep him safe. Elise started going ham on the monsters. Her whole body was enhanced with magic. The rapier she used burned and her limbs were ablaze. You okay? Kaguya patted him on the back and Lars sobered up. Hey! I'm farming Excelia here. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Raihu sliced up monsters by loading up her short blades with her mana. She then appeared beside Kaguya and she was speechless at what he just said. Excelia. Raihu was confused, thinking that he was fighting for his life. Yet, you gain more Excelia the harder the battle is. And you just ruined my monster parade. Lars complained. Look at you, you're bloody all over. And is that a stab wound? Kaguya took off the piece of fur he put on the hole on his torso. I would like to talk with your deity for this disregard of adventurer rights. Lars took out an elixir from his holster. He then drizzled it on himself and drank the rest. His wounds closed up like magic, his regeneration and Ermit's ridiculous potions working in tandem. Kaguya and Raihu looked at each other and they winced. They didn't really ask if he needed the help and Elise just charged in. And now that they look at him, he seemed to have everything in control. Sorry about our captain. Kaguya had a wry smile on her face. Ha, I'll talk to your goddess later. I even prepared a lot for this. Lars sighed and he stored his adamantite-lined suit. Taking out his great sword that was like a hunk of iron, he put it on his shoulder. Raihu and Kaguya blinked at the sight of his sword. It was even taller than them. What a waste, look at what I lured. Lars looked regretful. He then joined Elise in mowing down the monsters. Hey? I thought you were already at your last leg. Elise stopped for a moment. That's what you think. Lars slaughtered the monsters with much more ease. That kid can't be level 1. It's just impossible. Kaguya mused. I can't even use that sword of his without getting outbalanced. He's wielding it like it's his preferred weapon all of his life. Raihu commented. Let's clean up first and talk to him more. Kaguya moved to also clean up the monsters. Raihu nodded and they made quick work of the hordes around them. After some time, they were done and Lars looked at them with an annoyed expression. Now, why didn't you at least ask if I could take care of the monsters? Lars raised a brow. Okay. You were bloody all over. Elise tapped her fingers together like a child, caught red-handed. You know what? I don't care anymore, let's just talk with Astraea. Lars rolled his eyes. I'm in trouble, aren't I? Elise looked at her companions. You sure are. Raihu nodded at her with a deadpan. Astraea-sama will definitely be a little disappointed. Kaguya teased her. By the way, you're not level 1, are you? Raihu looked at the walking Lars. What are you talking about? Lars tried to play dumb for a bit to buy time. Don't lie, elves can sense lies. Kaguya attempted to trick him. I'm absolutely a level 1 adventurer. I just started out a few months ago. Lars shrugged. He was definitely sure about that answer. So the problem isn't his level. It's his skill and stats. But how is he that strong? Kagaya's mind was running a mile a minute. Their captain just tried to bulldoze through though. So how are you that strong? Elise asked without any subtlety and the other two glared at her. I work out. Lars answered immediately, and that would be true. What the hell is this guy's mind made out of? He's dodging everything perfectly. Kagaya was getting frustrated. Then how do you do it? I want to do it too. Elise was genuinely curious. I put plates of pure adamantite in my training clothes and fight monsters barehanded. Which you meddled in by the way. He rolled his eyes. Hee sorry about that. Please don't sell me out to my goddess. Elise immediately bowed while rubbing her palms together. They continued onwards to the surface. With Kagaya trying to probe him for information. While Ryuhu just stared at him intensely. There was just something about his mana that disturbed her. Everybody then arrived at the Astraea Familia's home. Welcome to Stardust Garden. Elise showed off their home. Pretty decent. Lars nodded and they thought that he was pretty sassy. Come on, let's have you meet with Astraea-sama. Kagaya wanted to abuse her goddess ability to sense lies. Good work, Elise, Ryuhu, Kagaya. I'm glad you're back safely. A brunette welcomed them with a smile. Pick. So this is Astraea? Making a police force of all things. At least she's a good person. Lars chuckled in his mind. Hello there, who is this? Astraea waved at him. He's one heck of a kid, pretty crazy too based on what we saw. Kagaya explained with a wry smile. He's a part of the Demeter Familia, Astraea-sama. His name is Lars. Ryuhu introduced him instead. I could have introduced myself, but I guess this is fine. Yo, how are you doing? Lars raised his hand in greeting. Chapter 30, A Boss Battle. Hello, young man. Why are you here in my humble abode? Astraea asked with a pleasant smile. Ahem. Well, that's the thing Astraea-sama. Elise was getting nervous as hell. Shut up Elise. Continue. Kagaya put her in a choke and Lars nodded at her in gratitude. You see, your captain over there violated an unspoken rule between adventurers. And that is to kill steal. Lars squinted his eyes. It is a very controversial topic, especially to someone who's grinding his ass off. Oh my. Astraea looked at Elise for confirmation and the redhead nodded with a despondent expression. What was I supposed to do? We met him earlier and we know that he only has one arm. The guild also told us that he's just a level 1. He was being swarmed by a pass parade you know. Elise tried to give her side. Well, that is true. But you still didn't ask him if he wanted help. And when we checked on him, he was definitely capable on dealing with it. Ryuhu stated. Elise gasped at the betrayal and Ryuhu raised a brow. What? We can't lie to Astraea-sama. As you have heard, after a hard time luring those monsters. Your captain just went in and started stealing my hard-earned monster hoard. Lars complained. Sorry about that, how can I repay you? Astraea asked him. You know, you shouldn't really ask someone that question. Lars deadpanned at him. That's right Astraea-sama. What if an unscrupulous ruffian was the one being asked? Ryuhu was outraged. Hey! Lars glared at her. I'm not saying you're a ruffian, but I have to protect my goddess. She huffed. But if you insist, there is something I want. Lars grinned. __Monstro___. Lars returned back to Monstro with a grin on his face and Alfia raised a brow at him. What's gotten you that excited? Alfia for suspicious at him. Well, remember that you're training the girls. He asked her and she nodded. You see, unlike talented people, we have to progress bit by bit. Lars rolled his eyes at her. It's not my fault that I can imitate anything that I see once. Alfia had a smug smirk on her face. TCH, what a show-off. Anyway, I tasked the girls you took on in the past to train them. Lars explained. Those girls, hey? I guess they were pretty decent. Alfia remembered the Astraea Familia. Though she let them win, they fought pretty well. But they did need a magic artifact from Hephaestus Greatest Smith and Asvi Andromeda. One of the only known people that has the mystery day. And she could still kill them in one hit if she wanted to. But why? Wouldn't they improve leaps and bounds with me? Alfia was a bit confused of his reasoning. After all, better equals more improvement in her mind. That's the problem. You are good, too good. People accumulate experience and skills. Normal people achieve greatness by accumulating those things. Unlike heaven-defying geniuses like you. Lars deadpanned at her. Are you one then? Because I haven't taught you for long. But you can already fight so well. Alfia rubbed his head. Aren't you my little genius then? Alfia teased him a bit. Don't pat my head. And no, I'm someone who exploits the system. And what system, you ask? Magic. Lars grinned at her. I didn't know it much back then, even now really. But I can feel it, see it. The movement of magic in your body. His golden eyes glowed. Alfia blinked and a bead of sweat rolled off her brow. What a ridiculous monster. How can you call yourself normal if you could do that? Alfia almost snorted. I remembered the movement of magic. Every time you moved, I copied it until I perfected it. Practice makes perfect after all. He shrugged and Alfia couldn't wait for him to awaken his magic. It was only a matter of time. She didn't teach him anything about it because hers was instinctual. But if he could already sense mana like that, I wonder how far would he reach? Alfia anticipated his growth. They arrived at Monstro and Lars called for the trio. And wouldn't you think it's a good idea to know how top adventurers fight? Lars said to Alfia with a twisted grin on his face. We're scouting the whole of Orario. We can't rely on you forever. And learning how they fight. Won't it give us a really good advantage? He smiled sweetly. What a bad guy, you would definitely fit in with Evilus. Alfia sighed at his antics. Weapons don't kill people, Alfia. People, kill people. If they become a threat, we should know how to deal with them. Lars shrugged. Yeah, continue on with what you're doing then. Alfia shooed him away. Lars. Thank the gods you're here. Take us away from here. Tiona clung to him and she was exhausted as hell. Alfia's gonna kill us one of these days. Tiona complained as well. She doesn't give us any rest days, Lars. Ermid sighed as Alfia got a bad trait from interacting with Lars. And that is to abuse Ermid's magic. Especially when she got her day. Alfia would run them to the ground until they could barely function due to mental stress. Yeah, about that. I actually found sparring partners besides the Zenos for you guys. Lars announced and they sighed in relief. The Zenos aren't humans after all. They fight really differently. Lars smiled at them. Really? Who are they? Tiona got excited and she thought of big-time familias. Like the Ganesha, Freya, and Loki familias. It's a B-rank familia, the Astraea Familia. Lars grinned and they didn't expect that. Whoa, I was imagining the top familias. But they're pretty good too. Tiona nodded in satisfaction. I think we could polish our skills against them before we could learn more from Alfia. Tiona rubbed her chin. It wasn't just exhausting to train under her. Their confidence and morale also decreased day by day. After all, Alfia can just read them like a book and neutralize anything they throw at her. They probably don't feel like they're improving. I remember those days. Lars had a wry smile on his face. Can we trust them though? Ermid voiced out her concern. Well, they're a familia that has a good reputation. Lars asked around about them. And the people all had good things to say about their familia. Then let's go. Tiona wanted to breathe some surface air and battle different opponents. Yeah, we can use a little break. Tiona sighed and it was bad enough that fighting people higher level than them can be considered a break. I'd like to meet with Astraea too, I heard that she's a good goddess. Ermid chimed in. Come on, let's get you girls acquainted with them. Lars chuckled and they went back to the surface to stay on the Wheat Manor for now. __Stardust Garden __. Hello everyone, we'll be in your care. Ermid was the leader of the girls even though she is level 2. Because Lars said so. And Ermid also has a great head on her shoulders. Oh my, so young and are already level 3s. The other one is also the record holder for leveling up. Kagaya was intrigued. Hee we work out. Tiona scratched her head, acting embarrassed by her praise. Because she definitely didn't want them to know how they got to level 3 that fast. Please take care of us. Tiona bowed and was all polite. Lars dedicated his time for us to have a break. I must show results. Tioni was prepared to do her best. You guys are too polite, you know. Elise chuckled at them. It's normal at first meetings, Elise. Hi, don't be worried to tell her she's being rude, okay? I'm Ryuo Lion. Ryuo introduced herself as well. I'm Kaguya, we'll take turns in sparring with you guys. Kaguya gave them a small bow. They can handle what you can give them, so take them seriously, okay? Lars patted them on the back. What are you going to do, Lars? Tiona asked as he was poised to go. I'm going to prepare you girls for a level up. Lars smiled at them. Tiona and Tioni had wide smiles on their faces, while Ermid had a bad feeling. So work hard, all right. Lars waved at them and they nodded. I think he's going to make us do something ridiculous. I remember what I did to level up to 2. Ermid shuddered. How bad can it be? Tiona chuckled and Tioni laughed. __17th floor ___. I hate you. You just had to jinx it, didn't you? Ermid glared at Tiona and she was sweating. I didn't know he'll make us fight the Goliath with bare bones armor and weapons. Tiona cried out. Who would've? But you still jinxed it. Tioni frowned at her. Hey! You were laughing with me a couple of days ago. Tiona was appalled by the betrayal. Shut up. We'll kill it and nobody will die. Ermid kept them in line and she prepared to chant her magic. You can do concurrent chanting. Tiona was surprised. Well, Alfia would throw stones that could make melons explode at me while I practiced. And if I ever stopped chanting, she would smack me around. Ermid had a grave expression on her face. Wow! That's insane, really. Tioni shuddered, remembering Alfia's bone-breaking training. Incoming! Tiona shouted and they doggy-rolled to the side. A large boulder then hit the position they were in. Tremors shook the floor and the Goliath started with a jog. As its heavy footsteps resounded, the monster Rex's gait slowly turned into a full-blown sprint. Prepare for battle. Tioni looked at her cookeries and she almost discarded them due to how small they were. You're shaking, you know. Tiona patted her on the back. You're one to talk. You're also shaking. We have to protect Ermid as the vanguards, you know. Tioni chuckled. Heads up! Ermid shouted and the Goliath tried to stomp on them. Tiona slashed the Goliath's leg after she rolled to the side. Tioni! She shouted in urgency and Tioni nodded with determination. The Amazon jumped towards its calf and stabbed her cookeries on its muscle. Ermid dodged all around the place, slashing at the Goliath's tendon. But her sword and swings were too weak. Keep at it, Ermid. Aim at the same spot all the time. Tiona got the aggro of the Goliath. She had the necessary tools to damage it right now. So she slashed with her large blade and incurred its anger. They're doing pretty well, but they have to try harder. Lars looked at their battle. The Goliath has been categorized as a level 4. But monster Rexes are different. Their unique fighting style and abilities bump up their danger. And with an eardrum-shattering roar, the Goliath used one of its abilities to paralyze them with fear. Its roar is laced with magic. Ermid, who was more resistant to magic than the twins, informed them. Tioni. Tiona saw her sister fall after the monster roared. She was almost at the shoulders of the monster by climbing with her cookeries. The Goliath then didn't forget about Tioni and it was poised to crush her with its hands. Ermid saved the day as she threw her kite shield to the side and lunged on the Goliath's heel. She stabbed her sword at its tendon with all of her weight and strength. The Goliath snarled in pain and Tiona immediately charged in as well, kicking the pommel of the sword. Like a nail, Tiona pounded it in with all her strength and the Goliath was forced to kneel down. I'll take care of it. Tioni recovered her footing and immediately jumped towards its back. She sprinted like her life depended on it and arrived quickly at the location of her cookeries. Die for our level up. Tioni took her cookeries back and stabbed it in its neck. She then hoped for the Goliath to struggle and increase the size of the wound. But the giant wasn't as stupid as she thought. And it swatted her like a mosquito. Tiona went wide-eyed and the world went into slow motion in her eyes. Tiona! Tiona! Minotaurs and liger fangs are appearing. Ermid called out to her, but the Amazon wasn't reacting. I might need to step in. Lars squinted his eyes. Arg! I'll kill you, you foo *cur. Tiona's eyes turned bloodshot and she used her skill, Berserker. Her other skill also activated and her brown skin adorned a pinkish hue. Steam escaped from her body and she charged in. Swinging her double-sided sword, it shattered when it hit the giant's shin. The impact fractured its bone though, and the Goliath screamed in pain. She then kicked the embedded sword on its Achilles heel sideways. With its tendon cut off in its leg, the monster Rex was maimed. Ray! I'll fu asterisk king kill you. They heard Dione scream out in pure rage as well. Tiona sobered up after hearing Dione, and she saw Ermid being jumped by minotaurs and liger fangs. TCH, I have to save Ermid first. She brandished her backup sword and made quick work of the monsters. Thanks. Ermid panted, and she also casted her magic on Tiona. Tione. Catch. Tiona threw her backup sword. Her strength recovering due to Ermid. The Amazon on the Goliath's head saw the flying weapon and she caught it. Die. She then stabbed it to the hilt on an angle on its neck. The sword pierced through its skull. Her berserk giving Tione a sizable boost in strength. Tiona and Ermid then moved to intercept the giant that fell down. Well done. Lars suddenly stopped them and he had a smile on his face. We have to kill it, Lars. Tiona tried to push him to the side. You already did. He took out the magic stone of the monster and he tossed Tione an elixir. Now, for the fun part. Lars smirked and they went back to the surface. Chapter 31, Level 3 and 4. Returning to the Wheat Manor, Lars located Demeter. Why are you three so glum? You just beat a monster Rex on your own, you know. Lars chuckled. We're still thinking how we were able to beat it. Tiona was in a daze. Yeah, it's a monster Rex, you know? And there were only 3 of us. Tione was in disbelief. It's not impossible. But it is extremely hard. I thought I would get done in by those minotaurs and liger fangs. Ermid sighed. Yeah, Tiona. You have to do a better job in protecting Ermid in that fight. Lars critiqued them. And Tione, you have to exercise caution. You were too hasty back there. Lars chided her and she nodded with a frown. When I killed it on my own, it summoned a lot more monsters with its roar. And Aiz killed the majority of them, so be careful of hidden things like that. Lars advised. What? I'm not even surprised anymore. Ermid was shocked for a moment. But she then thought that he probably wasn't even fighting it at full force. After discussing their strategy and what they could have done better, they found Demeter. Lunoir? You're a part of the Demeter Familia. Lars blinked. Wow, what a coincidence. Lunoir chuckled when she saw him. Lars, you guys have been away for a while. Demeter smiled at them and he puffed his chest. I've done my magic on them once again. Lars pointed at the trio. They're ready for a level up? Are you sure? Demeter raised a brow. Wait. Isn't that Ermid Tzanare? She just leveled up a month ago. Lunoir recognized her. She was pretty famous all around Orario. Demeter looked at him with a raised brow. What? Why the silence? Lars tried to lighten the mood by chuckling. Lars. Their growth rates aren't normal at all. In a few months, you're going to turn Ermid into a second-class adventurer. Demeter rubbed her temple. Yet. The gods will pick on this like vultures if they learn about this on the Denatus. Lunoir frowned. Denatus? Lars' group was confused. See, you don't even know what a Denatus is. It's a meeting of the gods in Babel. Demeter smiled wryly. Ah, then what's it all about? Lars asked and Demeter rolled her eyes. The gods will talk about their children and those who have leveled up. They would be given nicknames. Demeter winced. Ah, you have talked plenty about the unpleasant nicknames they try to give adventurers. Lunoir chuckled. Yeah, they even gave a ridiculous nickname like Burning Fighting Fighter. Demeter sighed. Then please give them a good nickname, okay? Lars requested and Demeter sighed heavily again. That's not the problem here. The problem is, she'll be level 3 when the Denatus starts. Demeter explained. Then why not just not report it to the guild for now? Ermid raised her hand. They then looked at her weirdly. I never expected you to be devious, Ermid. You don't look the part. Demeter chuckled. What? It's only natural to not want to be on the spotlight. Ermid shrugged and the others nodded. That seems to be a rarity, dear Ermid. Adventurers like to stand out. Demeter did not agree with her. So, what do we do? Lars raised a brow and they thought about it for a moment. We should keep quiet for now. Unless you want people harassing you. Lunoir backed them up. Lars' eyes narrowed and he thought, why would they need to hide from punks? Give me a minute. Noir, can you leave me us with Demeter? Lars asked seriously. Okay, tell me if you need help, okay? I might not be a full member of the Familia, but you're still my juniors. Noir nodded at them. After Noir left, Demeter raised a brow at him and he pulled her to her private quarters. Why do we need to be all hush, hush here? Demeter was confused. You'll see. Lars took out a crystal ball and he called someone. And after a few minutes of tense silence, Demeter suddenly felt it. A mortal that has accumulated a lot of excelia. So, you trust her enough? Alfia's voice resounded and Demeter looked backwards in surprise. I am possible. You died more than a year ago. Demeter of course knew her. Goddess Demeter, it's a pleasure to meet you. Though I'd say up front that I dislike noisy individuals. Alfia curtsied to her. Why you? Is she the adventurer that helps you with farming in the dungeon? Demeter blinked in shock. Yeah, the great Alfia-sama. The best fairy in the world. Lars pointed at her exaggeratedly. Ugh. That hurts, you know. Lars was smacked by Alfia and the others winced as they felt the wind pressure from it. I want your fauna. I can feel it, I can level up. Alfia had a hunch. And she hasn't gotten a status update ever since they fought the Behemoth and Leviathan. They were too preoccupied with the third great quest and they were all defeated by the Black Dragon. I would also love to see it. The very first level 8 since the battle with the Black Dragon. Lars smirked. You're going to give me a heart attack. Demeter couldn't help but sigh. Alfia then took off her top and she lied down in front of her. Demeter had no choice and she updated her status. Alfia, level 7. STR, x 1500. AGI, x 1500. Dex, x 1500. VIT, x 1500. Mag, x 1500. Skills. GIF Blessing Providence, saved by divine intervention. Thy soul's fate has changed. Alma divine enemy, the heavens shall weep upon your godlike might. Vel Ardor, sound bends to your will. Light is created at your fingertips. Strengthens all magic related to light and sound. What is this? Demeter couldn't believe what she was seeing and even rubbed her eyes. Why? What's happening? Lars asked and Demeter cursed herself for not being quiet. And she had a feeling that Alfia already knows that her skills changed. Jif's blessing is the cause of her disease after all. Now that it was gone, it would lose its effects and would be replaced. As she can still use overlimit even without it. Here. Demeter gave it to Alfia and Lars took a look. Divine enemy? That doesn't sound good. Lars frowned and Alfia snorted. Sounds like exactly what we're doing. Alfia smirked and the other three looked at them in surprise. It's no use hiding it from a god. Especially her, she has a really keen sense. Demeter knows if you lie. Alfia snorted. Wait. You couldn't have told me that before because... Lars glared at her. You didn't ask. Alfia snickered at him and he pouted. May I know what this thing you are doing? Demeter asked and Lars sighed. Well, we are fostering intelligent monsters in the dungeon. We're even making a city. Lars shrugged. A city of monsters. Demeter went pale and they thought that was the normal reaction. He's already gathering his army against the world. Demeter was worried for a different reason. Yeah, they're sapient. Just like real people. I can't believe it myself. Alfia snorted. They're very nice, Demeter. Ermit assured her. This mermaid called Marie also gives us a lot of fish. Though it turns to ashes before we can eat it. Tiona chuckled. Yeah, she's a klutz that one. Monsters turn to dust when their magic stones are taken after all. Tioni laughed. Why you re-saying that there are monsters that wish no harm to people in the dungeon? Demeter was perplexed. For thousands of years, monsters and people fought to kill each other. There were even times where nations fell to monster hordes. And the one-eyed black dragon raised the strongest empire in one night. Maybe we'll introduce them to you later, Demeter. But keep it a secret, please. Lars did the puppy dog eyes. Demeter sighed at him and she nodded. What choice do I have? We would be under fire in a heartbeat if I told a soul about this. At least you know what you got yourself into, now level me up. Alfia demanded. Such an ill-mannered child. Demeter thought of locking her stats to teach her a lesson. But her ichor couldn't do it. And she was only able to level her up. You can pick a developmental ability. Demeter's jaw almost dropped. It's locked. You already had one picked for you. Demeter handed her stats. Ichthroi, an enemy of mankind. As long as you fight against them and the gods, strength shall fill your mortal body. Now, this is quite something. Alfia rubbed her chin as she smirked. Meanwhile, Demeter almost fainted at the sight of it. I guess we really are going to fight against the world. Tiona sighed. She did not expect that a hero will be fighting against the whole world. Do you think we have it too? Tioni wondered. That's a good idea, please level us up as well, Demeter. Ermid requested, and she started to level them up too. And as expected, they also had that developmental ability locked in already. Your stats might not be comparable to Alfia, who broke through the limits. But you girls are ridiculous as well. Demeter smiled wryly. All of their stats have been maxed out. And now, Lars thought of how Alfia's stats came to be. Maybe if I overload their Excelia to the maximum, they'll also be able to reach higher than rank S. Lars was thinking of exploiting the system and maximizing their strength to the absolute limit. It might be an arduous journey, but min-maxing them will result in the best outcomes. Lars smirked. I don't feel much different, but I believe that I can take on stronger opponents now. Alfia clenched her fist. And strong whines came from her hands, giving them an idea on how strong she really is. Tiona and Tioni gulped as they felt an ominous future for them. I'm level 3 now, hey? I'd never thought that I'd reach this stage in my life. But I guess this is good too. Ermid was pleasantly surprised. All of Lars and Alfia's training did come in handy. Ermid could see it now. Now. Let's buy you new sets of equipment. Lars wanted to celebrate. I'll be back in the dungeon. Maybe in a few years, I can come back here on the surface. But I like to refine my magic and combat. Alfia disappeared in a burst of speed. That woman sure likes to grind. That's why I like her. Lars chuckled. Hey, what are we going to get? Tiona wanted some nice equipment. Since you two don't like armor, and you want to leave Ermid all the time, I'm going to commission an armor for her. And stronger weapons for the two of you to use in real battles. Lars tapped on his chin. Armor? You really were serious about turning me into a paladin? Ermid chuckled. Yada. Weapons. I want them extra heavy and beefy. Tiona was excited as hell. I'm happy with what you'll give me. Tioni just smiled. Okay, let's go to the blacksmith's. Lars cheered and they left behind Demeter, who was still reeling. They just left me here. Even though I now have the most powerful familia in the world. Demeter didn't know if she should laugh or not. __Babel__. The gang made their way to Babel and they quickly arrived at the Hephaestus Familia's smithy. We should let our weapons get made here. They're better in making weapons. While the Goibniu Familia has more specialists in armor. Lars gestured for them to follow. They then met up with a receptionist. Hello. Are you sure you want to shop here? She saw a bunch of kids and thought they were level 1s. Which was true in his case. We're second-class adventurers, miss. We would like to commission weapons. Lars took out something from his pocket. He has a list of weapon designs that he created while fantasizing about them. Besides, I'd like them all made with a mix of adamantite and auric alum. Lars put bars of metals on the desk. The receptionist then blinked in surprise. And when she checked them out, they were pure adamantite and auric alum. Let me get our captain. She immediately ran. Poor thing, after all. That's like billions of Valis worth of material. Ermid checked it out. And Lars took out dozens of kilograms of auric alum and adamantite. He was living the dream. The people are paying their taxes gratefully. After a few minutes, someone entered the shop. Pick. HOH? You have some incredible stuff here. A woman with tan skin grinned at them. You in or not? Lars asked and she snorted. As if I'd let somebody else work with this amount of auric alum and adamantite. This Tsubaki Kalbrand, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, guarantees that I'll bring it to life. She was burning with determination. Okay. Good luck. We'll be commissioning our armor elsewhere. Please tell Hephaestus that Demeter asked for a discount. Lars waved goodbye. Ha ha ha, what a cheeky kid. Tsubaki was surprised that he just left billions of Valis worth of materials behind. After that, they commissioned the Astraea Familia for Ermid's armor. And when the time came, they got their weapons and armor. This here babies all have the Durandal trait. They're practically indestructible. Tsubaki handed them their weapons. Oh. Tiona grabbed hers and she rubbed her face on it. Pick. Lars. This is beautiful. Tioni's pupils dilated and she was in love with her new blades. Pick. Why do I have to come here dressed like this? Shouldn't we just leave my armor back home? Ermid thought she was overdressed. Pick. Nonsense. You look good. As expected of my paladin. Lars gave her a thumbs up. To our level up and new equipment. Bonsai. Tiona cheered and the others followed. I look like I'm going to a war. Ermid grumbled. Chapter 32, Nicknames. After getting their equipment, they immediately took it for a spin. Hey, what should I call this? Tiona pointed at her weapon. I don't know, why should we name them in the first place? Tioni wanted to be practical. Well, I do see the appeal of it. But Tioni is right. Ermid supported Tioni. Humph, you guys do not appreciate your weapons. They are created by a master smith. Lars was outraged. And they have never seen him react like that, ever. You have to name your weapons. They're the only things you can rely on in the dungeon. Maintain it, love it like your own child. And it will not betray you in times of need. Lars nodded sagely. That is true. They nodded sheepishly. I'll name my weapon Synth Crusher. Tiona gave it a simple one. I guess mine's going to be Coptes, Cutters. Tioni shrugged. Come on, give them cooler names. How about you, Ermid? Lars expected her to come up with a better one. Well, because I'm a paladin. How about Judgment? Ermid chuckled. Omu. I approve. As for mine. Lars took out a pair of clawed gauntlets that looked like it was for pure crushing and tearing. Pick. That's made out of pure alloys of adamantite and auric alum. And look at how evil that looks. Tiona imagined getting hit by it. And it wasn't going to be pretty at all. The weapon was also made with the scales and hide of the Cadmus dragon. These will be ruinous decimation. He equipped them and scales appeared on his body. He looks like a dragonoid. Like those rare Vovras. Tioni commented and she didn't expect to like his appearance. I've never seen you transform like that before. Did you use that to kill the Goliath? Ermid asked. Not really, I killed it with a crystal mantis scythes and some needle rabbit's tusks. Lars shrugged. You're crazy, you know that. Tiona laughed at him. Well, who is sane enough to risk being the enemy of the whole world for intelligent monsters? Lars snorted. Touche, the trio nodded at him and they laughed. They then tried them on the pitiful monsters that they met along the way. And that was the thing, brainless monsters didn't need any. Orya. Tiona spun her weapon and smashed it towards a minotaur. Even with its thick blade and unwieldy nature, it sliced the monster in half before crashing on the ground. A huge crater formed under her blade and it was practically spotless. Not a single dent or even scratch on it. Mwah, you're going to be my partner for a long time. She kissed the flat of it and Tioni rolled her eyes. It's my turn, I guess. She started slashing at the available targets and they were hacked to pieces. Her short swords had hair-thin edges. And thanks to its Durandal trait, it was able to achieve extreme sharpness. These feel good. It just glides through them like nothing. Tioni had a grin on her face. I guess it's my turn. Ermid received her kite shield from Lars and she ran towards a charging Liger Fang. She then shield bashed the monster on the face, shattering its long fangs instantly. Its skull cracked, she followed up with a slash of her Zweehander that was as tall as she was. Her sword was also glowing white. It was being coated by her mana. Did she gain a skill after accepting her role as our paladin? They do come from the soul and all. Lars rubbed his chin. Okay. They're all functional. How about mine though? He donned his gnarly gauntlets. His mana flowed through them and the bracers of the gauntlet glowed an ominous red. That feels really dangerous. Tiona sweated a bit and the other two nodded as well. Lars lunged on the nearest group of monsters and he swung his arms at them incredibly quickly. The claws on his gauntlets tore them apart with ease. Blood spurted everywhere due to the violent swipes of his weapon. And when he turned back to his group, they screeched. What? Lars raised a brow as he wiped his face with his sleeve. Covered in blood like that with your weapons make you look like a demon. Ermid commented. Really? Even better then. He grinned as he prepared himself for nuisances. He already told Demeter to tell everyone that Ermid leveled up again. And he also gave them equipment meant for first-class adventurers. If there were any groups like Evilus on the prowl for her, then they are ready to take care of them. __Babel__. Demeter was currently going upwards Babel and she is definitely uncomfortable. What will happen next? These nosy gods will definitely want to ask if there's foul play in Ermid's stats. Demeter bit her nail. Aira, you look worried, Demeter. Freya saw Demeter in the hallway and she smiled at her. Freya, good day. Demeter greeted her calmly. But the goddess of beauty and war could sense it. Are you not excited for your child? She did reach level 2 in just 2 months. Freya resisted licking her lips. Of course I am, I just worry about the nickname that everybody will try to impose on her. Demeter smiled. I see. Then I will try to give her a good one. Freya had a smirk on her face as she waved goodbye. TCH. Is she on to them? Demeter bit her lip in paranoia. Freya is known to collect exceptional individuals. And with her new children coming into contact with Lars, they grew explosively. She still didn't understand what he means by power leveling. But based on what she saw on their fauna, they fight monsters barehanded while encumbered and poisoned. I hope this goes well. Alfia, that monster of a woman will decimate Orario if this goes poorly. Demeter wiped her sweat. Demeter, over here. Hephaestus called for her and she went to the familiar face. Aira Hephaestus, Demeter. You don't mind me being here, right? Astraea walked up to them. Yeah, let's talk. The Donatus is supposed to be an important meeting. But it turned into an event for us to gossip. Hephaestus sighed. That indeed. But don't you think that's good? Because that means that Evilus isn't at large anymore. Astraea was pleased. Yeah, they caused a lot of damage already. Demeter nodded at Astraea. I am Ganesha. Today, I will be the mediator for this Donatus. A muscly man wearing a mask of an elephant shouted into mic. The gods started clapping and they expected Ganesha to bring them a good time. Yosh. First is the one who leveled up from the Hypnos Familia. Ganesha seemed to almost scream on the mic. I have one. How about worst one? That guy did take 10 years to level up. A random god shouted. And Hypnos was absent, asleep somewhere. Ooh. How about the unmoving? Because his stats barely reached the minimum. Another one suggested. And when all is said and done, they agreed on the second guy's name. Okay. He will now be known as the Unmoving. Ganesha finished with that. Ugh, I would kill myself if I received a nickname like that. What is even Hypnos doing? Now, the others are going to make fun of them. Hephaestus sighed. Well, it has been like this for years. They try to give the adventurers a weird name. Astraea chuckled. Well, let's just wait for our turn. Demeter shrugged, she was a bit nervous still. After some time, they finally reached her familia. As for the rising star of the Demeter familia, Ermid Tzanare. The new record breaker. Ganesha shouted in excitement. What should we name her? The gods mumbled. Ermid is an aspiring doctor. And her magic is proof of it. Dia Fertel, she can heal, detoxify and relieve fatigue with her magic. Demeter explained to them. Isn't that a cheat? You got yourself a good catch, Demeter. But you ain't an expedition familia, hand her over to me will ye? Loki chuckled. Demeter ignored her though and she just looked at Ganesha. She also defeated the Goliath with only 2 more companions, my Amazon twins, Tioni and Tiona Hiriot. Demeter added. I have a recommendation. Freya raised her hand and the murmurs got stronger. How about we call her, the Argent Saint? Her magic is undoubtedly the strongest healing magic in Orario. Freya reasoned. The gods started mumbling that was true. Nobody has ever manifested healing magic that strong. I accept Freya's suggestion. Demeter nodded at her and the gods don't want to mess with them. Yosh. Then she will be the Argent Saint. How about the Amazons then? Ganesha wondered. They just got to level 4. And they're even younger than Ermid. Demeter revealed. And that was enough, the Amazon twins were definitely going to be first-class adventurers in the future. How about Titan's Bane? She did fight the Goliath with overwhelming odds. Astraea recommended. That sounds good, I approve. Hephaestus nodded. Anyone disagree? Then that's it. Ganesha announced. As for my other child, I think Phonia's Gigan would be appropriate. Demeter raised. Giant killer, I guess that's pretty spot on. Anybody against it? Ganesha asked and nobody complained. If they were just level 2s, they would voice complaints. But they were level 4s. Even the top 1% of adventurers don't make it all to level 4. It was the limit of even talented individuals. And to break through to first class, you'd have to be insanely gifted. Or what Lars would say, skill issue. Another thing. My Ermid actually leveled up to 3. Demeter announced. And she didn't know if she should be proud or something. What? The gods in the meeting room were shocked. Are you serious, Demeter? Freya squinted her eyes. In this case, the person I might be looking for would be a wife. Not a husband. Freya licked her lips and she thought that was fine. Yes, my Ermid is simply too talented. Demeter decided to play it off as Ermid's talent. Well, how would we know if it wasn't due to the use of your arcanum? Loki's eyes opened. Murmurs began once again and they thought the same after Loki said it. TCH, this is what I was trying to avoid. Demeter almost clicked her tongue. But why would I do that? As you said, our Familia isn't an exploration type. Ermid is just a talented individual. Demeter fired back. Loki went quiet for a second and she was about to rebut, but Freya supported Demeter. That's right, Loki. When I saw Demeter's child, her soul is also untampered by arcanum. Freya gave her seal of approval. What's your game here, Freya? Demeter knew she was after something, but she doesn't know what. That child has such a splendid soul. Bright white, tinged with divine gold. And it isn't from our arcanum. Freya tapped on her chin. The divine influence on Ermid's soul didn't come from the gods. It was different in nature. And it excited her to no end. I would love to see what little Ermid will be achieving. Freya smiled at Demeter. I also agree, as Orario's messenger. I've always seen them dive into the dungeon with bare equipment. A blonde god spoke up. Hermes. Demeter was surprised. Hermes likes to be neutral after all. Ha, Auranos. You better know what the hell you are doing. Hermes had to back them up and break his neutral stance. Even you, Hermes, I guess if you guys are ready to vouch for them. Loki shrugged. I've also interacted with them. They're nice children. And their skills are definitely earned. The Amazons can actually beat my finest. Astraea raised. If the goddess of justice also sides with them, then don't I look like the bad guy here? Loki played it off. TCH, I was hoping to gain a bit more information from them. Especially that Lars guy. Loki bit her cheek in frustration. They were wild cards that are going to be unstoppable if everything continues as they were. And her not knowing anything about them didn't feel good for her. Maybe my ace will be able to gain information from him. Loki didn't like that at all. Especially because Ace has been as calm as still water recently after meeting with him. And a turbulent soul who can find peace with someone will see them as someone special. Let's see how things turn out from here. The main players of the game thought at the same time. With Hermes, who hasn't met with the group at all, having the most data about them, which was ironic. Chapter 33, Start of a Legend. Just coming back from the dungeon, Lars and Aiz were having a good time. Let's celebrate in the Hostess of Fertility. Tell Lunoir that we should have a discount for leveling up. Lars chuckled. She was their senior. And what kind of junior are you if you don't try to scam some food out of your senior? That sounds good actually. Ermid has heard a lot of things from the establishment, all good in fact. Come on then. Let's eat and drink until we drop. Tiona had a beaming smile. We can't drink, you doofus, we're underaged. Tioni rolled her eyes. Let's go, gang. Lars wanted to have one of everything on their menu again. Hostess of Fertility __. Hello, a table for 4 please. Lars opened the doors like he owned the place. Naya, it's the cutie Naya. Chloe, he's here. Anya called for her colleague. seating 4 people. Chloe guided them to a table. "Hoh? You're with your little harem." Chloe tried to tease him and he looked at her like she was stupid. "You do know that we're still young, right? Too young for that." Lars rolled his eyes. The girls were blushing though, especially Tioni who started fidgeting around. "Doesn't look like that to me, Naya." Chloe wiggled her eyebrows. And when Lars looked at them, he realized that he was in a different world. "Shit. Amazons like strong men, right? But I'm just a boy though." He looked at Tiona and Tioni. "Can we order?" Ermid cleared her throat and Chloe started to give them the menu. "It's the usual, one of everything for me. How about you 3 though?" Lars didn't even look at the menu. "Oh, one of everything." Tiona was flabbergasted and her sister blinked. "Can I even make enough food for him?" She started mumbling. "Okay. You're going to give our cooks a lot of pain again." Naya Chloe thought it sucks to be them. "Oh, and tell Lunoir that we should have a discount. Her precious juniors just leveled up after all." Lars had a smirk on his face. "Hoh? I'd like to see what happens after I tell Mamma Mia about that." Chloe grinned and she went over to Mamma Mia. The half-dwarf then went up towards them and she smacked the table. "You up to no good again?" She squinted her eyes at him. "Well, Ermid here is level 3 now. Tiona and Tioni are also level 4. Lunoir senpai has to treat us." Lars smiled sweetly. "Hey! I heard that." "No way." Lunoir ran at them and Mia snorted. "Says Lunoir." Mia smirked at him and Lars had to bust out the special, blackmail. You see the honey cloud fruits you use for your dishes? I'm the main supplier for it. The thing saves you tons of money, right? You'd use it instead of sugar after all. It'd be bad if the stocks suddenly crash." Lars said to no one in particular. "This kid's balls are massive." Everyone inside the establishment looked at them. "Cool. You win this time, Lars. Don't dream that you'll keep having discounts though." Mia stomped her way back to her counter. "Is it wise to antagonize the owner?" Ermid got a bit nervous. And they definitely felt it. The strength of a level 6. "Nah, it's fine." Lars waved it off and they waited for their food to arrive. "I can't believe that you ordered that much food." Tioni is shocked when their food arrived. I'm quite hungry, you see." Lars started stuffing face. But instead of looking sloppy, he looked like he was just vacuuming the food. "Slow down, sir, the food won't run away." Sier walked up to them, bringing new dishes. But he forgot about her. You feel familiar?" Lars squinted his eyes. They turned into slits for a split moment. "And no sir, that would be impossible. I haven't seen you ever." She smiled wryly. "I see. You feel and look similar to someone I saw back then." "Well, she was older." Lars shrugged. "Damn. His instincts are top-notch. He's right on the money already." The girl broke into a cold sweat. "My name is Sier Fleva, call me if you need anything, okay?" She winked at him and went away. "Do you know that girl?" Tiona pouted at him and he shrugged. "I've never seen that girl in my life." Lars continued shoveling in his food. The twins looked at him with squinted eyes, but they dropped it when he didn't even look at Sier again. "That girl is suspicious," Ermid whispered. Sier was too interested in Lars. "And he isn't really famous. Maybe it's because I'm very handsome," Lars said cheekily and Ermid pinched him. "Ow! You're level 3, I'm just level 1, you know." He whined. "Humph, we all know that's just a technicality." Ermid snorted. And while they were celebrating by toasting, drinking some fruit juice, somebody else opened the doors like they owned the place. "Oi Mia! Your finest drink. The Denatus just ended and I want to get shit-faced." Loki came with her executives. And they had a new member with them, a werewolf. "Loki! You can't get drunk in public." Riveria chided her. I'm a goddess. I can do whatever I want with my familia's money." She whined and looked for a seat. But Lars' group used up more tables for their food. And due to his eating speed, they had to serve all of his orders in huge batches. A bunch of kids hogging tables? You, give us a couple." The werewolf walked up to them like a delinquent. Tioni and Tiona's veins almost popped and they were about to beat the ever-living shit out of him. But Lars stopped them and he looked at Finn with a raised brow. Is this your dog? You know you can't bring pets here, right? Lars rebutted and everyone was speechless. After blinking for a few seconds, Loki started laughing boisterously. Kaya haha. Riveria. He just called Bet a dog. Loki thought it was hilarious. Stop. Gareth grabbed Bet under the arms immediately as the werewolf went red on the face in anger. Curses sprung out of the guy's mouth and Finn smiled sheepishly at Lars. Sorry, he's a bit rough around the edges. Finn apologized. But you didn't try to stop your subordinate, Finn. Lars' voice went ice cold and Loki stopped laughing. What? Didn't think that I noticed? Your fake smile plastered on your face? You'd have let him strong-arm us, won't you? Lars could feel it. Working as a posh reviewer that critiques food that has a lot of arrogant and fake people, he can feel it. You are too arrogant without realizing it, Finn. And that might just cost you your comrades in the future. Lars squinted his eyes. Forgive us, let's all put this under the bridge. Riveria stepped in immediately. Hello, Lars. Aiz waved at him with a small smile on her face. She then looked at his group curiously. Then come and join us, we are just celebrating Tioni and Tiona becoming level 4. While Ermid here is now level 3. Lars smiled as he offered them a seat. Even Loki couldn't say anything as they awkwardly sat in front of them. Hi Aiz, how are you doing? Find a hobby yet? Lars asked his friend amongst them. I work out instead of training, it takes my mind off things. Aiz flexed her bicep and he chuckled. Is this guy really going to make things this awkward and continue chatting with her? Ermid raised a brow at him. He ignored her silent pleas to make them go away though. Then that's good, how about we go dungeon diving sometime? Let me show you how awesome my team is. Lars pointed at his group. Hello. Tiona didn't know what to say and her sister just nodded. Meanwhile, Ermid stared at them warily. After all, they were the Loki Familia. A rank S Familia that could go to the deeper floors regularly. Lad, I can't just unhear what you said. Is young Ermid here a level 3 now? Gareth asked Lars. Yup, isn't it a world record? It only took her 3 months and then some. Lars shrugged. Bet spat out his drink to the side while Aiz went wide-eyed in shock. Not waiting to increase your stats to the limit before leveling up will be detrimental to her growth, Lars. Riveria tried to advise him. Oh, yeah. That's why all her stats are at rank S before she levels up. Lars revealed, and this time, it was Finn who choked on his drink. Riveria's expression darkened and Gareth looked at Ermid curiously. If that's true, then she's the strongest newly minted level 3. All her stats would be at the highest order. Riveria calculated. And Ermid's stats would be equal to the average level 3s around. She's only been an adventurer for 3 months at most. Aiz who levels up every year can't even compare to this monster. Finn frowned. That's also the problem, Aiz doesn't max out her stats before leveling. Not even close. Finn stared at Ermid. Care to share your secrets? Loki grinned at them and Lars smirked. So you want to know the secret of our overwhelming speed and power? Lars said dramatically. Oh. Yes please. Aiz nodded at him and everybody listened intently. Then it's gonna cost you. Lars looked at Loki and she frowned. This cheeky little. He knows that I'm dying to learn about it. Loki clicked her tongue. Name it, if it's too ridiculous. We won't accept. Loki nodded at him. Very well. Lars paused for the drama and everybody strained their ears. Every single day. 100 push-ups. 100 sit-ups. 100 squats. And a 10 kilometers run. Lars had a smug look on his face. Everybody just stared at him in disbelief. I also add a banana to my diet. And when it gets hot or cold, you can't use appliances. It hardens you. Lars nodded sagely. What the foo *k are you talking about? Bet shouted and Loki nodded. Cut the crap, kid. Loki squinted her eyes. Though she didn't sense a lie in his words. Which almost made her choke. Fine, you guys are no fun. You see, in order to become strong, you have to fight against the impossible odds. Lars intertwined his fingers as he smirked. We fight monster parades regularly while basically being naked. Just with the clothes on our back. Wanna try it? Lars chuckled. The Loki familia's jaw almost dropped onto the ground. Well, not really naked. We just don't use armor and weapons most of the time. Tiona added while chewing on some meat. Yeah, don't forget that part. Ermid blushed as she wasn't as comfortable in nudity like the Amazons. They beat the Goliath with standard-issue weapons and in Ermid's case, a run-of-the-mill kite shield. Lars shrugged. You're lying. Bet just couldn't believe it and the others were inclined to agree. I see. You crazy son of a bitch. I like you. Loki grinned at him and he bowed slightly. Loki? He's not lying. Riveria's ears twitched at what she just heard. Lars wasn't lying according to her reaction. Yeah, it's no good. Nobody will ever be able to replicate how this guy gets Excelia. Loki shook her head in exasperation. Now, for my just rewards. Lars looked at Loki with a smug expression. Okay. Fine. Ask what is it that you want? Do you want my delicious body? I guess I'll humor you. Loki tried to tease him. While that is a generous offer that I'm tempted to accept. Lars said with a monotone voice and expression. What I want is her. Lars pointed at Riveria and they were alarmed. You know that's a tall order, kid. Riveria's a high elf, she's royalty. Loki snorted. I want her to teach me everything she knows about magic. Lars had a happy smile on his face. He finally found a good way to learn magic from someone knowledgeable. And it was about time. I thought you wanted Riveria, she's like 90 years old, you know. Gareth laughed and Riveria whacked him with her staff. What the hell did you just say? Riveria looked like a demon as she glared at Gareth. Chapter 34, First Magic. Hey? Learning magic? From Riveria. Loki blinked at him. Why? You backing out? Lars had a smug look on his face. No, that's not it, lad. You do know that magic comes naturally to you, right? And Riveria's elf magic has been developed for them. Gareth pointed at her. That is correct. The magic you learn is directly tied to your knowledge of it. Sometimes, it just spawns out of nowhere. Riveria looked at Ermid. In her case, it is the rarest type of magic. One that is closely tied to your soul and cannot be copied by others, personal magic. Riveria started explaining. If it manifested from your soul, then can't you manipulate it with your actions and motivations? Lars asked and she nodded. That is true, theoretically that is. Because you have to influence your soul enough that your whole essence truly believes it. Riveria shrugged. The two then started talking more about the system of magic in the world. Even the system of magic here is poorly researched. It's like it was made by an amateur that gave up and just decided to give everyone personalized ones. Lars rubbed his chin. Magic is using a power source to make otherworldly phenomena. It is pure visualization and realization through your will. Lars looked at Ermid. It should be impossible to use magic circles when she casts magic. Because she doesn't have the mage day. But she could. And a diamond-shaped magic circle gets created whenever she does so. I guess it's because she could feel it. And they all just arrive at the same answer. It's innate or pure talent. Lars almost scoffed. Truly, a skill issue. He nodded sagely and continued talking with Riveria. Humph. You are only talking with Riveria, Lars. Ace pouted at him and she was sulking. HOH? Ace, sulking? That's extremely rare. Gareth couldn't help but be surprised. Right, I haven't seen her act so childish before. Riveria chuckled. Lars, they're bullying me. Ace pointed at them with a glare. It's fine, Ace. They're just teasing you. How about it? Let's dive into the dungeon to hang out. Lars offered. His group immediately looked at him with raised brows. With multiple reasons for their discontentment with his offer to Ace. HOH? So you like them like that, eh? Tiona squinted her eyes. I didn't know that you liked airheads. Tiona nodded in understanding. Are you sure about this? Ermid was reluctant. It's fine. And Ace is just my friend, isn't that right? He smiled at her and Ace got annoyed by that. But she didn't know why. So she decided to ask Riveria later. Oi, are you seriously trying to poach my Ace as well? You're quite greedy, ain't cha? Loki squinted her eyes. Well, I'm just borrowing her. She needs friends, not just comrades. Lars shrugged. That is true. Go on Ace, go with them to the dungeon. Finn agreed, and they don't really act like friends for Ace. Oi! Are you sure about this, Captain? Bet glared at Lars' group. It's for the best, Ace will grow more with them hanging out. Finn grabbed his thumb under the table. And Ace is the only link we have with them for now. And if I refuse? He rubbed his thumb. It hurted a lot when he thought of isolating Ace from them. And his instincts has never betrayed him before. Great. Let's go tomorrow then. I'll return to the Twilight Manor to learn from Riveria. Lars clapped and everything was settled. Bar wench. Give me another order of everything. Lars shouted at Chloe. Seriously? Foo *k. The cook at the back shouted. __Twilight Manor __. So, what kind of exercises do you do in your spare time? Lars asked Ace while they were walking back to the Loki Familia home. I just run around and lift weights. Though it does feel nice right after. Ace flexed her biceps again. He chuckled at her antics. How about a more relaxing one? I'll teach you later, it's called yoga. Yoga? Ace tilted her head and she was confused. It's like the way of the tree that the elves do to connect more with their minds. But it combines physical movements. Lars explained. And even Riveria's ears twitched at his words. He sure knows a lot. Even the esoteric way of the tree. Okay then. She nodded and she had a small smile on her face. TCHE, why don't you smile like that with me? My dear Ace. Loki tried to cling to her. Loki, you're annoying. Ace stopped her with a soft palm strike to the face. And Loki received emotional and physical damage. Gah! This can't be. Loki was in despair and Gareth carried her with a sigh. You have magic, right? Ace? How about you listen in on us? Magic is an enigma, you might be able to learn new techniques. Lars smiled and Ace nodded. HOH. Ace never did listen to my magical theory lessons. I guess this will be a plus. Riveria smiled. They then arrived at the Twilight Manor. I'm watching you, weakling. Bet sneered at him. After knowing that he was just a level 1, he started looking down on him. Did you say something? Lars clung to Ace like she was a cushion, taunting him. You little. Bet was about to charge at them, but Gareth finally had enough and he whacked him unconscious with a punch. Sorry about the werewolf lad, he's just a bit too twitchy. Gareth sighed. Well, you should at least get him checked for rabies or something. Lars shrugged and they had wry expressions. Lars, teach me. Ace tilted her head and he nodded. Omu, aren't you just a cute little thing? He patted her head and she giggled. Cool. That should be me. Not him. Loki bit on a handkerchief as she cried. Okay, let's leave them to their own devices. Finn pulled her and Gareth carried Bet. The trio then went towards Riveria's room. Smells like morning dew in a forest and books. Lars nodded in satisfaction. It does, her room might be for an old lady. But it's pleasant. Ace commented and Riveria's face twitched. Ace. Would you like another swimming lesson? Riveria asked with a sweet smile. And no. Ace immediately paled and she hid behind Lars. Well, how about we get started, teacher? Lars grinned at her. Okay, currently. There are currently 2 main magic types on the world. Riveria started. But that's not true, is it? Lars chimed in and Riveria nodded with a bit of surprise. Yes, it is thought that the magics are only congenital and through fauna. But that's not true. Riveria shook her head. There are magics from the mythical era. Developed by the elves that can be used through rituals. But it is weaker than acquired ones. Riveria raised one finger. Second would be the magic of monsters. You can argue that is congenital magic. But they use pure mana to create magical effects. Riveria talked with wonder. Third is spirit magic. We don't know much about it, but it mostly elemental in nature. Ace ears perked up at her words. And the least well known, is arcanum. Divine magic of the gods. What we do know, is it alters reality. Riveria didn't even think of analyzing it. But Lars was different. Is the source of their arcanum, worship? No. If that's the case, then Demeter would be the strongest goddess. I see. It comes from their divine essence. Interesting. What would happen if I devour one? Lars had a smirk on his face for a split second. What's your magic, Ace? It was that wind, right? Lars shook his head and focused back on topic. That? My magic is aerial. Tempest. Ace activated her magic and wind started to flow around her. Amazing, so you can manipulate wind, hey? Then that black flame must be a skill. Lars concluded. Yes. It increases my parameters and damage done to dragons. Ace revealed and Riveria went wide-eyed. She didn't expect her to reveal it just like that. I see, that makes sense. Well, how about we think of upgrading your aerial? Lars patted her head. Ace calmed down and she tilted her head. Though she was a bit excited. Have you ever manipulated your mana? Lars asked and Ace looked at him like he was stupid. What kind of question is that, Lars? Riveria also raised a brow. Let me rephrase that. Have you ever turned aerial into a maelstrom? Increase the density of your mana into it. Made it sharper by mana manipulation. Lars asked and Ace was confused. Her head almost smoked due to her brain trying to make sense of his words. I like your funny words, magic man. Ace said with a completely confused expression. Lars then looked at Riveria with an exasperated expression. What? Even she got nervous at his soulless stare at her. Seriously? You didn't even teach her how to manipulate her mana for a spell to have its maximum effect. Lars clicked his tongue. Well, that's pretty advanced. Riveria tried to reason. What do you mean? That's the basics, isn't it? Or an ignis fatuus will occur. Lars was baffled. We have our chance to help us activate magic, you see. Riveria explained and he face-palmed. I see. So that's the reason why magic here is so bad. Lars groaned. Do you know better magic? Riveria raised a brow and he misspoke. And no, never mind. I just had a theory, you see. Lars looked at Ace and he wiped some sweat on his brow. Ace, use aerial once again. But focus it on your sword. Lars gave her a run-of-the-mill sword from his inventory. I can never get used to that. Riveria shook her head in exasperation at his hammer space. Tempest. Ace nodded at him and she used it on her sword. Good, you can control it, right? Compress it to the maximum. Think of a sharp blade, give your wind form. Put more mana into it as well. Lars ordered. Ace nodded and she started sweating a bit. Her wind slowly ramped up in strength, but it just exploded into a wind bomb. Riveria protected them with a simple mana shield. And it wasn't that strong to begin with. But Ace's hair exploded all over the place. PFT, your hair is all messed up. Lars chuckled at her. Moyu. Ace pouted at him and Riveria sighed at their antics. I guess you were a bit too green, Ace. Practice it every day until you almost hit mine down. I promise you, your sword will be the sharpest in Orario. Lars smiled as he combed her hair. Really? Ace was excited and Riveria gave out a soft snort. Clean up this mess first. Riveria pointed at her room and they had really reluctant faces on. Or I won't let you buy any Jagamarkans. Riveria threatened and Ace moved like the wind. I guess we can proceed with yoga. Lars shrugged after Ace quickly cleaned up. He then laid mats on the ground and the trio did yoga poses while meditating. __Orario__. Lars was whistling and enjoying his little walk. I guess I learned a bit about magics, but I would still have to develop my first magic. Lars sighed. Hey! Lars-san. Someone called out to him and Lars looked back. Sier. He was perplexed at why the girl was calling out to him. Hello, Lars-san. You see, when you left your table, there was a book that got left behind. Sier explained why she stopped him. A book? But we didn't bring any. Lars raised a brow and he thought that she must be mistaken. Well, it might have come from the Loki Familia. Could you please hold on to it? Pretty please? Sier asked him while acting cute. I guess. Lars didn't think much of it. Yada, thanks. It looked like a book on magic. Maybe Riveria-san left it. Sier gave it to him and she left. She does look like the type to bring books everywhere. Lars chuckled. And when he got back to his room in the Wheat Manor, he decided to check it out. There are two main magic types? So this is a book for a beginner, hey? Lars continued reading. But he suddenly heard his voice even when he didn't speak. What is magic? Lars blinked and he was compelled to answer. Overwhelming might to smite your foes. He grinned. What is magic? The voice asked again and he laughed. You already know the answer. It's magic, it can be everything. Lars snorted. Then what is it that we seek from it? His doppelganger grinned. To look absolutely cool while blowing shit up, of course. Lars laughed with his doppelganger and his fauna glowed. Ravage. Elements began to orbit his body and they were about to explode. Ah, that was close. Lars dispelled his mana. I'll have a lot of fun with this. He had a wide grin on his face. Chapter 35, Expedition. After reading the book and receiving magic, Lars looked at it once again. Oh? The writings disappeared. I guess this is a mysterious magic item. Lars squinted his eyes. Riveria definitely won't forget about something that can give someone magic. So I have been tricked? I do wonder what's the price of this little help. Lars got suspicious. So he decided to go to the Hostess of Fertility tomorrow. I guess we can go to the dungeon for now. Lars shrugged. __Twilight Manor __. Hey, Riveria. Aiz tugged on the elf's robe after Lars left. Riveria smiled at her and Aiz asked a question. Why do I feel annoyed when he called me as just a friend? Aiz tilted her head. Just a friend, hey? Riveria immediately caught in and she gasped. Is she having an emotional awakening? Damn that Lars, he is more powerful than I thought. Riveria clicked her tongue. She then saw Aiz was still staring at her. You see. How am I going to explain this? Riveria scratched her head. Like normal. Aiz raised a brow and Riveria sighed. I doubt you'd understand. But it's easy, you don't want to be just his friend. Or at least stay like that in the future. Riveria explained. Aiz's head almost smoked due to overheating and Riveria chuckled at Aiz who plopped onto her bed due to overthinking. You would understand one day. Just enjoy being friends with him for now. Riveria smiled softly at her. I feel like I'm seeing my daughter grow up so fast and now she's having a crush. Riveria had a wry expression. Too bad I won't have one. Riveria patted Aiz's head with melancholy. __morning __. Oi! Aiz. Let's go to the dungeon, Lars was shouting at the front gates of the Twilight Manor. Lars, do we really have to bring her? Tioni tugged on his sleeve. What? It's just a leisurely run on the dungeon. No need to be jealous. Lars had a smug expression on his face. Mew. So you know? You have some nerve, making a lady say it. Tioni hit him on the shoulder lightly. What do you mean, lady? You're what? 12 going 13? We're still kids. Lars rolled his eyes. That's true, Tioni. Tiona looked at Tioni's developing chest. And she compared hers to her sister's. Cool. They're not growing. Maybe I should drink more milk. Tiona was in a crisis. Oi! Why are you so noisy in the morning? Don't you know that some people have a hangover in the morning? Loki shouted. But she immediately grabbed her head in pain. What? Make more noise. Lars took out a whistle with a ridiculously high noise and blew on it. Ack! Make it stop. I'm dying. Loki did an orts and she was immediately defeated. That's what you get for being a drunk. Lars grinned. You shouldn't bully goddesses, Lars. Ermid sighed at him. Hello, I would love to go. Aiz appeared and she was already decked in her adventurer garb. She then tilted her head in confusion when she saw their attire. They were basically naked for a dungeon dive. Just wearing basic shirts, skirts, and shorts. Our clothes? Don't worry, that's how we always go in. We don't wear any armor unless it's a really deep dive. Lars shrugged. Oh. Daredevils. Aiz commented and the other three nodded with sheepish expressions. And when they arrived at the dungeon, Lars decided to use his magic that he learned. They saw a good test subject, a basic goblin. Wait, I want to try something. You see, some magic popped into my head suddenly. Lars held them back. Magic? Come on, show us then. Tiona was excited as hell. Their perspective was a bit skewed due to Alfia's magic. Ravage. Lars uttered his chant and his mana flowed outwards like a river's stream. Incinerate. With a resounding boom, the hallways were swallowed up by fire. His 4 companions' jaws almost dropped to the ground. Oi, close your mouths. Flies might come in. He chuckled. What was that? Tioni broke the silence and he scratched his head in embarrassment. It's my magic, pretty cool right? He fidgeted around. See cool. Ace nodded at him and she got really excited. Listen, Ace. Magic is a world of visualization. So much so, that it's only limited to your mind's capabilities. Lars instructed her. And the others also listened intently. Because they thought of having magic as well. Due to my imagination, well. I can also do this. Lars pointed at the cracks forming on the wall. Ravage, glaciate. Diamond dust formed in front of him and a sheet of white covered the walls. The monsters started to freeze and they went rock solid after a few seconds. Though he was sweating due to the mind consumption. Because his magic was too intense. It wasn't relying on chance to help with the realization of magic. He was realizing them with his mind. Using his mana as the payment for effects to happen. They then continued to go deeper, with Lars practicing with the usage of his magic. Creating all kinds of elements and throwing them out as bullets. Are you going to be the mage type from now on? Tiona asked him while he was staying in the back line. Nope, after all. I can do this with it. Ravage, conjugate. Rock formed around his arms and he jumped. He then smashed a minotaur like a watermelon with a hammer fist. Don't insult me. True mages fight while they move. Not while chanting a long-ass verse. Lars snorted. So Riveria's a fake mage hey? Ace mumbled. How about you Ace? Remember what I told you? Give it a try. You girls too, form your mana around your weapons. Lars instructed them. And he will be making the first set of magic warriors that fight with a good balance of martial prowess and magic. Warriors that can use magic would be terrifying in the battlefield. It's so much untapped potential. It's why monsters can punch much higher with their weight class. Lars wondered. He wanted the group to fight like monsters. But instead of claws, fangs, and horns, they use weapons that smiths forge. Instead of breath attacks, magic that has been honed to the absolute limit. Peerless warriors that don't specialize in just one thing. But not diverse enough to be spread too thin. Overspecialization is a mistake that will cost people greatly. Unless you're a heaven-defying genius like Alfia. Okay, let's give it a try. Ermid concentrated and her blade started glowing white. Oh. Something's happening to her sword. Let me try too. Tiona closed her eyes. She then ran at a minotaur and smashed it to pieces with her weapon. But instead of the normal crushing slash, it released an additional impact upon hitting. The ground cratered and Tioni shielded her eyes from rocks. That was crazy. Tioni also tried and she felt her stamina decrease like crazy. But her blades glowed red and she ran at some liger fangs. She immediately noticed that her swords were sharper, faster, stronger. They were sliced into pieces with more slashes before they turned into dust. And Tioni cancelled her magic by brandishing her blade to the side. Tempest. Ace sprung into action. Denser, sharper. She couldn't let them outshine her. She has been using aerial for a long time after all. Her arm, a blur. Ace released a vacuum blade and the dungeon's hallway was scarred by a crescent blade of her magic. I did it. Ace's golden eyes brightened and he patted her head. You did. He smiled at her and the others stared at him. You guys too. Lars caressed their hair and everyone was happy. __Orario__. Lars headed towards the Hostess of Fertility and he looked around for Sier. Heya, Sier. Fancy meeting you here. Lars had a sweet smile on his face when he saw her. Hello, Lars-san. Sier looked nervous and Lars walked up to her. Even though she was taller than him, he was just simply intimidating with his golden eyes. Thanks for the gift, that must be expensive. Lars narrowed his eyes a bit. What gift? Sier gulped and Lars took out a book. He then spread open the pages. A book that gives you magic. Riveria won't leave this thing behind. Lars put an arm on her shoulder after tiptoeing. So what gives? What's the price, et? Lars interrogated her like a mafia boss. You got me. Sier raised her hands and he didn't expect her to just give up like that. I'd like you to just be a regular customer. And please have this lunchbox when you go to the dungeon. Sier gave him a small lunchbox. That's not enough at all. Lars thought as he accepted it. I see, I'm such a sinful man. Lars swept up his hair. Why yes. Sier nodded at him reluctantly. I'll play along, Sier Fleva. Lars smiled at her knowingly. Sier then took his usual order of one of everything. When she retreated, she immediately sighed of relief. What is with Lars? He's scary as hell. I knew it was a risk that I calculated. But I sure am bad at math. Sier sighed. __dungeon__. A cat man was currently digging like his life depended on it. Shit. Shit. He coughed violently and he looked sickly. Damn it all. Those bitches. I'll kill them if it's the last thing I do. Jura held his stomach. How long do we need before this gets completed? He shouted at his subordinates that got replenished. A few months at least, boss. The mooks replied. Then I'll have to last until then. His bloodshot eyes were brimming with insanity and desire for vengeance. __Stardust Garden __. So? Why have you called us here? Lars asked Elise. You see. We haven't gotten any leads on the Argent Familia. And we would like to have you guys with us. Elise had a cheerful smile on her face. Explain more, Elise. What she means is we would like to use you as bait. A pink-haired Palom sighed. Pick. I like your honesty. Lars nodded at her and she grinned. Lyra, you're too crude. You should have said that they would attract their attention. Kagaya chuckled. That's even worse, you're trying to trick them. Ryuhu snorted. Well, the Argent Familia doesn't have any level 4s. We'll decimate them if we meet them. Tioni remembered them. We'll crush them. Tiona smacked her fist on her palm. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, they would surely use traps again. Ermid calmed them down. They did try to ambush you guys with traps. We have to be careful of that as well, guys. Elise reminded them. Yeah, they used mines to try and kill us. Then kidnap Ermid, but it obviously failed. Lars shrugged. And he almost had his arm back as well. They won't last at all with their new arsenal. So we would like to go on expeditions with you. Elise requested. I guess we could try to cooperate with you. It will be a learning experience to cooperate with people, everyone. Lars looked at his team. They then nodded, trusting his decisions. It led them here today after all. Thank you for cooperating with us. Elise bowed sincerely. I guess she's serious about her job. But Monstro isn't ready to be discovered yet. Lars squinted his eyes. So it would be best to go with them on the expeditions as well. When do we start? We're all ready. Lars asked and the Astraea Familia was stupefied. You don't even have any equipment on you. Kagaya pointed and she already checked them for hidden weapons. As an assassin back home, she knows where are the nook and crannies where people hide things are. Blink and you'll miss it. Lars tossed a coin in the air and when they looked at them again, they were already decked with their equipment. Ermid wearing her full plate, looking like a great crusader. The Amazon twins already holding their weapons that were made with the finest materials. And his gauntlets that looked terrifying was awfully close to Kagaya's torso. You were saying? Lars smirked and Kagaya grinned at him. I like you, I think we'll get along nicely. She licked her lips. Kagaya. Ryuhu shouted in outrage as Lars was just a kid. Enough, we'll depart later after an hour then. Elise announced and the Astraea Familia scrambled to get their equipment. Chapter 36, Sinking Feeling. Lars and Co went with the Astraea Familia to the dungeon. Hey, you guys are really level 4s and 3? Another Amazon asked them. We worked hard Iska. Tiona and Tioni nodded at her. They could talk to her a bit easier. Because she's an Amazon like them. How about you, Kagaya? How is the Far East like? Lars asked. He was curious about the place's eastern countries. And she was obviously Japanese, her kimono says it all. The Far East, hey? It's in a bad spot really. Filled with strife, corruption, and crime. Kagaya frowned. Lars thought that it must be in a time period like the warring period of Japan. There are 9 families that govern the Far East. They all try to fight each other for power. Ryuhu explained. A power struggle, hey? And let me guess, the emperor can't reel them in. Lars sighed. You're pretty smart, how did you know that? Elise was amazed by him. It was just a simple conjecture, Elise. He shrugged with a smile. You're making us look bad, Elise. A werewolf laughed and Elise pouted. Knees. You should respect the captain more. Elise whined. SHH, let's focus on the task at hand. Kagaya shushed them, but she chuckled at their antics. The other members looked to be enjoying their conversations. And they were pretty close. Kagaya's right, you're making Lion die of embarrassment. Lyra pointed at Ryu who hid her face with her hood. We don't mind, we should be more relaxed before we get to the deeper floors. Or we'll just drain ourselves. Lars shrugged. He's right. Huan, we should mess around a bit. The dungeon is already gloomy enough. Elise had a smug smile on her face. I didn't say to mess around though. Lars smiled wryly at Elise's energy. They then traveled towards the deeper floors with their expedition. His group didn't use their normal equipment, so they just stayed at the middle of the formation. They have amazing coordination, no. Ermid was in awe at the group's teamwork. Everybody trusted everyone. And they were able to get rid of the monsters easily. I wanted to fight the Amphisbena though, but the Astraea Familia got to them first. Lars pouted. The monster wrecks of the 27th floor, the two-headed dragon, Amphisbena. It's approximately level 5. But due to the watery terrain, it was put on a threat level of 6. But when they reached the deeper floors, there were no signs of Evilus targeting them. I guess this one's a dud. Lars shrugged and they agreed. Let's just continue in exploring the dungeon from time to time. Elise offered and Lars thought that would be a good idea. Especially because they're Astraea's children. They might just become unexpected allies. Lars thought. How about we go to this place called the Hostess of Fertility? Lars asked and they agreed. Isn't that the place where Sier works? Elise knew her. You already know it then. Lars chuckled and Elise nodded. She has been a great help for me back then. Elise looked a bit melancholic. Everybody exited the dungeon and they went back to the surface. They went to the restaurant/bar and everyone began to order. Elise-san. How are you doing? Sier who saw the redhead smiled and Elise grinned. Yo. Doing good, Sier. How about you get our orders for now? Elise called for her. Hello, Lars-san. Did you like the sandwiches I made? Sier bowed at him. Tioni and Tiona immediately crane their neck towards him and stare. It was good. Though it wasn't really enough, you know my appetite. Lars laughed and Sier chuckled. I'm sorry that it's so small, I will try to add more in the future. Sier smiled and the Amazon twins raised a brow at her. That won't be necessary. I don't want to make you go all that trouble. Lars waved it off and the twins nodded. Yeah, that's right. Do you know how much food this guy eats? Tiona pointed at him. We will be responsible for his nutritional needs, thank you. Tioni acted like a devoted wife. You guys don't even know how to cook. Ermid outed them and they froze. Ha. Anyways, this is our order. Elise reiterated their order and Sier noted it down. Mew. Are you even our ally, Ermid? Tioni pouted at her. I'm just stating the truth here, learn how to cook first. And burning meat on a spit doesn't count. Ermid snorted. Gah. The twins received emotional damage and the Astraea Familia chuckled. This reminds me how we were like back then. Elise remembered their start. When they struggled a lot just to make through the day. Yeah, it was hard back then. An elf chuckled at them. But look at where we are today, Salty. Kagaya had a satisfied smile on her face. Let's continue protecting the populace of Orario, yet. A dwarf flexed her bicep. Asta understands what we should do. Cheers. Elise raised her stein and they started drinking. The Lars group was just drinking some juice. I wish we would expand more like this. Ermid looked at them warmly. Yeah, it looks fun to have more members. Tiona had a genuine smile on her face. Not like the smile she always had to try and cheer everyone up. I don't particularly mind not expanding. But you guys are right, it does seem fun. Tioni chuckled. After celebrating their newfound friendship, everybody went into a routine of having expeditions every week. Even though it wasn't for the express intent of dealing with Evilus. __guild___. Lars kun, I shouldn't be saying this because you've been going to the deeper floors consistently. Rose sighed. But shouldn't a level 1 be more careful and start on the upper floors? The werewolf was exasperated. I'm our expedition group's supporter, you see? I don't really fight much. Lars smiled. Technically he wasn't lying. And his guild advisor, Rose, was having a headache. She has seen a lot of adventurers come and go. The dungeon isn't a pleasant place to be in. And seeing a promising young man like him go to the deeper floors with a small group rubbed her the wrong way. I see, just be careful, all right? Especially because Evilus has targeted you guys once already. Rose sighed. Yeah, about that. Have you guys gotten a whiff of those people? Lars squinted his eyes. No, not really. It's been a few months already. But there has been no sightings of Evilus at all. Rose shrugged. Maybe they've given up and decided to go into hiding for the rest of their lives. Rose sighed and she hoped that was the case. Weird. We've been going with the Astraea Familia regularly to lure them out. But I guess a larger group will make them more reluctant. Lars sighed. Can you give the Astraea Familia a message, Rose? Tell them that we shouldn't go together for now. Lars asked of her. That seems logical. They're all second-class adventurers anyways. They have more experience than you guys. Rose nodded at him. Yeah, they have a really good balance too. So they'll be safer. They even managed to dive as deep as the 41st floor, you know. He chuckled. Alright, I'll be more content if a level 1 isn't diving to the deeper floors too. Rose chortled. Well, a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Lars sighed. What man? You need a few more years to be one. Rose gave him a nudge. Humph, just you wait. I'll definitely fluff that fluffy tail of yours. Lars laughed as he made his escape. Geez, that boy. Rose scratched her head in worry. __Twilight Manor __. I wish the girls are enjoying their little get-together in Monstro. Lars smiled. Ah, who am I kidding? They must be getting their ass kicked by Alfia. Lars chuckled. Lars. You came. Ace opened up the gates of the Loki Familia home. Hey, Ace. Ready to hang out once again? Lars smiled at her. I've been making great progress with Riveria. Our magic is much stronger now. Ace beamed at him. I see, then let's do our weekly yoga sessions. Lars patted her head and she looked at his left hand. You have your hand again. She was surprised that he could grow it back. Pretty cool, right? I'm just like a lizard. Lars laughed. It's useful. Ace nodded seriously as she analyzed its uses. Don't try to get your limb taken off now. Lars ruffled her hair. He's right, even if you can regenerate. Don't even try to get a limb taken off, Ace. Riveria warned her. I won't. Ace pouted at them as they were making fun of her. Once they got to Riveria's room, Lars put down mats on the ground. Taking out a music box that Ermid made with mystery, he played some music for Nada Yoga. I've really come to like our sessions of this so-called yoga. Riveria breathed in rhythm with the music. I feel calm when we start as well. Ace had a serene smile on her face. And she got rid of her self-destructive tendencies. While they were having a pretty good session, Orario suddenly suffered an earthquake. Is Orario under a fault line? Lars asked and Riveria frowned. Orario doesn't experience earthquakes, at all. Riveria frowned. Lars looked towards Babel and he just had a bad feeling. Hey, I think I should go towards the dungeon. I just feel the need to. Lars furrowed his brows. He stood up and Ace pulled on his sleeve. Let me come too. She was a genuine level 3. And her stats were almost at the maximum too. She took Lars' advice of maxing them out wholeheartedly. She hasn't seen Ermid in action before, but the Paladin of Demeter Familia could keep up with level 4s due to her raw stats. Go then, I think it's important to listen to your instincts. Riveria nodded at them. Lars jumped through the window and Ace followed him quickly. I also don't have a good feeling about this. Riveria looked at Babel. __dungeon__. Ace saw Lars don his battle attire, a hoodie made out of pure Arachne silk. And it also had inlays of auric alum. Pick. Putting his gauntlets on his hand, Aiz could see the aura around him change. You feel really different. Aiz couldn't help but comment. I'm getting serious, Aiz. Lars cracked his neck and his eyes turned into slits. Everything in front of him was sliced into pieces. The claws of his weapon, ruinous decimation. Bathed in the blood of monsters. And with his improved dynamic vision, he was able to step into the most efficient places. Strike the monsters at their vitals without fail. And his momentum didn't slow down, one bit. I'm losing ground. Tempest. Aiz had to use aerial in order to keep up with him. He was too fast, too furious. Something's clawing at me, I have to be quicker. Lars furrowed his brows. They quickly made their way downwards. The upper floors were a breeze, the middle floors gave him more speed with the amount of trees as footholds. With his senses being more acute. He heard a chilling scream. And it didn't come from people. The dungeon is screaming. Lars started to get anxious. Are you sure? Aiz, who was besides him, asked. I heard it. Let's move. Lars clicked his tongue. The water city was simply too damned huge. And their speed lessened massively due to the terrain. They ran at the water itself and dodged the monsters trying to hit them. Aiz. Do you trust me? Lars looked at her and she was shocked. Yes, I do. Aiz nodded at him and Lars grabbed her. He then jumped at the waterfall basin. A gigantic waterfall that was 400 meters wide. And almost a kilometer deep. They quickly made their way towards the 27th floor. And what was waiting for them is the Amphisbena. Fu *k. Move out of the way, you shitty dragon. Lars breathed in and Aiz could feel the overwhelming amount of mana converging. With a shockwave coming out of his mouth, a beam of heat struck the dragon and it roared in pain. And while it was thrashing around violently, they went to the entrance of the 28th floor. I can hear it too. There's a terrible battle up ahead. Aiz felt the wind change. His ears twitched and he could hear it much more clearly. Wait for me. Lars moved his mana to his legs and craters formed at his every step. Chapter 37, Immune Response. __earlier___. Everyone, we've got intel that the Rudra Familia has been loitering around the lower floors. Elise announced. Good, we should immediately take them down. Ryu nodded at Elise. Don't be hasty, this must be a trap. They have hidden themselves just fine in the past. Kaguya squinted her eyes. Everyone then stopped for a moment. Hey, didn't Lars and his group say they used firestones? Lyra raised. Ooh, that's really good information. They might have turned the lower floors into a minefield. Elise nodded at Lyra. Okay, we should be careful of firestones. Prepare at all times to flee. Elise ordered and they went towards the dungeon. Making their way downwards as they dived, Lyra, who was experienced in making explosives, checked every nook and cranny. This is a trap. Lyra saw some places that had something buried in them. What should we do, Elise? Ryu questioned and Elise rubbed her chin. Isn't it obvious? We stop their villainy, once and for all. Elise grinned. Ha, as usual. You are quite reckless, Captain. Kaguya sighed at her antics. Come on, let's go. I'll scout the area, we should avoid the places with a lot of firestones. Lyra went ahead. Their dive went pretty well, but when they arrived at the lower floors, something just felt wrong. It was too easy. When they got to the 32nd floor, the place was too quiet. I think something bad is gonna happen. Kaguya could feel her instincts squirm. Yet, I can't find the buried firestones here in the dense forest ravine. Lyra looked at the jungle. Should we push forward, Captain? Ryu looked at Elise and the redhead was having second thoughts. I think. Elise saw a hellhound. Her eyes widened and she shouted. Retreat. It's a tamed monster that's the detonator. Elise warned them and they ran for their lives. Everyone ran back to the upper floors and a terrible chain reaction started. The hellhound exploded, carrying a necklace with a firestone pendant. And when it began, all of the planted firestones exploded like the place was carpet-bombed. Worthy of its name, Firestone. Everything in the dungeon was set ablaze. The walls were turned to smithereens by the explosions and the Astraea Familia ran as fast as they could. And when they arrived at the 30th floor, the explosions finally stopped following them. That's crazy. Good thing Lars' group brought us valuable info. Lyra got out of some rubble. So, this was a trap. It almost made me want to laugh at how predictable it was. Kaguya squinted her eyes. They then felt a group above a small cliff that was watching them. How are you still alive? You bitches? Do you have any idea how many firestones we used? Jura gritted his teeth. He was fine in getting the Astraea Familia. The trap has been set and they prepared for it for a long time. Lars' group didn't matter at all in the grand scheme of things. The Astraea Familia has more bad blood with Evilus. They were like water and oil. Humph, you thought that this kind of trap can kill us? Ryuhu snorted. Let's settle this here, Astraea Familia. Elise brandished her rapier. There's nowhere to run away. Lyra grinned at them. Don't mess with me. I can't let things end here. Jura started to walk backwards. And when he stepped on a branch, the whole floor got silent. The dungeon seemed to scream and everyone froze. One of the members of Astraea Familia just stared at something falling down from the ceiling. She then got sliced by something that was too fast for her eyes. And Noyan. Nice shouted and she was also taken down by the silhouette. They finally got eyes on the thing and it looked like an evil lizard with swords for claws. It was quick and agile, using the trees around as footholds. And another one of them got caught by it. Ugh! Their dwarf companion was chewed on and blood squirted off of its jaws. Ryuho couldn't believe it, 3 of her sisters in arms just died like that. They didn't even have a chance. Arg! Ryuho went into a blind rage and she charged at it. You idiot! Lion! Kaguya tried to stop her, but the elf was too fast. Not fast enough though. The tail of the monster crashed onto her and she was sent sailing through the air. Ryuho bounced like a pebble on the ground as she coughed up blood. Lion! Kaguya went up to her and Ryuho was in shock. The monster was about to finish Ryuho, but Kaguya went in front of her. Ryuho opened her eyes and she gasped. Kaguya's arm dropped to the ground as she kneeled down. Celti! Fire magic at it! Let's do it at the same time! Their mage shouted. In 3, Rihanna! The elf nodded and they charged up their magic. Lightning magic and fire magic came out of their staves. The monster who can't dodge in midair formed a spherical shield around it though. And their magic disappeared for a split second. The lightning hit Celti back and she was fried in an instant. While Lyra who was nearby got hit as well. Rihanna's eyes widened as she saw her fire get thrown back at her. Ryuhu's acute hearing then heard her scream bloody murder as she burned alive. Rihanna! Celti! Ryuhu blinked in absolute shock. Iska released a flurry of blows on it. But the monster's shell was too hard. Like swatting a fly, its claws swiped at her and her arm was sent flying. With more anxiety and helplessness, she punched and kicked at it. But her other arm was sent flying as well. When she was about to run away, it bit her and started swallowing her whole. Don't eat me! One of their members wielding a mace dropped her weapon to run away. Mariu! Elise tried to save her, but she was too late. The monster chomped on her upper half and threw away her legs. Elise who tried a thrust was suddenly outmaneuvered by it and got stabbed by its claw. Ack! Elise received a large hole on her abdomen and she kneeled down. Don't come near here! The Astraea Familia shouted as the monster went after them next. Kaguya, Lion! Are you okay? Elise limped towards them and Kaguya tied a cloth on her stump. You must be blind if you think we're okay, Captain. Kaguya joked. Lion must be too shocked by the turn of events. Kaguya pointed at Ryuhu and she was just staring at them. Elise. Sorry, it got me as well. I can't see a damn thing. Lyra put a makeshift bandage over her eyes. Kaguya, Lyra, forgive me. Give me your lives, I want to save Lion. Elise asked of them. Ryuhu twitched and she slowly looked at her. She then shook her head in horror. Yes, I'm fine dying here. It seems that it's time. Kaguya picked up her sword. Sure thing, I'm in. I might value my life above everything, but I'll die anyways. Lyra grinned. But shouldn't you be the one to live, Elise? With you and Astraea-sama, justice will continue. Kaguya asked her. No. There are as many kinds of justice as the stars. I believe in Lion, she'll make the correct decision. Elise looked at Ryuhu. She put a hand on her shoulder. I don't have an answer to what justice is. But Lion will stay true to her principles. Lion, listen. We need your magic to kill it. Start chanting here while we break its shell. Elise smiled at her. Promise me, Lion. Fulfill your ideals. For us. Elise intertwined her pinky with hers. Goodbye, Lion. Elise stood up and she grouped up with Kaguya and Lyra. So you're there, Lion. Live for us, yet. Lyra smiled at her. Take these. Use them as you like, my worthy rival. Kaguya gave her some tontos. Her eyes hollow, tears flowing down from her face. Ryuo looked at the ceiling of the dungeon as she chanted. In the sky of a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Ryuo's magic started to form. Agaris Alf Synth. Elise charged at the monster as all of the conditions for her skill to activate was met. Lobrud Bequia, in combat, increases STR. Against an adversity, increases Dex and VIT. And when fighting a great opponent, increases Mag and Agi greatly. Comparable to a first-class adventurer, she started to enter mortal combat against the terrible monster. Hey! Kaguya ran towards the side and slashed at the monster. But her left arm was much weaker than her main sword arm and it felt like she was hitting metal. Sparks came from her sword and the monster's hard shell clashing. It then tried to maul her. Annoyed by her weak hit, Elise blocked the swipe of the monster and Lyra roared as she acted as a suicide bomber. Her self-created grenades exploded on it and Elise had the chance to attack. But the monster was too fast and she was about to get stabbed by it. Kaguya pushed her away and the young woman was stabbed in the abdomen. Go. Elise. Kaguya gritted her teeth. Ah. Alviria. Elise stabbed on the shield of the monster to destroy its magic reflecting shell. An explosion of fire magic was released from her blade. Bleeding profusely, she held on. The blazing magic from her sword shattering its shell. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness. Run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. Ryuo started to wail in despair. Ryuo. Elise got stabbed by the monster's tail as she heard her finish her chant. Ryuo. Don't hesitate. Kaguya stabbed the monster's chink in its defense to keep it busy. Ah! Luminous wind. Ryuo's magic formed. Green spheres that looked like stardust headed towards the monster. Ravage, Bastion. A steel wall suddenly formed in front of Ryuo and blocked the stardust of the elf. A laser beam of pure heat then hit the monster, making it jump backwards at the damage. The breath attack then shattered the dungeon floor, piercing through multiple floors. Ha! I was too late. Steam escaped from Lars' mouth and he looked at the survivors. Tossing multiple elixirs at them, Lars checked the most critical one, Lyra. She's alive, what a tough loli. Lars made her drink some elixir and he bathed her with it. He was pouring out millions of Valis worth of elixir for them. Lars. Elise couldn't believe it, in their minds. He was the supporter of their group. Yo, Elise. You seem to be in a pinch. Lars squinted his eyes. A pinch indeed. Kaguya dropped down to the ground due to blood loss. Elise, carry them back to Ryuo. Lars looked at the monster and Ace was holding it back by using aerial. The beast struggling due to his surprise attack. Ace. Get back here. Lars shouted immediately and she nodded. So this bastard is the one responsible for all this, hey. Lars saw some sliced up members of the Astraea Familia. His expression went blank and he equipped his gauntlets. Ace, protect them. Lars ordered her and she didn't question him. Scales covered his body. A tail formed and a golden horn appeared on his head. Come. I will tear you apart. He started the battle with the breath attack of a Valgong dragon. A shockwave exploded with him as the epicenter. The laser of a breath attack sundered everything in its path. The survivors covered their faces and ears from the shockwaves and flying pebbles. Is that really Lars? Elise asked in shock. She already knew he was capable. But not that strong. They watched him fight the beast and seeing him fight was the exact opposite of his cheerful personality. He swung his blades like he was dancing with death. The auric alum and adamantite claws clashed with the monster's sword-like appendages. Shockwaves exploded at every hit, and the adventurers watched him stand his ground against the brutal hits. He's much stronger than I thought. Ace couldn't help but be in awe at the sight. The monster charged at him, wanting to take a bite out of him. Lars caught the monster's maws that tried to chomp on him. He stopped it with brute force as obsidian formed on his heels as anchors, slowly stopping the monster's advance. Lars then flipped it over itself, suplexing the monster upside down through its mouth, making the ground tremble at the force he threw it. Ravage, glaciate. He froze the body of his opponent and it struggled violently. Pouring mana inside of his weapons, he began attacking the hard head of the monster. Sparks flew and the slashes of his clawed gauntlets deepened bit by bit. The tail of the monster escaped from his magic and it swiped at him. He flew away like a bullet and a thick tree snapped in two when he hit it. Lars! Aiz shouted. Elise and Kagaya stopped her though, not wanting a repeat of Ryuu's actions. Let me go. Aiz was about to break free from them, but a laser beam hit the monster and Lars walked out of the dust cloud. Let's finish you off, Fu *Ker. Lars charged and he exchanged blows with it once again. The monster is approximately a high level 5. But it has a really good defense and offense. Specialized in killing adventurers, unlike monster rexes that are more like raid bosses. Claws against metal. Metallic body against dragon scales. The two clashed with each other violently. Ravage, incinerate. He raised his hand and a stream of fire escaped from his palm. Tempest. Aiz had to use aerial as the flames threatened to swallow everything. Fires raged like a tsunami. Ravage, glaciate. Lars used an ice spell next, encasing the monster in an iceberg. He then continued for a couple of times. The monster losing its strength as it stopped struggling. Burn into ashes. He breathed in deeply and a pulse of mana was released into the air. His breath attack vaporized the monster as it got hit by it fully, sundering everything in a straight line. Amazing! Who in the world are you? Elise couldn't help but blink dumbly. He's our savior, thank him at least. Elise, lion! Kagaya snorted at them. Ryuu, who was shocked out of her mind still, saw him walk up to them. His golden eyes were as thin as slits, his face had scales on them. Yet he looked otherworldly beautiful. You can move right, Ryuu? Carry Lyra while my team arrives. Lars drank a couple of mind potions. He was actually about to gas out, but passing out in front of ladies wasn't cool. Lars, explain later. Aiz pointed at his appearance and he remembered that she didn't like dragons at all. Okay, I will. He sighed and Aiz nodded reluctantly. You guys are terribly late. Lars chuckled as Ermid, Tiona, and Tioni arrive. What in the world happened here? They asked immediately. Talk later, reattach Kagaya's arm first. Lars pointed at the arm lying around near Ryuu. Bring them to Monstro, I'll pick up the remains of the Astraea Familia. Lars frowned. The others had grim faces on, but they followed and they went deeper in the dungeon to arrive at Monstro. Now then. I guess I should kill you once and for all. Lars sniffed the air and he noticed him. The cat man who ambushed them from back then. Don't come any closer. Jura crawled backwards and Lars sighed, revealing his sharp teeth. This will be more unpleasant for me, than it is going to be for you. Lars grabbed his hair and smashed him face first on the ground. Ah! Jura screamed like a bitch as Lars bit off one of his fingers. How long will you last, I wonder? Lars breathed on his face and Jura pissed himself in fear. Ew, Fu *K. I guess I'll just have to make do with your upper body. Lars iterated what he was going to do. Please. Please. I'll change. I'll live a good life from now on. Jura begged. That's what they all say. And too bad for you, I don't give second chances. Lars bit his whole hand off and Jura's screams resounded on the 30th floor. Chapter 38, A Choice. Lars put the remains of the Astraea Familia in his inventory. He then prayed a bit for them. They were so young too. Too young. Lars got melancholic. I guess I should pick up the pace. Lars ran towards the tracks of his group. And when he arrived, they were gloomy as expected. Let's go to Monstro, Lyra needs treatment there. Bombs and shockwaves cause internal damage. Lars carried Lyra softly. I've healed them already, but let me use Mida then. Ermid used her mystery and a diamond-shaped magic circle appeared. Her mind decreased sharply, but the survivors of the Astraea Familia were wrapped in soothing light. Elise and Kagaya's wounds disappeared. Even their scars were gone, showcasing Ermid's ridiculous healing power. Lyra, who looked like she was breathing with a punctured lung, calmed down. Good work, Ermid. Let's go. Lars ordered and Aiz stared at them. They quickly made their way to the 39th floor, avoiding the monsters. And when they arrived, Aiz almost subconsciously attacked the Zenos. Tiona and Tioni, who expected it, jumped her. They then pinned her to the ground. Aiz, they're friendlies. Lars sighed, and the Astraea Familia was also preparing to fight. This is a safe point, this is impossible. Elise was confused at the appearance of monsters. There's also a mix of them. Like that goblin over there, it shouldn't be here. Kaguya pointed out. Lars Chi, are they in control now? Lyt, who had his hands up, asked. And they were shocked to the bone. There are no friendly monsters. Aiz wholeheartedly believed. Ah, damn. Guys, don't walk up to her. She's a loose cannon right now. Lars took Aiz to his cabin. I'll leave them to you, Tiona, Tioni, Ermid. Lars pointed at the Astraea Familia. What's exactly happening here? Ryu asked, and the trio sighed. It all started when I got kidnapped by Lars. Ermid told the story. They were immediately weirded out by how it began. Meanwhile, Aiz was extremely confused. Is Lars colluding with monsters? Then he's an enemy. He knows that monsters took everything from me. Yet why? Why is he protecting them? Lars rubbed her head softly, and she looked at him with a hurt expression. You must be confused? Angry even. Lars smiled wryly, and she nodded slowly. Why? Aiz asked, and he understood what she meant. They're not just monsters, Aiz. They're called Zenos. And they are intelligent, just like humans. Lars explained to her patiently. Then aren't they more dangerous? Aiz was convinced that monsters are in the end, just monsters. Yes and no. You see, they are just like you. Lars patted her head, and she frowned in disgust. When they are born, they are all alone. Scared, clueless, lonely. Lars started telling a story. The monsters of the dungeon don't accept them. They attack them just like how they attack humans. Lars pointed at the Zenos, who were checking out the Astraea Familia. And humans also hunt them down due to their appearance. Honestly, their story is much more cruel than yours. Lars sided with them. Wah! Aiz felt morose at his words, it cut through her deeply. Ever since they are born, they fight for their lives. It's kill or be killed, nothing is on your side. Can you imagine that? Lars gave her a reality check. And no. Riveria and the others helped me. Aiz remembered the executives reeling her in. Especially Riveria, who was like her second mother. You have a familia, Aiz. They have nothing, but themselves. Fending for their lives at every waking moment. Lars sighed. So I will give you a choice. Never speak of this to anyone and I will let you go, I will never bother you again. Lars gave out the first option. But she went wide-eyed at that and immediately thought that was impossible. He was her only friend. No. I don't want that. She teared up. Or. You'll try to understand the Zenos and keep this a secret. They're not monsters, Aiz. Lars reached out to her. She didn't need to think much and Aiz grabbed his hand. I'll judge them for myself. Aiz decided and Lars thought that was good enough. Just don't attack them, talk to the citizens of Monstro. Lars smiled at her and he patted her head. She nodded slowly, leaving her sword with him as she stepped outside, observing them. Lars sighed. I guess that's the best I could hope for. It's a miracle that she didn't use Avenger. He then went towards their hospital and checked out the survivors of the Astraea Familia. Hello, Ermid. Can you tell me what happened? I don't want to ask them again. Lars thought that they already interviewed them. Ermid nodded at him and she told him everything about what transpired. Damn. Shitty ass Evilus, humans can really be terrible. Lars massaged his temples. Yet. Almost all of them died due to that monster. Tiona gritted her teeth. She felt vexed. They were much closer to the 30th floor after all. But they got there too late. Don't think that we could face that thing, Tiona. Tioni patted her on the back. The Astraea Familia were mostly level 4s. And they got smoked by it. I know. But it's just vexing. Tiona gritted her teeth. Then train, level up until nothing can oppose you. Alfia appeared out of the blue once again. It was her favorite way of appearing. Alfia. Elise went wide-eyed. Kaguya and Ryua were speechless too. I see that you girls are doing fine. Physically, that is. Alfia looked at them. And Elise started to cry. They died. Everyone except us died. Elise. Kaguya couldn't help but tear up as well. Ryuhu sobbed and the girls hugged them. You're safe now. Ermit assured. Outside, Ace was staring right at Gro. And Gro could also feel her hostility. But it slowly died down. What's your name? Ace asked him. Gro, you. He asked back. Ace. She answered succinctly and they got quiet. Ace? Are you a friend of Lars? Ray asked her and Ace nodded. Laura, who was nearby, slithered towards them. Oh my, are you perhaps Lars' girlfriend? I knew he was going to be a heartbreaker. Ace blinked dumbly and she blushed. He's my friend. But after she said it, her face scrunched up. Ooh, you didn't like that, did you? How about this Oni-san teach you? Laura wrapped her tail on her. Teach me. Ace tilted her head and she thought that Laura would be the one to inform her why she doesn't like being called just his friend. Riveria doesn't tell her anything. And Loki just gets angry when she asks her. Laura, you don't even have experience in that kind of stuff. Ranyi snorted at her. Humph, you don't as well. But I am quite knowledgeable about it. Laura huffed. She then started whispering to Ace, surprisingly breaking the ice. The hours went by and Lyra also woke up. Not surprisingly, Ermit's magic healed her eyes too. But they were raw as hell. K, am I in hell? Lyra saw monsters around. No, we're in the 39th floor. Elise, who was beside her, suddenly talked. Wah! Elise, we're still alive? I'm not dreaming. Lyra blinked slowly as it hurt her eyes. Yeah, we are. My arm's also back, thank our savior, Lyra. Kaguya chuckled. Who? Lyra was confused as hell. Lars, he beat the monster on his own. Ryuho was still in disbelief about it. Lars? You must be pulling my leg, he's a supporter, right? Haha. You're dead serious. Lyra saw their expressions. He suplexed it with his bare hands. You didn't see how he fought it. Elise couldn't believe it either. He's a goddamned monster. And Astraea-sama also told me once that he wasn't lying, that he's a level 1. Kaguya winced. You asked Astraea-sama if he was lying. Ryuho looked at her with disapproval. What? We don't know if he was a plant or something. Kaguya snorted. Yo, enjoy your stay here. Tiona asked them and they didn't have any complaints. It's too comfy here actually. Kaguya rubbed the sheets of their beds and it was extremely soft. Well, that's made from Ranyi's silk. Tioni shrugged. Amazing, right? Ermid loved Ranyi for her silk. An Arachne's silk? Your bed sheets cost hundreds of thousands of Valis. Elise, who was rubbing her face on it, was shocked. Well, yeah. The bed is stuffed with unicorn's hair too. Ermid shrugged. This bed might be a bit too high class for me. Lyra lived in rock bottom, being the kid of 2 slaves. She felt a bit uncomfortable, knowing that the bed she was on probably cost more than first-class equipment. Rest here for now, we'll return to the surface tomorrow. Lars appeared and he gave them a smile. I guess. Elise nodded slowly and she thought of what Astraea's reaction would be. And remember, Alfia will hunt you down if you talk to anyone about Monstro. Lars smiled sweetly. And no thanks. We would like to stay quiet. Ryuho remembered Alfia vividly. And as an elf that was sensitive to mana, she knew that Alfia let them win. Her mana, even when restrained, is greater than theirs. She could have definitely squashed us like a bug with her magic. That was insane. Ryuho gulped. Good, then we'll go back tomorrow. Lars clapped and they started to feel the fatigue set in. They then fell asleep and everyone was too tired to stay awake. In the morning, Lars' citizens prepared a huge breakfast. As everybody in Monstro knew that Lars can eat as much as the whole population. Though he holds himself back and satiates himself with magic stones. This is too much. Ryuho saw the rows of food. It's fine, it's a little bribe too. Would you guys be together with us to develop Monstro? Lars asked. They would definitely be first-class adventurers. Especially Elise, who already fights with the most effectiveness. Lars wanted them in their group. But aren't we already roped into this? Elise was surprised that he even asked. Eh? Lars was dumbfounded as well, and he didn't expect her to just accept it like that. You must have underestimated our captain, Lars. If there's someone in need, even if they look like monsters, she'll help them. Kaguya smiled softly. Elisa's just like that, isn't she? A busybody of the highest order. Ryuhu chuckled. Yeah, she'll meddle in everything. Especially with this case. Lyra shrugged. Well, that was easy. Why though? Lars asked. Why I want to help them. I guess it's because I'm still trying to find my own justice. Elise smiled wryly. I still don't know what it means. What is the most valid one? But what I do know, is that the Zenos need as much help as they can get. Elise nodded at him. Then isn't it fine? Everybody has their own set of morals and principles. Ask your goddess. Even Astraea won't be able to answer what true justice is. Because your justice would be different from others. And that's fine. Lars shrugged. You know. She already told me that once before. But hearing it from somebody else just sealed it in. Elise smiled wryly. Took you long enough then. Lars chuckled at her and everybody smiled at the interaction. Isn't this great? We got more allies. Marie, who was sitting on a nearby rock over a pool, jumped at Lars in delight. Marie, you shouldn't just jump on people like that. Lars pinched her cheek and she giggled. But I'm so happy right now, we'll have new additions to our family. Marie beamed. The Astraea Familia then teared up, remembering the deaths of theirs. Yeah, they've been through a lot. So welcome them to our familia warmly, okay? Lars said softly. Marie will show them a lot of cool tricks. Marie smiled at them and the Astraea Familia chuckled. Yeah, we'll look forward to it. Elise chuckled and they smiled fondly at the mermaid. Chapter 39, Slayer. Next morning Ryuha woke up with a scream. She had a nightmare, remembering the deaths of her friends. Just a dream. It was just a dream. Ryuha wiped cold sweat from her brow. Ryuha, are you okay? Lars, who was watching over them so leaks won't happen, asked. Lars? I'm fine. Ryuha was shaking in terror and Lars patted her on the back. Not really caring about the very true stereotype of elves that they do not want strangers touching them. It's okay to be scared, be frustrated, to cry. Lars rubbed her back and Ryuha began crying. I couldn't do anything. They died in front of me. And because I went in without thinking, more of them died. Ryuha sobbed heavily. She grabbed his shirt tightly as she poured out her heart and soul. They won't take it against you, Ryuha. Elise appeared and she smiled at her softly. Elise's right, Ryuha, they'd just get angry if you blame yourself. Kaguya assured her and they hugged her. Stop the waterworks, Lion. You're alive, we're alive. That's good enough for them, I'd imagine. Lyra snorted. Everyone. Ryuha held back her tears and Lars patted her head. Because they'd always have your back. Lars smiled at her and she nodded. Thank you. Ryuha returned a smile at him. This makes me feel vexed. Ace commented on the side. Ace. Did you make friends with everyone? Lars asked her with a nervous smile. But I don't like her for some reason. Ace pointed at Ryuha, who was clinging to him. Why? Ryuha asked and she didn't understand Ace's displeasure. I don't know. She shook her head. Silly lion, it's because you're clinging to him like a koala. Kaguya teased her. Kaya. Ryuha suddenly fell on her butt as she noticed the fact. Wow, elves really don't like getting touched by other people. Lars confirmed the stereotypes. And no. It's not like that. Ryuha denied, but she didn't explain further. I am now satisfied. Ace got into a better mood. Okay, how about we go back to the surface? Elise didn't want to worry Astraea. Yeah, we should also bury your friends. I have their remains with me. Lars revealed and the three members of the Astraea Familia bowed at him. What? No need to be so formal, you guys will be my minions from now on after all. He laughed and they chuckled. And about Ace? Loki will get angry again, let her bust a vein. Though I would have to return you home personally. Lars rubbed his chin. Okay, Riveria will get worried. Ace didn't want to deal with Riveria. Come on, let's get going. Lars began their ascent to the surface. __Stardust Garden __. Elise was nervous, rightfully so. She was terrified even to tell her goddess that they were almost wiped out. Tell her everything, it will be for the best. Lars patted her back and she nodded slowly. When they entered the living room, Astraea was waiting for them patiently there. Elise, you have been through a lot, haven't you? Astraea already felt their fauna disappear. She then hugged Elise, who was in the front, as she saw her expression. Gee goddess! Astraea-sama! Elise began to cry and she understood what happened. Dear, oh dear! You must have experienced a lot. Astraea patted her hair gently. She then captured them in a hug as well and they all broke down at their goddess touch. We weren't able to save them. Elise's arm gripped Astraea's waist tightly. She was the captain of the Astraea Familia, but she couldn't do anything. You tried your best. Lars sighed and he thought that they did everything they could. But it wasn't enough. Kaguya bit her lip in frustration. Then level up, train, until nothing can stop you. Lars advised. They didn't expect him to give advice that was so Spartan. Yes, we definitely will. Ryuhu squinted her eyes. And she remembered something. That abominable cat man from the Rudra Familia. Lars noticed her hatred. She was gnashing her teeth in rage. Ryuhu is going to be like a rabid dog if we don't do anything about that. Lars frowned. Ryuhu, don't. I'll take care of this. Don't worry, they won't be able to do anything. Lars squinted his eyes. No. Let me do it. Ryuhu wanted to get revenge herself. Astraea, keep her in line yet. Lars waved at them and Aiz followed him. Lion. We have to bury them first. Elise pointed at the black bags that suddenly appeared. That's right, please calm yourself, Ryuhu. And you children always did say that you wanted to be buried in Rivera. Astraea chuckled. Come on, let's prepare to take them to Rivera. Kaguya smiled softly at Ryuhu. The elf trembled at the sight of the black bags. She then slowly nodded, her mind distracted for now. And Aiz, who was being escorted home, got curious about what he would do. I know that look. She wants murder, slaughter. Aiz remembered Ryuhu's expression. And she would know, Riveria showed her that she made that kind of expression back then. Yet, we can't let her do that. Gods go back to Tenkai. And she'd be identified. I don't know if they can contact Gakai. Lars squinted his eyes. What are you going to do then? Aiz tilted her head and he looked forward with an ice-cold expression. Isn't it obvious? This world will see the birth of a god's lair. Aiz shuddered at his words, whimpering at his menacing aura that was filled with malice. He wanted Rudra dead, and he'll make sure of it. Don't go overboard. Aiz tugged on his shirt softly. Yet, return to the Twilight Manor. I have some unfinished business with the Rudra Familia. Lars walked away. When he arrived at the ruins of Orario, he let loose. Blood-red lines like circuits began to spread on his body. Originating from his chest. The symbol of Superbia on his back glowed brightly. And along with it, the sin of Gula, Ira, Invidia, and Avaricia. Gods do not fear death. Thinking that they will return to the heavens. He donned his gauntlets. Poisonous spines appeared on his back. Dripping with venom that only eremit or elixirs can heal. Crystal blades formed on his arms, his crimson scales were covered by the fur of barbarians. Eyes opened on his cheeks. And a crimson horn sprouted from his head. He looked like an abomination. An otherworldly being that even monsters would detest. Lars sighed, showing his dagger-like teeth. The ground around him began to melt as his temperature increased. Superheated steam escaped from his mouth. Like a nuclear reactor, his body was burning up tremendous amounts of energy. The first of many shall fall today. And the only thing they'll fear, is me. Lars took out Jura's half-eaten body from his inventory. His palm went towards the fauna on his back. And Rudra's ichor sizzled. Lars then sniffed the burnt ichor and his eyes turned paper-thin. Found you. Releasing an inhuman roar that was heard all over Orario, the bustling city went truly silent for the first time in centuries. Auranos. Permission to use my arcanum. Hermes was already floating in the sky, trying to find the terrible monster that escaped. Granted. A voice resounded throughout Orario. Hermes then disappeared like the flash as he tried to find the being that was about to unleash terror on Orario. But no matter how hard he tried to look, he couldn't find it. After a solid hour of running around, his mortal body got exhausted and he kneeled down on the ground. What was that? It was divine in nature. But much more twisted. Corrupted, chaotic. Hermes broke into a cold sweat. __ruins, Orario __. It seems that the coast is clear. Lars, who was hiding inside a pillar of stone, melted through it. His body could feel it, every cell of his being sensed Hermes' arcanum die down. So, the hunt continued. With breakneck speeds, he ran towards the ruins that contained the Astraea Familia's remnants. Evilus! You'll all die here. Lars perched a pillar and his infrared vision saw everyone inside a seemingly abandoned building. Lars leapt into the air. And when he dropped to the ground, crystal scythes, tusks, and spines erupted from the ground. The adventurers of Astraea couldn't even scream as they all got skewered by them. A level 3 that was still barely alive saw something sinister walk up to them. You're still alive? Then let's change that. The monstrosity slowly walked up to him. His eyes widened in terror. He wanted to scream, but he was paralyzed in fear. Lars opened his mouth and the adventurer finally was able to speak. No. Go away. Go away. He screamed in pure terror. But his head got crunched like a jawbreaker and Lars looked around to look for any survivors. I hoped for more live ones, it's such a shame. He started eating the Astraea Familia one by one. What are you? A tanned man with black hair was able to ask with a trembling voice. Astraea? Can't use your arcanum, can't you? Lars gave him a twisted smile. Arcanum can only be used in self-defense. And Lars wasn't really targeting him, for now that is. He was abusing the rules of the gods and Astraea was a sitting duck. Watching his familia get savored like fresh meat. Quickening his pace, Lars finished up the remnants of the familia and Astraea's heart started to beat faster. Don't come near me, I'll use my arcanum. Don't you know who I am? Astraea threatened him. Ugh. Astraea suddenly felt multiple spines stab him from behind. Then use it, pussy. Lars' gauntlets tore his body apart. Light started shining to the heavens and it was the signal that a god was returning to Tenkai. Oh no you don't. Tentacles appeared from Lars' shadow and they grabbed onto the pillar of light. It then shattered and the form of Astraea that was made out of light was pulled down. The first of many, be a reminder to the heavens that gods are not infallible. Lars opened his maw. The symbol of the deadly sins on his back glowing brightly. As he was about to commit deicide, the highest order of sin, blasphemy. I won't die here you monster. Astraea pointed his arm at him and divine lightning hit Lars. Erasing almost half of his body immediately. Lars vomited blood at Astraea's face and the god screamed bloody murder at the poisonous blood of Typhon. You little shit. Lars' eyes went bloodshot in rage as he moved towards him slowly. And the god that has never experienced pain before couldn't even focus on the enemy in front of him. Lars grabbed one of his arms and he pulled on them. Die. You degenerate piece of shit. He started beating the shit out of Astraea with his own arm in pure rage. You can't. Kill me. Astraea thought that he would just return to Tenkai and tell the gods that someone committed deicide. Lars grabbed his remaining arm and kneed it upwards, snapping it in half. Ah! Astraea screamed in pain. But he wasn't able to speak much as Lars grabbed his neck. Let's test that theory, scum. Lars stomped on his leg to anchor him to the ground and his fingers sunk into Astraea's flesh. Screaming like a banshee, Astraea cried out in terror. But nobody was there to save him. Lars took off his spine along with his head. And he started eating the slowly regenerating divine spirit. Feasting on Astraea's divinity, Lars' body was filled with ichor and strength. His fauna cannibalizing the fallen god into Excelia. And that's when the gods and goddesses of the world noticed. The one who was going to return to Tenkai was interrupted. And the divine spirit of the god did not return back. A god just died. A god's divine spirit was pulled back before getting to Tenkai. Hermes could feel his whole body tremble. Something was out there. And it was capable of snuffing out divine spirits. Chapter 40, Level Up. Lars, who was grievously wounded, sat down for a quick second. Ha, I have to get out of here. Arcanum really is the shit. He winced, looking at his torso that was missing a huge chunk. His skill, Typhon, started to die down. And he could now feel the wounds from Astraea's divine lightning. He hissed, pouring some elixirs that Ermid made. And he regenerated slowly, but surely. I have to go back to the Wheat Manor. Lars put on a cloak and he slowly walked towards the Wheat Manor. He incurred a wound that would be death for most people, but he had a grin on his face. Gods can die. Imagine all the things we can do. He limped back home. __Babel___. The gods were in an uproar, everybody was whispering with each other. And someone was extremely fidgety. Though she was trying to hide it. I can feel it, Lars was the one behind that incident. Demeter couldn't help but be paranoid. Through her ichor on his back, she could feel another god's divinity. It had a feeling of a storm. Lars won't target gods willy-nilly. It's already established, he isn't in good terms with Loki, but nothing happened to her. Demeter concluded that it wasn't just a random attack. And Loki is an extremely easy target. You would just have to wait for the majority of their strongest members to go on an expedition. Kill her and the ones in the dungeon would die. While the surface dwellers will be helpless. Who is it? The one associated with storms that is here in Gakai. And got into his bad side enough to kill them. Demeter thought of the candidates. Something then clicked inside of her mind. A member of Evilus. Rudra. Demeter hoped that he won't do something so reckless again. Do you think it's true? Hephaestus asked her and Demeter nodded. You've seen the light shatter. A divine spirit was prevented from returning to Tenkai. Demeter sighed. That's true. Every god could feel it. Its arcanum was stopped by something. Astraea nodded. Let us wait for the investigations. Demeter pointed in front and Hermes appeared. Hermes, why exactly did you use your arcanum while here on Gakai? Loki asked seriously. Hermes never uses his arcanum for something else than televising war games. Something out there is on the loose, you all heard it. Hermes frowned and the gods murmured. What about it, Hermes? Freya asked arrogantly. After all, she has the strongest familia in Orario. It was a common misconception that Loki had the strongest one, but that was simply not true. I believe it was the one responsible for a god being extinguished. Hermes said with a grim expression. The gods were in an uproar. Some were terrified, while some were interested. Like Loki and Freya. But the one who was dealing with it the worst is Demeter. Are you okay, Demeter? Astraea asked her in worry. Curses, they can even see how distressed I am. Demeter smiled wryly at Astraea. I'm fine dear, don't worry. Just a bit scared for everyone. Demeter played it off. Don't worry, I think this is a ploy by Evilus. Hephaestus squinted her eye. What makes you say that? Demeter and Astraea asked her. Maybe, they have created a curse strong enough to not let a god ascend. Hephaestus theorized. That may be a good conjecture, but we have to at least know what happened. The Hermes Familia and Ganesha Familia will lead an investigation. Hermes furrowed his brows. He was stumped. And even when he used his arcanum, he didn't find anything. I am Ganesha. Do not worry, we will find the culprit and put them to justice. Ganesha flexed. Well, I hope you do. Astraea smiled at them and Demeter sighed in relief inside of her mind. The impromptu meeting of the gods finished and Demeter went back to her manor. Yo, how did the meeting go? Lars smiled at her, sweating heavily from his injuries. Lars. So it really was you. And you survived against Arcanum. You're really something else. Demeter walked up to him. Sorry, he had to go. Lars explained, but before he could continue. Demeter hugged him. You're not mad that your child is the very first god's lair. Lars looked up at her and Demeter pinched his cheek. Foolish child, as you've said. Rudra had to go. And I don't particularly mind his passing. Demeter snorted. Wow, I forgot you're from the Greek pantheon. Of course you wouldn't really care much. Lars chuckled. I was just a bit nervous upon learning what you did, silly boy. You could have gotten caught. Hermes even used his arcanum. Demeter frowned. Well, he didn't. Did he? That's why he called for a meeting in the first place. Lars smirked. What am I going to do with you? Demeter sighed and Lars pointed at his back. Level me up, I can feel it. I can finally be level 2. What a rigged system this is. Lars rolled his eyes. Fine, let us see. Demeter pricked her finger and put some of her ichor on his back. I'm not even surprised anymore. Demeter shook her head in exasperation at his stats. Lars Johansson, level 1. STR, 2000, 2105. AGI, 2000, 2102. Dex, 2000, 2353. VIT, 2000, 2267. Mag, 2000, 3078. Skills: Septem Peccata Mortalia, Superbia, Gula, Ira, Avaritia, Invidia, Infinitum Spatium. God's lair, even other gods cannot slay each other. The birth of he who slaughters the divine, heralds the world's end. Increases damage to all sources of divinity massively and decreases the effectivity of arcanum against the divine enemy of heaven. Magic. Stoichiotis Magia, the user can manipulate the elements. The sky is the limit, only their mind dictates what can be done, and what cannot. Good. I have a skill to kill gods now. Lars chuckled. Demeter hit him lightly. Don't joke about that, stop killing gods. Demeter was anxious about the future. I won't, if they don't give me a reason to. Lars said seriously. Ha. Fine, I will level you up now. But be warned, I don't know what will happen next. Even Alfia's status has never been reached before. Demeter began with the level up. Converting Rudra's divinity as his high-quality Exilia, Lars began to level up. Arg. I feel like I'm going to explode. Lars groaned. This. Demeter was able to see his soul. And it was like a rainbow. Similar to his symbols of the deadly sins, the middle of Lars' soul was covered by 5 colors. Gold, pink, red, green, and yellow. The middle was a sphere, a mix of white and black. And she interpreted its meaning. A fragile balance. I have to guide him to keep it that way. Demeter's decision on making him not turn out to be a maniac solidified. She wasn't going to be a bystander now. Especially after what he did to Rudra. You accumulated too much Exilia, Lars. Exilia is divinity that grows, that's why it's so hard to raise. His soul is cracking. Of course it would, trying to absorb a divine spirit while being mortal would kill anyone instantly. Fauna is like a bed of soil that Exilia takes root in. And it slowly grows until a mortal becomes a demigod. Demeter explained. Why is it so hard on me though? Lars gritted his teeth through the pain. Thinking of Alfia who was level 8, meaning her Exilia was much higher than his. Your skill that I hit is fighting with Rudra's divinity. Typhon. Demeter showed him the paper for his stats. Damn. Why didn't you tell me first? Lars clicked his tongue. I was afraid, wouldn't have you. Demeter raised a point and he nodded once he thought about it. I think that your skill Typhon is still in its infancy stage. And it can't hold Rudra's divinity. Not that you could hold all of it in the first place anyways. When his divine spirit died, a lot of his divinity leaked out already. Or you would have exploded. Demeter informed him. That's crazy. Lars started sweating due to the pain as he absorbed the bits and pieces he got from devouring Rudra. The key should be in your other skill I can't understand though. The pink part of your soul is glowing brightly. It's filtering Rudra's divinity. Demeter checked his soul. Ah, that makes sense. Ugh, what's my developmental abilities? I'm about to pass out. Lars asked and Demeter sighed. She gave him a list of his possible DAWs and he schemed through it. And the one that he really liked is called Slaughterer. Put that one. Lars pointed at it and Demeter picked it as his day. Good night. Lars passed out on her bed and Demeter smiled softly at him. I guess he's still the same. Slaughterer, hey, this has never appeared before. Demeter smiled softly. Slaughterer I, increases parameters against all beings that possess life and magic. Isn't he built for pure combat? Even though he's so sweet. Demeter looked outside. Lars ordered all kinds of farm equipment for the Familia. And Ermid turned them into magical tools. So they just needed some mana to function. The older members who can't do things like when they were younger were happy. And the young members could spend their time more leisurely due to the efficiency. Killing a god is like the complete opposite of what you'd expect from him. Demeter was worried. And she remembered his soul. The convoluted balance of it. May he live prosperously. Demeter hoped. After a few days of not seeing him, his group also visited him. Except for Alfia who trusted that he was fine. Ace? What are you doing here? Tiona asked Aiz, who was loitering around the front gate of the wheat manor. Lars. He was about to do something dangerous. I'm sure about it. Aiz was worried. He's always prepared to do something outrageous. Ermid sighed and the Amazons had wry expressions. That's right, we should let him relax for a few days. Maybe he's just preparing something. Tioni opened the gate. Aiz didn't come with though, because she wasn't invited. What are you doing, Aiz? Let's go. You're worried about him, right? Tiona pulled her and Aiz was surprised. Yeah, you're our friend. Come on, let's go. Tioni also gestured for her to follow. Friends, hey. Aiz nodded slowly and she had a smidgen of a smile on her face. Everyone then went up to Demeter, asking for Lars. Lars, hey? He's resting right now. He's injured. Demeter said with a frown. Injured? It couldn't be that bad, right? Tiona asked. And when they entered Demeter's room, they gasped at the sight of him. How is he alive? Ermid teared up and she used the strongest healing she could. It helped with his regeneration, but he was still in bad shape. His pained expression disappeared though. Yo! You guys look healthy. Lars gave them a smile and the Amazons immediately scrambled to hug him. What happened to you? Tioni cried immediately and he smiled wryly. Aiz knows, you didn't tell them. Lars looked at Aiz. He killed Rudra. Aiz revealed. The Rudra Familia? How can you lose to wimps like that? Tiona was mistaken. No. Rudra. Aiz corrected her and they looked at her in confusion for a good second. By Rudra. You mean? Ermid looked at her in disbelief. Yeah, I'm a bona fide god slayer. Pretty neat, right? Lars chuckled and they paled. You what? The Amazons shouted immediately while Aiz frowned deeply. It was now confirmed. He is a god slayer, the first to be made. And most likely, the very last as well. What? That punk-ass bitch Rudra had to get what was coming for him. Lars huffed and he started coughing. Sorry, missing half a lung right now and a part of my heart, I'm pretty sure. Lars lied down again. Why you? You crazy son of a. Tioni hugged him tightly. Don't do anything crazy like that again. You hear me? Tioni shouted. He was about to joke around, but he saw their expressions. They looked to be begging. Ha, I can't promise that. But I will promise this. I will never die and leave you girls alone. After all, we haven't even reached NG and yet. Lars patted their heads one by one. Don't die. We still haven't killed the one-eyed black dragon yet. Aiz nodded at him. Yeah, that too. Lars chuckled and they started to calm down. What's next then? You're too injured to dungeon dive. They asked him. I have the stats of an almost maxed out level 4. Though the boosts of level ups would make me lose out a bit. So I'll be fine resting for now. Lars sighed. There's a reason why higher leveled adventurers are thought to be unbeatable by lower level ones. Level ups gave you a boost in your overall strength as well. Slowly moving up the ranks until you reach the realm of the gods. It pained him to say it. After all, the grind should never stop. Let's build Monstro into a fortress. I'll just act as your supporter for now. Raise a lot of money too. Lars smiled at them. Good, you should rest. Tiona sniffled and he nodded. Lars then had an idea pop into his mind. I know what we're gonna do for a good while. He grinned at them and they were at least happy that he won't just continue going to the dungeon like an idiot. Chapter 41, A Visitor. Lars was currently packing some equipment for them. And he was hiding his injuries with a cloak once again. Ha, I look like a suspicious guy once again. Lars didn't like cloaks that much. Then stop getting injured like that. Ermid rolled her eyes at him. Ah, come on. Give me some slack here. Lars pouted at her. He killed a god. Enough of that, are we really going to Melon? Tiona asked and she wanted to see the sea again. Tell Skyrim might be a shitty place to live. But it was surrounded by seas. It was the reason why they have the diving da in the first place. And it was extremely useful against underwater monsters. Yeah, let's have a little vacation yet. Lars smiled at them and their eyes glazed over at the word vacation. I'll also survey the islands for a possible place to build an island fortress of Monstro. Lars thought that the sea is nigh impenetrable. If they manage to make a fortress on an island, then no matter how many adventurers they send, they'll always have the advantage. The diving da is actually a rare one. And majority of adventurers in Orario don't have them at all except for some weird people. And their air superiority would result in a watery grave. How will they protect themselves against an onslaught of attacks in open sea? Lars could already imagine Gro wielding a minigun with incendiary rounds as he flew in the air. Ships would burn and will release the Krakens. Meow. Lars was daydreaming as he chuckled on his lonesome. I don't like the expression he's making. Tiona looked at him suspiciously. The first time they saw him make that expression, he unleashed D-Day on the Colosseum. With majority of the citizens of Monstro wielding guns to unload on the monsters there. They gained a lot of magic crystals that day. But are you sure that we should be going with Alfia? Ermid whispered to him. I heard that. Alfia gave Ermid the iron claw and she screamed in fright, more so than pain. You seriously have to stop doing that. Tioni deadpanned at Alfia who had a sadistic grin on her face. You know, for someone who doesn't like noise. You're always scaring the shit out of them. Lars rolled his eyes. Want me to take off your other arm? Stop being noisy. Alfia huffed at him. You must really like the East, because you're always all right. Alfia gave out a corny joke. The trio were shocked at the extremely out-of-character behavior and Lars snorted. That was bad, as bad as your personality. Lars fired back and Alfia gave him a nudgie. Ah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're the most lovable person in the world, Alfia-sama. Lars cried out in pain. Humph, and don't forget it. Alfia dropped him and Lars rubbed his head. Come on, let's go get dizzy in a shitty carriage. Lars groaned and he took all of their items for the trip. They then had a 3-hour journey towards Melon. Because it was actually a port city that was extremely close. When they arrived at the place, Lars rubbed his butt. But his increased stats didn't really make it hurt. He just got annoyed by the shaking. Being used to paved roads and all. The sea. Tiona and Tioni raised their arms as they cheered. Woo, it's the sea. Alfia rolled her eyes at their excitement. What crawled up your butt? Lars thought she was like an underwhelmed teenager. The sun is noisy, shining all over the place. The sea breeze is like static, cluttering all over my personal space. Sands everywhere, this place is a nightmare. Alfia scowled. Well. You do have a point. Lars remembered that she was a superhuman that can probably hear people from a mile away clearly. Coupled with her other acute senses, the beach does seem insanely annoying. I'll give you a lot of back rubs later, just deal with it for now. He pointed at the trio and Alfia saw them. TCH, fine I guess. Alfia rolled her eyes and they started their vacation by going to their hotel. What a cute family. The receptionist smiled at them, thinking that they were a normal family on vacation. Not really knowing that they are second-class to first-class adventurers. And Alfia was the one who killed the goddamned Leviathan. And its skeleton that plugged up an exit from the dungeon was still emitting ancient power. Hey! Alfia looked at the receptionist coldly, as she thought that she was mistaken as an auntie. Why you must be a great, big sister. The receptionist managed to save her life and the hotel. I am. Alfia nodded proudly and Lars rolled his eyes. I felt that. Alfia gave him a side eye. How petty can you be? Lars was done with her. You two are like an old, married couple. Ermid chuckled. Hey? Who are you calling old? Alfia glared at her and Ermid yelped. Calm down, it's a joke. Lars sighed at her. He was wondering how Alfia even managed to function in normal society. And that was her secret, she didn't. Alfia is a ball of anxiety with legs. She's also always so stressed that she would start shaking whenever she gets calm. After they checked in, they then went towards the shores. We'll catch some fish, Lars will cook them. Tiona grabbed Tioni and they immediately dived into the water. They're very energetic. Ermid chuckled and Lars nodded with a soft smile. Humph, they're noisy is what? Alfia was being a tsundere. And they know that calling her out on it would only earn themselves punishment. So they just let her be. After a few minutes, a couple of fish started to fly towards them and Ermid caught them. Lars then took out a table, skillfully filleting them with just one arm. They sure are pumping out fish like nobody's business. Lars whistled. There was already a pile of fish beside him and he started preparing a charcoal stove. With his magic, he made the charcoal ignite and he seasoned the fillets. After he started grilling them, even Alfia couldn't quite resist the smell of fresh fish being grilled. Let's eat for now, I'll try to find some islands later. Lars gestured them to come and get some. If you insist. Alfia walked up to him and he chuckled. Say pretty please, you're being rude right now. Lars took the cooked fish into his inventory and Alfia glared at him. Never mind. Alfia was about to turn around, but her stomach betrayed her. Curses. Why now? Alfia blushed in embarrassment. Come on, Alfia. Don't be so grumpy, say. Lars stood on a stool as he offered her some food. I guess it would be less tiring if you fed me. Alfia bit into it and Ermid chuckled on the side. So sweet. Ermid commented and Alfia decided to take her portion and went away. You scared her off. Lars laughed and Ermid nodded with a smile. I seem to have done so. Oh I. We got a lot, didn't we? Time to dig in. Tiona waved at them as she got out of the water. Tiona, don't be so hasty. Leave some for Lars. Tiona sighed at her sister's eagerness. He then looked for any islands that he thought would be nice for a fortification. They're all too close to Melon. This one's a dud. Lars couldn't find any island that fits his criteria. And if even the island they could get was reasonably large for more defenses, it will be inevitably conquered due to the Poseidon Familia that was operating in Melon. There are 2 level 7s in the world. Freya's king, Otter. And the other one, the Knight of Knights. A member of the Poseidon Familia. There are also 3 level SIXs in the Poseidon Familia. Being too close would be far too detrimental. And them being unaware of the Zenos, they would kill them. If Alfia isn't there to protect them, it would be all over. Is that a ship? Ermid pointed at a pretty large ship. Yeah, it is. Tiona watched it sail, but when she saw the logo of it, she went deathly pale. Tiona, what's wrong? Tiona also saw it and she understood immediately. That's Telskyra's flag, isn't it? Lars concluded and the 2 Amazons went quiet. Lars, they're too traumatized to function against them. You know what to do. Alfia said to him and he nodded. Ermid, take them back to the hotel. Tiona, it's all right. Alfia is with us. And I can still use magic in my condition. Lars ordered. Wait. We're not scared of them. Tiona refused to back down. Don't be stubborn, Tiona. Ermid shouted at her. And no, we can definitely interact with them. It won't be a problem. Tiona supported Tiona. Ha, you two are such troublemakers sometimes. You do know that those 4 who are staring at us will be a problem. Lars pointed at the ship. And there were 4 Amazons that were looking at them from the ship. Meaning, they could see them from miles away. And those Amazons were easily going to be higher leveled. And the crazy Amazon of Telskyra proved their insanity as one of them dived out of the ship. Is it just me? Or is there a torpedo coming at us? Lars could see the turbulence of the water. I don't know what that means, but you're probably right. Ermid replied. And when the Amazon arrived, she immediately jumped right in front of them. Pick. Argana. Tiona and Tiona gulped, remembering the brutal training they underwent because of them. Though when they compared it to Alfia's, it was a walk in the park. Tiona. So this is how you spend your time? Eating at Melon leisurely? I thought you would grow strong. Argana clicked her tongue. Lars, Ermid and Alfia didn't understand her though. Telskyra, being another country altogether, they had another language there. What did she just say? Lars noticed that she was a bit hostile, but not enough to warrant drastic measures. She said that we're wasting our time. Instead of getting stronger, we're chilling. Tiona informed them. And what's this? You hang out with a cripple. Argana saw Lars didn't have his left arm. He was also still recuperating most of his organs on his left side as well. The twins hissed at her and Argana smirked at their reactions. You've really marked a cripple as your mate? Pathetic, maybe you'll grow stronger if I kill him. Argana grinned at them. The 2 froze for a quick second and Tiona almost lashed out at her. Surprisingly, Tiona was the one who stopped her from attacking Argana. Calm down, Tiona. She can't kill Lars. It's simply impossible. Tiona calmed her down. HOH? So this lady wants to try and kill me at Lars raised a brow at her. Why isn't he afraid? Argana released her killing intent at him, but he was unfazed. He practiced with Alfia every day. And her annoyance was more spine-chilling than Argana's killing intent. Have you ever wondered how it would feel to fly? Lars asked her as he raised his palm. Argana just tilted her head and the twins dived to the sides as his lips opened. Ravage, Gale! He uttered, and Argana couldn't react as she was hit by a pure block of wind that broke the sound barrier. Argana spun around the air like a rag doll and the twins watched in awe. Argana's spinning around in the air. Tiona laughed her ass off. She can't control herself. Tioni tried to hold in her laugh, but Argana's uncontrollable spins in the air was too amusing. She'll be back for more too, so let's give her a parting gift. Lars walked up to the shore. He touched the water and he concentrated. Purple light shone brightly behind him. A symbol of a goat formed on his back. Ravage. Ice Age. Lars kneeled on the ground as he almost hit Mind down. A large part of the lake in front of him got frozen solid and even Alfia was surprised. That can already be called grand magic. Alfia commented and the trio with them looked at her like she just grew a second head. Yeah, after all. A Godslayer's got to have some perks. Lars tossed them a piece of paper. Lars Johansson, Level 2. Superbia. Luxuria, sacrifice Exilia to strengthen magic. The desire for limitless power gives birth to Armageddon. Gula, devour life and attributes from anything eaten, stockpiles Exilia and life. Infinite hunger gives birth to an unrecognizable monster. Avaricia? IRA? Invidia? Chapter 42, Smile. Lars drank a couple of mind potions and he calmed his breathing. Phew! He sighed and cold air came out of his mouth. Damn, he looks so cool. Tioni and Tiona were rizzed out of their minds. Ha, are you stupid? Now, Melon will be looking for who did this. Alfia pointed out. Shit, I forgot about that. Then shouldn't we just do this the old-fashioned way? Lars shrugged. The old-fashioned way. Alfia raised a brow and he smiled. We make a report and say that the ship from Telskyra did it. Lars had an angelic smile on his face. So evil. Ermid frowned at him. We love it. Tiona and Tioni gave a thumbs up. After that, they immediately went to the authorities. Mr. Lars called out to the receptionist. Yes, what is it? Please do be quiet and use your inside voice. The receptionist patiently chided. We can't be calm. A ship from Telskyra froze a big portion of the lake you see. Lars reported. This guy is definitely built for Evilus. He can spout such nonsense with a straight face. Alfia sighed. What? Are you for real? The receptionist quickly went outside. He then saw that from the shore, leading to the Telskyran ship, the waters were frozen solid. And it was starting to get cold in Melon. Oh my gods! The receptionist was shocked to the core. Mess around and find out. Lars smirked. We'll deal with them appropriately. Please call the Poseidon Familia. The official ordered his subordinate. And Lars had a twisted grin on his face. If he had both of his arms, he would be rubbing them like a villain. They'll be dealing with the Poseidon Familia. One of the strongest groups in the world. You're quite devious as usual. Ermid sighed. You get what you deserve. Lars snorted and he was sure that if they were any weaker, Argana would have killed him. Then let us continue our vacation, that is the reason why we got here, did we not? Alfia was done. Such a tsundere, so you were enjoying it. Lars teased her and she flicked his left side. I'm still regenerating, woman. Lars kneeled down as his nerves were still raw as hell. Humph, that's not my problem. Come on, let's do whatever it is we need to do. Alfia snorted. After reporting the Kali Familia, they started swimming on another side of the lake. Pick. Damn. I guess that's going to be another core memory. Lars saw Alfia in her bathing suit. Hey! Where do you think you're looking? Tiona glared at him and Tioni pinched his cheek. I'm just admiring the view, pretty good if I do say so myself. Lars played it off and the twins stared at him suspiciously. A bead of sweat fell from his brow. I've been staring for a tad too long. Thanks, Lars. Tiona said out of the blue and he raised a brow. For repelling Argana. We don't really have a good memory of her. Tiona sighed. Tioni went quiet and he patted their heads. Must be unpleasant there. Do you know how Amazons level up in Telskyra? Tioni asked him. I do, they cannibalize each other, don't they? Lars frowned. Yet, when it was my turn to fight against someone to the death to level up. It was against a friend of mine. Tioni furrowed her brows. Her name was Seldas. Tioni started to claw on her arms until her skin turned raw. Tioni. You don't have to tell your story. Lars sighed heavily. It's fine. She was a kind, big sister. The strongest in our stone room where we stay all day. Tioni reminisced. Always waiting for me to return. Always taking care of us who were younger. Tioni gritted her teeth. But on my 5th birthday, another ritual killing. A fight to the death, my opponent's mask shattered as she lay on the ground. Her teeth almost cracked as she gnashed them. Seldas with a terrified expression. A knife in the middle of her chest. I killed her with my own 2 hands. Tioni tried to rub her skin again. Tiona frowned heavily as she grabbed her sister's arms. No matter how many times I bathed, no matter how much I scrubbed my skin raw, I never felt the warm, crimson blood go away. Tioni started hyperventilating. SHH, it's okay. You aren't in Telskyra anymore. Lars hugged her and she started to calm down a bit. Monstro is our home now. Isn't that right, Tiona? Lars asked her and she nodded. Rest in our hotel for now, Tioni. Ermid, can you help her get there? Tiona asked of her. Ermid nodded and she healed Tioni first before they went back to their room. Ha! Telskyra, hey? I never really did have good memories of that place. Tiona sighed. So they make you kill close friends too, hey? That place is messed up. Lars squinted his eyes. His golden orbs glowed for a second before they went dull again. The very first time I killed one of my fellow citizens, I didn't know what to feel. Tiona looked at the sky. At our 5th birthday, I killed someone that was our roommate as well. And the thought that came to me was, ah, I killed again. Tiona snorted. And when I saw Tioni, shriveled up in a corner, I asked her who she fought. Tiona smiled wryly. I was relieved that she was there, alive. And I said it was so. Naturally, she hit me really hard on the face with murderous intent. Tiona had a sheepish expression. Of course she would. Lars chortled and Tiona went quiet for a second. We then got seniors to train us. For Tioni, it was Argana. The personification of Telskyra itself. While I got her sister, back. Tiona talked softly about back. She must have been a positive influence in your life. Lars was curious about back. Yet. It was hard being beaten to a pulp every day, but one day. I saw a fragment of a story. Argonaut. Tiona smiled. I then asked her if she could read it to me. But it was in Koine, and she didn't know how to. Tiona laughed upon remembering. She went to Kali to teach her how to read and write it. She then told me the story bit by bit after our training. Tiona was fond of that memory. Argonaut, the hero that always smiled. So that the ones in despair would find light in this cruel world. Tiona's admiration of the story was obvious. Back even got lonely when I learned how to read from Kali. Ever since that day, I just smiled no matter the situation. Just like Argonaut. Tiona chuckled. A great coping mechanism. Tioni must have been quite depressed and traumatized, yet? It's great that you didn't abandon her. You did great. Lars patted her head. Why yet? It was hard. Tiona hugged him and she started crying. It must have been. He rubbed her back and Tiona wailed as her smile crumbled for the first time in years. Ha! You girls have been through a lot. You too, Alfia, without you, Melon wouldn't be here. Lars commented. I already know I did great things for this world, Lars. Alfia snorted, but she did have a smile on her face. After all, they did everything for the whole world's peace. But they were quickly forgotten. The world definitely loves heroes. But what they love more, is their struggle and to see them fall. Come on, go back with Tioni and Ermid. Greet them with a smile. Lars pinched Tiona's cheek. Gotta be the positive one, am I right? Tiona chortled and she went back to the hotel. Ha, being a therapist is hard. Lars sighed as he took out a cup of juice. Nobody asked you to be one. Alfia raised a brow at him. Well, unpleasant things need to be done by someone. And them bottling up things like that is bad. Lars shrugged. They went quiet for a second as they watched the scenery of Melon. I'm tired, Alfia, I demand a lap pillow. Lars' body was consuming tons of energy to regenerate. Humph, if you insist. Alfia put him on her lap. It's been some time since we were alone like this, Lars. Alfia commented. HNGH, that's right. We've been mighty busy. Lars chuckled. Alfia, have you ever thought of being just a normal person? Perhaps living in a port city like this and enjoy a normal life? Lars asked. A normal life, hey? Ever since I came to be, I have been gifted. Alfia clenched her fists. It was hard to be a prodigy. And not just a normal one, a prodigy of prodigies that could become a special being even without the help of the gods. I can't imagine something like that. Alfia replied and he nodded. As expected, that would be impossible in your eyes. Do you regret anything though? Lars asked and she was stumped. Regret? I think I want to see my nephew. He's the only memory of Materia left in this world. Even though I want to gouge his eyes out. Alfia scowled. Damn, that supporter guy must be in your shit list. Lars whistled. He took advantage of the fact that we were on the quests. I would have killed him if he tried to seduce my sister in front of me. Alfia glared at empty air. Then let's visit him one of these days. I've concluded that I can't relocate Monstro here in Melon. So while I find a nice mountainous region, let E go see if your nephew is doing fine. Lars offered. She stared at him with an unreadable expression. If you insist. She shrugged. But she had a smidgen of a smile on her face. Anything for you. You'd be kind of a good mother, you know. Lars chuckled. He got smacked immediately. What do you mean by that? She glared at him. Well, you'll definitely raise a kid to be successful. But they'll probably hate you for it. So that's a minus. Lars shrugged. Okay. Is that so? She thought about it and got a bit depressed. Well, that's a story for another time. Lars stood up as he recovered a bit. Come on, let's rest for now. You've been fighting all your life. Let's relieve a bit of that tension. Lars smiled at her. A good idea. She smiled and they returned back to their room. __melon__. Roaming around the port city, with Lars buying out every store of fish. He was suddenly stopped by someone. Lars-san? Please, a minute of your time. Somebody wearing a uniform called out to him. The police. This might get a bit dicey. Lars smiled at him. What is it, sir? He asked softly. We're the peacekeepers of the city. And the Poseidon Familia apprehended the Telskyrans. I see, lead the way. You want to ask questions, right? Lars cooperated. Wow, thank you for being cooperative. Let's go at once. The man led him to their station. And there, he found that Argana was chained down. Along with someone that looked like her. Pick. There were also two others, the ones he found at the deck that was staring at them. Pix. Argana started shouting when she saw him, but of course, he didn't understand. He's the one who did it, not us. The lady who looked like her sister looked at him. Ah, you must be back. Lars remembered Tiona's story. There's the problem, Lars-san. They're not admitting to it. We even found that they were hauling slaves. The official sighed. Yeah, why you lying? I'm only level 2, you know. Lars told the truth. Wanna see? I'm only level 2. Lars took off his shirt and showed his back. Someone who could read hieroglyphs took a look and nodded. Back Caliph, you are lying. The official squinted his eyes at them. Ha, too easy. Lars hid a smirk on his face. Telskyra will be fined for this stunt. The official glared at them. Is that all, officer? Lars asked calmly and he nodded. Yeah, this is going to be a fiesta. There are also slaves that are illegal. And one of them came from the Far East too. He sighed heavily. The Far East, you say? Officer, you saw my Familia crest. How about we adopt them for now? The Demeter Familia accepts everyone. Lars smiled. Someone from the Far East, hey? I can get a lot of info from them. I need to get as many countries to my side as I can. Lars squinted his eyes for a split second. And he used the Demeter Familia's reputation. Traveling towards the Far East would take months, or even a year as well. That would help us a lot. The other ones aren't far away from here. So we can ship them back to their villages. But are you sure? This is a huge favor. The officer felt bad. Yeah, it's fine. They can save some money to go back to the Far East in Orario. And we can learn more from them about the Far East. It's a win-win situation. Lars feigned interest about the East's culture. Well, thanks little man. We'll let you meet with her later. She has to accept though. The officer nodded. Chapter 43, Kimono Me. Lars was led to a room in the station and there, he saw a girl that was clean now. But her clothes were still dirty. Pick. A fox girl. Ah. Lars saw her fluffy tail and ears. Rose might be nice and fluffy, but her fur was a bit thick and stiff. As he hadn't had the chance to fluff her undercoat. But a fox's fur is soft all throughout, it was the reason why they are turned into scarfs. Haruim-san, this is Lars-san. He wants to talk to you about something. The officer called out to her. She looked exhausted, tired, and depressed. Ha, I guess you'd be like that if you had to be in a cage for months. Lars almost sighed. Hello. Haruim greeted softly, almost fearful even. She's a bit scared, please understand. The officer pointed out and Lars nodded. Don't worry, I've got just the thing. Lars winked and he walked up to Haruim. You've got something on your ear. Lars slowly reached out to her ear and she tilted her head in confusion. Lars then took out a cookie from his inventory and he showed her. Kid's a charmer, I guess I can leave them to it. The officer left. Haruim's tail and ears twitched at his magic. She then looked at him in wonder. How did you do that, Lars-sama? With a little bit of magic of course, come on. You look famished, eat it. Lars offered it to her. She looked at him with confusion. Not expecting to be given a sweet offering. Go on, eat it. It's delicious you know. Lars smiled at her and she started nibbling on it. Oh wow! What is this, Lars-sama? It's so delicious and sweet. Haruim's tail started swaying left and right. Moo, that's a sight for sore eyes. Lars nodded sagely. Haruim then finished the Thessi cookie and she got sad when it was gone. Her ears drooped and Lars almost gasped at how cute she is. Fu *k, must protege. Lars gave her another one, but this time with some vanilla ice cream. Haruim sniffed it and she was pleased with the smell. She then bit into it and was surprised. Sweet and cold. This is so novel. Haruim finished it up quickly and was satisfied now. Did you enjoy it? Lars asked her and she nodded eagerly. Yes. Lars-sama, it was most enjoyable. Haruim had a beaming smile on her face. Then, how about you come with us? The Far East is a long ways away from here. How about you join our familia? Lars offered with a smile. She got sad for a moment, but she suddenly perked up when she heard what he was offering. Your familia? Like an adventurer. She looked at him curiously. Yeah, that. It's going to be fun, you know? At least until you can save enough money to return home. Lars enticed her. And no. I don't want to go back home. Haruim's expression went dark. Then you can be with us permanently too, we can farm with our goddess, Demeter. Lars gave his hand. She looked at it and Haruim teared up. Would it really be okay? Why would I ask if it wasn't? Lars snorted and she nodded immediately. Taking his hand, she bowed deeply. Please take care of me, Lars-sama. Moo, good words. We'll have a good time together. Lars nodded at her. __hotel___. And as you can see, I have here this fluffy Renard, Haruim Sanjano. Lars pointed at her dramatically. The Amazon's eyebrows twitched and Ermid sighed. You didn't kidnap her, did you? Ermid raised a brow at him. What do you take me for? I'm an upright and upstanding citizen of society. Lars huffed. More like the most wanted criminal on the surface of Gakkai. They all thought at the same time. Oh, am I not welcome? Haruim's ears drooped and her eyes got teary. And no. That's not it. We just thought he got you illegally, you see. Tiona chuckled nervously. Then, can I be together with Lars Sama and everyone? She asked with an excited expression. She's too naive. Tione squinted her eyes. And she thought if that's the type he likes. You may, I trust that you'll take care of her, Lars. Alfia looked at him and Haruheim shuddered at her aura. Alfia felt some kind of special magic on Haruheim and that was enough for her. Leave it to me, how about we go home for now? Lars asked and everybody nodded. They then went back to Orario, with a fox girl and some grudges. ___ tell Skyra ___. What did you just say? Are your captains saying the truth, Belnus, Elnia? A small girl with red hair and wearing a mask asked them. Yes, Kali-sama. We saw it with our own eyes. The boy that Tiona and Tione are with froze a large portion of the lake. The two answered. He also blew Argana off like she was trash. Back commented and Argana gritted her teeth. Interesting. And you said that he's a cripple. Kali grinned like a loon. He's missing his left arm, yes. Argana clicked her tongue. And while we were being interrogated, he also came as a witness. He was a level 2 adventurer. Back almost forgot. What? And he showed his fauna? Hat, guhaha. Then this is most interesting. Kali's interest on him skyrocketed. I'll kill him later. Argana furrowed her brows and Kali raised her hand. You will do no such thing. You will test him later. Belnus and Elnia will go to Melon as temporary members of the Poseidon Familia for treatment. You will also gain any information about this Lars. Argana, back. You will train until you are ready to level up. Kali cooked up a plan. Then, you will go to Orario to seek this young man. Level up there in the dungeon and bring him to tell Skyra. Kali had nefarious purposes for him. A level 2 that could cast grand magic and blow away a level 5. He'd be the greatest breeding stock. Kali licked her lips. Imagining a new generation of Amazons that would appear after Lars' genes combine with the strongest Amazons. Hat, I look forward to meeting you, Lars. Kali had a twisted smile on her face. __Orario ___. Back at Orario, Lars was bored out of his mind. The girls pushed him to do nothing. And currently, he's floating on a cloud that he created with his magic. Focusing all his energy on recuperating, he's been sleeping 20 hours a day for a fortnight. And when he finally healed his internal organs, he tried to find something to do. Ugh, so bored. Should I just sleep again? He had a sloppy look on his face and sky blue light formed on his back. A symbol of a snail appeared, Acedia. It was finally complete. Though he was feeling too lazy to do anything. Being high-strung for more than a year drained him. I forgot that grinding so hard will lead to crashes. Lars sighed. He thought of hobbies to be productive. Farming with Demeter sounds nice. But it's honestly boring. Finding ingredients all over the world isn't possible. I can't leave Orario for too long. Lars plopped on his cloud bed. HNGH, something productive and interesting. Lars thought of anything. But his thoughts were broken by the sound of gunfire. The Zenos were of course practicing how to fire their guns. Hat, I guess the Hostess Familia's bullets are working fine. Lars nodded sagely. He was proud of Ermid's work. And when the time came, Demeter would give the Zenos fauna along with their guns. Making it bounded to the Demeter Familia only. A monster with a fauna at? How interesting would that be? He smirked. Wait. I've got an idea for a hobby. Lars smiled and he thought that was pretty good. Something that all men has thought about once in their life. He nodded sagely and went towards the surface. __Orario ___. So, that's the thing, old man. I want to learn how to be a blacksmith. Lars asked the dwarf that he bought some equipment from the past. Ah, youth. Thinkin' that ya can do anything. The dwarf shook his head at the naivety. What? Think I can't do it? I'll have you know, I don't half-ass things. Lars huffed at him. Yeah, sure thing, kiddo. How about you show me what you can do first? The smith of course didn't trust him. Blacksmithing is an art and a science. Though the people of Orario did not know that the latter is very much involved with it. Just instead relying on feel and experience. Humph, I'll show you, old man. Give me some metal and a hammer. Lars huffed. What ya gonna make? With you missing an arm. The dwarf got worried instead. It doesn't matter, I'll manage. You'll see. Lars was confident. Alright, don't get too depressed now if you fail. The dwarf led him to the smithy. Here we are, lad. Now grab a piece of steel there and let's see if you have the talent. He huffed at him. Lars took a look at the tools and he nodded in satisfaction. Smithing is surely a man's romance as well. Ravage, conjugate. He used his magic and an arm made out of metal formed on his stump. The smith's eyes widened in shock and Lars took a piece of steel from his stock. He heated it by breathing fire on it and the dwarf was captivated by the sight. Where's your heaviest hammer? Lars asked him and the dwarf immediately gave him his adamantite hammer. Weighing as much as Tiona's weapon, Lars grabbed it and tossed it in the air to get a feel of it. Ha, that's good enough. He smacked the piece of steel on the anvil, grabbing it with his metal arm directly. The orange-hot steel giving at his every strike. Aren't ya a complete amateur at this? You foo * king suck. The dwarf laughed and Lars was sent reeling. He was trying to make a knife, but it was all bent and crappy. Mew. I'm of course going to suck. This is the first time I've done this. Lars huffed at him. Okay, let me show you how it's done. The dwarf grinned at him and he reheated it. After it went orange hot, he folded the metal with his tools and turned it back into a bar. He then shaped it with strong, but precise, and accurate blows. Lars watched a master at work. Yet he knew that there were even greater smiths around. Amazing, so that's how they do it, hey? Lars could see it. The hammer absorbs the smith's mana. And then, when it hits the steel, it gets a portion of it. Maybe that's what they call imbuing your creation with your will. Lars concluded. With his immaculate talent in observing mana, his eyes burned it into his brain. Every movement that was needed to shape metal, give it form. He then began to work alongside him. At least he's eager. The dwarf smiled. But after a few minutes of seeing him work, he stopped. Wait a moment. Isn't this kid a monster? He copied my movements to a T. The dwarf swore he saw his own self. But that's when everything changed. Lars' strike on the metal emitted sparks of mana as he imbued the hammer with his. I've got to tell the captain about this kid. He ran away and Lars didn't notice him because he was concentrating. And when he finished forging a naked blade for a knife, Lars noticed that he was alone. Wait, what? He was confused as hell. Then suddenly, the doors got kicked down. HOH? You've got a really fancy knife there. Tsubaki rushed instantly. After all, master smiths are the only ones who imbue mana into their hammer. For a good reason too. Because a weapon or piece of armor that's imbued poorly with it, would be a piece of garbage. Ah, Tsubaki. Why are you here though? Lars raised a brow at her. Hat, like he didn't even do anything amazing. How about you join the Hostess Familia? Tsubaki offered him. Lars was confused as hell once again. Chapter 44, Disciple. Lars was kidnapped by Tsubaki and he never thought that he'd experience something like that. We're the ones that do the kidnapping. Lars was exasperated. Hephaestus-sama's gonna love this. Tsubaki grinned at him. I don't think so. Lars wasn't as enthusiastic about it all. Where's your eagerness? Tsubaki smacked him on the butt. Lady, I'm going to get you arrested. Lars deadpanned at her. Tsubaki ignored him and they barreled through Hephaestus' office door. Tsubaki! How many times have I told you to knock? Hephaestus shouted at her. Hee sorry about that. Look what I got here though. Tsubaki presented her Lars. And he was in midair while Tsubaki held him on his sides. He had a really unimpressed look on his face. Hey, Hephaestus. Lars raised his arm in greeting. Lars? What are you doing here? Hephaestus raised a brow. You've got to see how amazing this kid is, he just looked at how one of ours worked and Lars was able to make this. Tsubaki tossed her an unpolished knife. He made this? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Hephaestus observed the knife. The blade's just a standard knife. But the mana coating it is exquisite. Equal on all dimensions of the blade. Thicker coating on the edge. And all this on steel that isn't even that conductive towards mana. Hephaestus was shocked. It was all done by him. She pointed at Lars who was yawning. Waiting for Hephaestus to lose interest. Wanna join my familia? Hephaestus suddenly asked and he choked. Wha? Are you serious? He was surprised and she looked like she wasn't kidding too. No thanks. I like being in Demeter's familia. Lars refused immediately. TCH, what do you like there? It's a familia for farming. You're definitely the exploration type. Is it Demeter's fuwa appearance? Hephaestus accused him. Well, Demeter does look nice and fluffy. But that isn't why, at all. Lars scratched his head. I can't even try to tell them that it's because of what we are doing. He opted not to even talk. After learning that gods can detect lies, he didn't want to say anything that can be used against him. Okay. Demeter won't like it if I force you to anyways. Hephaestus sighed. Master smiths like Tsubaki are extremely rare. So rare in fact that it's a miracle that Tsubaki managed to be one while she's in her 30s. There's a reason why dwarves who live longer than humans become one. It takes a long time to get into the trade. And seeing that Lars has the making of a master with his instincts, it lit a fire in her. So, can you still teach me how to smith? Lars asked, and he definitely want to make magical weapons. Orario's magical weapons were in one word, crap. They are expendable weapons that are stuffed with spells. Unlike the magic weapons in his head that are imbued with magic. Magic weapons in Orario is like if someone used a brick as a hammer. Yeah, it would work. But why would you do that? HOH? You want us to teach you still? What's in it for us? Hephaestus raised a brow at him. Well, how about some materials? Lars took out some item drops from the deep floors. How in the world did you get your hands on those? Tsubaki was surprised, inspecting them closely. Well, a man's gotta be mysterious. Lars had a smug look on his face. Cool. Look at all that auric alum, adamantite and mithril. Hephaestus was almost salivating. Money wasn't the problem for familias like Hephaestus. It was the supply. They were competing with the Goibnio familia for resources. And to truly make master smiths, they would need a lot of materials. After all, you can't call yourself one until you make something worthy of the title. Fine. Tsubaki, I entrust him to you. Hephaestus looked at her captain. But Lars had to say something. Wait a moment, she have her secrets to keep. Isn't that why all your smiths have their own smithies? Lars smirked. Where are you going with this? Tsubaki was confused. Well, she's the one making a deal with me, right? Then shouldn't she be the one teaching me? Besides, she's a goddess of the forge. She knows every trick you know. But it would be fairer if I don't just steal your hard-earned skills. Lars shrugged. You've got some balls, Lars. Trying to gaslight me into teaching you. Hephaestus squinted her eyes. Being a goddess that deals with negotiations regularly, she of course won't fall for that. I'm just saying, Tsubaki would like that kind of consideration too. Lars looked at her. There is greed in everyone. And Tsubaki isn't an exception to that. Well, I don't mind teaching you. But it'd be kinda, dunno, cheap? If I just let you copy everything that I know. Tsubaki couldn't lie in front of her goddess. Tsubaki. I see, you're one great scammer, aren't you? Hephaestus sighed. Fine, I'll teach you myself. But I won't tolerate laziness. Hephaestus huffed. Sure, who do you think I am? I'm a farmer, you know. Lars puffed his chest. Yeah, Demeter's children are all hard workers. But I'll expect double. No. Triple the effort. Hephaestus was burning with eagerness. Yes, ma'am. Lars saluted and Tsubaki chuckled at them. I haven't seen you get that excited in years, Hephaestus. Tsubaki smirked. Ah, is that so? Hephaestus fidgeted around in embarrassment. Is this the thing they call, Gapmo? It's pretty nice indeed. Lars nodded sagely. Oi, were you thinking of something rude? Hephaestus narrowed her eye at him. Well, I think you're just a little cutie. I didn't expect that you'd be so fired up by getting a disciple. Lars chuckled and she blushed hard. Wha? Shut up. We start tomorrow at dawn. Hephaestus pushed him towards the door. Hat? I didn't know you liked them that young, Hephaestus. Tsubaki chuckled and her goddess glared at him. Personally, I would have let him grow a few more years. Don't you think he'll turn out to be a hottie? Tsubaki teased her. Shut up, don't you have a lot of work to do? Hephaestus reminded her of her commissions. Ah! Shit, gotta go by. Tsubaki ran away as she remembered all her work. Geez, that girl. She's a bit too crude. Hephaestus sighed. Not that anyone would like me if they saw what's under my eye patch anyways. Hephaestus rubbed her right eye. __guild__. Hat, I'm level 2 now, Rose. How about it, I broke ace record too you know. Lars pointed at his back with a smug grin. Yeah, you're the record holder if Ermid didn't exist. Are you happy now? Rose rolled her eyes. No, of course not. You doubter, so I would like a reward. Lars demanded. Ha, fine. What do you want? Rose thought he'd just like something that boys would want, like more information about the lower floors. But she has miscalculated greatly. Your tail. Give me access to it. Lars looked at her seriously. Woo. Rose was sent through a loop as Lars asked to fluff her tail. You heard me, woman. Lars huffed at her and Rose just blinked dumbly. Lars-sama. You can just use my tail instead. Haruheim, who was a newbie that Rose is advising alongside him, offered. He learned from his mistake. Ermid was a special case. And others would have definitely cracked under the immense pressure. His power leveling isn't for the faint of heart. And even hardcore masochists would cry uncle. The only reason that Ermid wasn't traumatized to hell was due to her magic that soothes her mental state as well. So he took it slow with Haruheim, who definitely didn't have the guts like Tiona and Tioni. Are you crazy? You want to touch my tail? Rose raised a brow at his request. The Lord wills it. Lars nodded sagely and he created some lights that sparkled on him, making him look like the Messiah. Ha, fine I guess. Rose thought, what could possibly go wrong? Then, let us begin. Lars took out some combs and brushes from his inventory. He then began to untangle every knot, straighten every fiber, and comb the small amounts of matted fur. Oh! This feels nice. Rose shuddered as Lars groomed her tail like an artisan that worked on his magnum opus. Moyu. Lars-sama, you haven't done that for me yet. Haruheim whined. You'll get your turn later, this is an opportunity that was blessed to me due to my positive karma. Those who work hard and are against the evil of the world are rewarded. God is good indeed. Lars began rubbing Rose's tail. What are you doing? Rose was shocked at the stimulus she felt. Oil is good for hair, it also smells nice. And I believe that it feels good as well, no. Lars had a smug grin on his face. That. Rose could smell the lavender scent from her tail and she relaxed at the pleasant sensation and scent. Now. For the grand prize. Lars' fingers wiggled as he reached towards Rose's ears on the top of her head. Rose whimpered as Lars rubbed the base of her ears. So the nerve bundles here are the same with dogs. They get a natural high if I do this. He nodded sagely. Enough. I don't think that's appropriate. Rose pushed him away and Lars shrugged. He then went towards Haruheim instead, rubbing her ears. So, Rose. Anything interesting happen? Lars asked while playing with Haruheim. Not really, Orario's pretty much stable nowadays. Rose reeled in her excitement by holding her tail. She was still a bit high from earlier. I see, then I guess our familia will be focusing on different things for now. Lars cooked up a plan. He will teach the humanoid Zenos how to smith. So they will be able to use metallurgy in order to create tools and other things. Like the necessary parts for a fortress. Lars already found a mountain with a pretty large plateau. And that would suffice. I wanted an island so the sea can be the only entrance. But I guess this is good enough. Moya Lars-sama. This is embarrassing. Haruheim complained with a blush on her face. It's fine, Rose won't bully you. Lars rubbed his face on her tail. Are you perhaps one of those? Rose hid her tail and ears from him. You mean those who prefer beast people? Ha, goo ha 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 ha. Naive. Naive, Rose. Lars shook his head wistfully. Does this guy have a loose screw or something? She whispered. Fluffy or not, soft or firm, feminine or a bit more masculine. If you're attracted to them, then isn't it fine? Lars huffed. After all, a lot of the Zenos looked pretty good in his books as well. Are you like Apollo? Rose raised a brow at him and she shuddered. Who's that? Lars didn't know Apollo from there. A pervert that loves men and women equally. Rose looked at him suspiciously. Wah! I didn't say I'm interested in men though. He was outraged. Okay. I'm watching you though. Rose gestured with her fingers. It's okay. Even if you liked men, Lars-sama. I'll always support you. Haruheim said to him with determination. Lars choked on his spit and Rose grinned at him. Just you wait, Rose. Revenge is best served cold. Lars squinted his eyes at her as she set that up nicely. Humph, give it your best shot then. She smirked at him. Lars then dropped off Haruheim at the wheat manor and he went towards Monstro. Looking for a strong source of mana, he found Alfia pretty easily. So, you ready to go check out Belle's living condition? Lars asked her and she sighed. I may never be. Alfia answered and he rolled his eyes. Then we'll go now. Otherwise, it won't get done. Lars pulled her and they began their quick journey to visit Belle's village. Chapter 45, A Mystery, Revealed. Lars and Alfia were running like the wind. With Lars creating a tailwind and a barrier in front of them so they won't burn due to friction. You're pretty useful, aren't you? We're at least 2 times faster right now. Alfia teased him. Humph, the days of the Alfia Express are over. Lars huffed at her. So you don't need me anymore? Should I turn into a villain and be your enemy? Alfia chortled. Bring it on, I'm planning on having a secret training program to gain as much Excelia as possible. Lars smirked. If it's you, then it's going to be ridiculous. Alfia believed him. After all, he can pump out level ups in normal people easily. He's just preserving their motivation so they won't burn out. We're almost here, do you know the person taking care of Belle? Lars looked around. They were traveling through forests for a while now. And Alfia told him that Belle's village is deep inside the mountains. I can sense noise nearby, we're here. Alfia jumped on a tall tree for a vantage point. Lars followed her and they found a pretty small village. Looks like a perfect place to hide someone. Lars nodded. I do not know who is taking care of Belle. But it sure as hell isn't his deadbeat supporter father. Alfia squinted her eyes. Chill. You might try to gouge his eyes out if you see his eyes. Lars sighed. Humph, you are correct. I will restrain myself. Alfia furrowed her brows. They then changed their clothes to make them look like ordinary travelers. Hello, do you know where Belle Cranel lives? We're his relatives you see. Lars went into action. As Alfia was notoriously bad in talking to people. Belle hey? The young lady does kinda resemble him. Just walk straight and go to the middle of the village, you'll see him help people there. A villager instructed. Thanks old man. Lars tossed him a gold coin and Alfia raised a brow. Can they even use Valis here? Alfia doubted that peddlers would go there. They still go down the mountains Alfia. They're people, not savages. He rolled his eyes. After getting instructions, they went towards the middle of the village. And they saw a kid that was hauling some sacks of produce. He had bone white hair and red eyes, making him look like a rabbit. He's like a rabbit, does Meteria have white hair? Lars chuckled and Alfia nodded slowly. The last time she saw Belle was when he was just a little baby. But now, he's growing up bit by bit. Lars noticed that she was in a daze, so he tapped her lower back. Come on, let's meet family. Lars smiled softly and she nodded. Oisho, ha. That's about it. Belle finished hauling the sacks and he saw someone walk up to him. Hello. Pretty lady, I haven't seen you here before. Belle greeted and Alfia nodded in satisfaction. I'm Alfia. You can just call me Alfia. She didn't know what to say next. We're a part of an S-rank familia, Belle. And we have some business with your caretaker. Lars patted him on the back. Oh wow. An S-rank familia? And with Ji-chan? Why though? Belle tilted his head. Yeah, want to see my cool weapon? Lars took out his ruinous decimation. Though he was missing the left gauntlet now due to Rudra. Belle looked at his weapon with awe as it shone under the sun. Lars then saw Alfia pout at him for interacting with Belle more than her. How about I tell you more stories? As a first-class adventurer, I have a lot of it in the dungeon. Lars smiled at him. Really? Yada. Bel led them immediately to his home. You scammer, you're just a level 2. I'm the one who's first class. Alfia huffed at him. Yeah, but who'd want to listen to your monotone ass? Lars roasted her. She then iron-clawed him on the face. Not the face. Not the face. After a little fighting, they entered Bel's ordinary house. How about I make the story a bit more exciting as well? Ravage, Gale. Lars controlled his magic. He started showing Bel his very first major battle in the nightmare of the 27th floor. The fight with the Goliath, and the mysterious monster that killed off most of Astraea's children. Oh wow! Lars and Aiz, you're so cool. Bel's eyes were shining and Alfia was jealous as all heck. I'm the ant here, it's not fair that he's scamming my nephew. Alfia mumbled. Bel. Ji-Chan's home. A voice resounded as the door opened. Ah? You have a friend over? Nice. To meet you. The old man saw Alfia and he suddenly changed his tune. Alfia's eyes narrowed at him. Zeus. She said softly and Lars heard her. This is interesting. Lars smirked and he gestured for the old man to sit down. Say Bel, meet your aunt, Alfia is actually your mother's sister. Lars pointed at Alfia and she was put on the spot. Alfia. Zeus was flabbergasted, immediately dropping the sack of vegetables he brought. My aunt. Bel was stunned. As he thought that his grandfather was the only person he had left. Yet, why don't you bring him all the presents that you've missed? Lars chuckled. Alfia was put on the spot. She didn't really bring any gift for Bel. Ha, you know. Aren't you a crap aunt? You could have at least brought him some books about the dungeon. Lars sighed. Shut up. Alfia's retort was weak and she did thought that she was a bad aunt. Lars noticed her depressed expression. Here, Bel. I'll give this to you. It's a knife that's made by Hephaestus, you know. He gave him a dagger and it really was a knife that was forged by the goddess. A little sample she made for him to copy and he took it. It just needed a little polishing. A knife that was made by a goddess. Bel held it with trembling hands. Isn't it great? You'll just need to sharpen it a few times in its whole life. Lars ruffled his hair. Go on, test it outside for now. We'll have a little talk with Grandpa. Lars smiled at him. Bel then nodded and he ran outside in excitement. Lars then sighed as he crossed his legs. Now, how about we talk about what's happening here? Zeus froze as he felt a really ominous aura from Lars. I didn't expect that Alfia would still be alive. You look as healthy as a horse, that should be impossible. Zeus frowned. Huh? You saying that I should keel over? Alfia glared at him like a gangster. Now, he just didn't expect it. You were in pretty bad shape. Lars pacified her and she huffed. Kid, who are you? Alfia doesn't listen to anyone. Not even her own captain and goddess. Zeus was shocked out of his mind. Me? I'm nobody special, old man. Why don't you tell us why you're the one taking care of Bel? Lars asked and Zeus frowned. I'm the only one left that can. Zeus sighed and Lars nodded. TCH, damn that Loki. Maybe I should try to poach Riveria, Ace, and Gareth from her? Finn doesn't seem the type to leave her. Lars wanted a little payback. No. Loki and I had a deal. Zeus revealed and they looked at him with interest. Loki and I talked with each other before I left Orario. Zeus sighed. I never expected that I'll tell someone this except Hermes. Zeus was still in shock that Alfia is still alive. And she was healthier than ever. Meaning, she's at her absolute prime. And that made him tremble in fear. So, spill the beans. Lars was getting impatient. I made Loki promise that she'll use her familia to protect Orario. Raise them to be the bastion against the Black Dragon. Zeus looked down as he began sweating. The Black Dragon. It was much stronger than anyone expected. Even Hera's Empress was killed without putting up a fight. Zeus shuddered. Then won't Loki's familia just be fodder against it? Lars asked and Zeus nodded. But they'll be the hope of Orario. Hera and Aiz familia have already been annihilated. We can't raise adventurers like Maxim and the Empress anymore. Zeus frowned. So you'll use them as inspiration for the adventurers to raise their levels, hey? Naive. Lars sighed. Zeus and Alfia were shocked at his viciousness. It's the only thing I could have done in that situation. Zeus shouted in anger. That's what you think? Did you even leave the guild the information about the deeper floors? Lars raised a brow at him. It's impossible to raise a level 9 by just going to the 50th floor. Lars snorted. That. We didn't leave everything behind. Zeus didn't think of that. Then you're a goddamned idiot, old man. People don't need just adversity to grow. You can make artificial challenges to do so. Lars sighed. Won't it result in weaker adventurers? You don't know what you're talking about, boy. Zeus glared at him. Humph, shut up you old coot. Alfia knows it, I raised a normal, middle-class girl into level 3 in just a few months. Lars rebutted. Zeus went wide-eyed and he looked at Alfia in shock. He's right, I'm even raising my Excelia with his method. And I'm gaining a lot. Alfia shrugged. A few points every week for a level 8 like her is actually a massive amount of Excelia. And she's been amassing them slowly to level up to 9. Zeus went quiet and Lars knew he was right. So, how about Hera? What's she doing now? Lars raised a brow. She's using her arcanum to seal the north. The Dragon Valley. Where we fought the Black Dragon. Zeus revealed. Alfia and Lars were shocked and Lars finally knew why it wasn't rampaging around. After all, it destroyed the largest country in a day. It should be causing mayhem everywhere. And in a few years, I must join her to strengthen the seal. Zeus sighed. You're going to leave Belle behind. Alfia glared at him. In 4 to 5 years, yes. Now that I think about it, it's actually a very good thing that you appeared. I'll send Belle to Orario. Zeus laughed. He was worrying about what to do when the time came. And now, he can just send him to Orario. Ha, I guess that's fine. Lars sighed and Alfia didn't want him to become an adventurer. Absolutely not. Alfia squinted her eyes at him and he stared back at her. Don't be daft, Alfia. The kid's obsessed with heroes and adventures. Lars pointed outside the door and Alfia heard him shout out Jupiter while raising his knife. Copying the Argonaut's usage of his spirit contract with Jupiter. A spirit of Zeus. Alfia clicked her tongue and she glared at Zeus instead. Why young boys love stories of heroes and adventure. Zeus reasoned immediately. You can't do anything about it now, Alfia. He's set on that path, don't limit him. Lars chided her. Fine. But I'll make him as strong as possible. Alfia clicked her tongue again in dissatisfaction. Wow. You definitely have her in your palm, kid. Zeus definitely didn't expect a boy to control Alfia who's like a loose cannon. I guess we'll accept him into Orario when the time comes. Lars put an end to that topic. I'll leave him into your care. Zeus bowed at them and Lars waved his hand. It's no problem, the kid's Alfia's nephew. He's practically family. And he seems like a good kid too. Lars listened to Belle shout that he's going to beat the Minotaur. It should also be my responsibility as his last remaining relative too. Alfia frowned. Meteria would be happy that you'll take care of him, Alfia. Zeus smiled at her. Shut up, do not forget that I do not like your noise, Zeus. Alfia huffed and she watched Belle play around. Chapter 46, A Training Partner. A few months pass and Lars was celebrating with Aiz and the Loki Familia. After his talk with Zeus, he thought of getting along more with Loki. And interacting with them will be a great way as well to make them hesitate in fighting them when Monstro gets revealed. It was inevitable after all. And they do not know how they will react to the Zenos at all. My Aiz has reached level 4 after maxing her stats. Cheers. Loki raised her mug of beer. Isn't that great, Aiz? You're level 4 now. Tiona grinned at her. I'm getting stronger. But I still can't defeat any of you. Aiz looked at the trio. Well, we undergo secret training. Tioni chuckled and Ermit shrugged. Ermit is basically unbeatable as long as she has mana. And her magic is extremely strong. Aiz thought that her wind won't triumph against light. You're exaggerating, I can't use it often, it uses up a lot of mind. Ermit was humble. Enough about that kind of talks, let's drink. Lars busted out the juice. You say that, but we're only drinking fruit juice. Ermit deadpanned at him. EY. Shut up. You get drunk in the atmosphere. Lars denied their doubts. That's right. I've never thought I'll say this, but he's correct. Loki cheered with Lars. Now they're in sync. Riveria smiled wryly and she didn't think that they'll start to get along. Ace, congratulations. I'll give you a present. I made this with Hephaestus, you know. Lars took out something from his inventory. A magic sword. Everybody looked at it with awe. But it suddenly turned into exasperation. Why the hell is it pink? And why does it have a cat's head on the guard? Bet retorted. Huan. I'm glad you asked. For this magic blade's name is Meow Meir. Lars gave it to Ace. Meow Meir. Everybody reiterated and Loki started laughing her ass off. And when Ace took hold of it, she suddenly went wide-eyed. Lars. Thank you very much for this priceless treasure. Ace stood up and bowed at him seriously. Ace? What does it do? Riveria knew immediately that the thing was special. It had a thick coating of mana. And Lars took a couple of weeks to make it. Let me just show you. Ace raised it and Mia immediately stopped her. Oi! No weapons are to be swung here. Mia huffed and Ace got depressed. She really wanted to use it. Come on Mia, there's a harmless mode for it. Lars took it and he swung it. Rainbows then came out of it and a meow was released. Thus, the Meow Meir is born. Lars nodded in satisfaction. It meowed. Goo ha ha ha. Loki thought it was useless as hell. Not really knowing that the legendary Meow Meir is the very first proper magic blade in centuries. Because Lars' magic and mana formed it, molded it, forging the blade to his will. Hephaestus almost had a stroke when he showed it to her. As it was definitely going to be a blade of legends. And it wasn't even in its final form. As he was still a bit lacking in practice and mana to turn it into the real Meow Meir. So he will reforge it in the future. It can release magical cat attacks that follow your enemies and ricochet. Ace revealed. Isn't that overpowered? It has a homing function. Finn was perplexed. How much damage would it do? Gareth was curious. As much as the blade does against you, meaning no difference if you get hit by it directly. Ace revealed and their jaws dropped. Though that function will use up a lot of mind. Lars explained and they went quiet. Isn't that thing a legendary weapon? Riveria was flabbergasted. A legendary sword that can be put in myths is called the Meow Meir. Ha, that's just how awesome I am. Lars puffed his chest in pride. Though I lost quite a bit of Exilia to steal Hephaestus techniques. Lars smiled wryly. Nvidia can copy skills, magic, movement, and anything to perfection for the cost of Exilia. Coveting what others have, gives birth to a perfect monster. Ace. Let's test your new sword at the dungeon. Tiona pulled her away and the others followed. I guess I'll go raise my stats as well. Lars followed them while Loki whined that Ace left them behind. __dungeon__. Ace and the others were killing everything in sight. Use your magic sword, Ace. Tiona wanted her to use Meow Meir. Here I go. Ace activated the blade with her mana and she swung it around. A spectral cat's head ricocheted around the place, releasing rainbows in its wake. Meows were released and the monsters were torn to shreds by the legendary Meow Meir. That's funny as hell, but terrifying. Tiona could see the insane damage it dealt. In enclosed spaces like in the dungeon, you'd be imprisoned by slashes. And they followed you too. This is amazing as expected. Ace didn't mind that it looked ridiculous. Ermit strained her ears and she heard a pretty dangerous monster in the upper floors. An infant dragon is chasing a party. Ace used aerial immediately and she located the infant dragon. She found it and her blade's magic activated. The infant dragon that was chasing a blue-haired girl got torn to pieces immediately. Are you all right? Ace asked and the girl nodded slowly. Ace, is everything okay? The others arrived and they looked at the adventurer. Thank you for saving me. The girl looked at the ground. She saw her friends get killed. They already saw people that had that kind of expression. Let's get her back to the surface first. Ermit healed her. __Lars__. He was currently on the 51st floor after dodging the foam wars. I've used up thousands of stockpiled Exilia to copy Hephaestus thoroughly. So I will have to gain more from you. Lars grinned. Eating magic stones didn't give a lot of Exilia. And it was much better to use it as funds for Monstro. They were starting to get a lot of Zenos now. And they're losing more magic stones for making them stronger. So he was going to abuse something again. Fight and train a monster until it grows much stronger. Feed it magic stones and give it experience against him, forcing it to evolve and adapt. And the perfect monster he has on his sights is the Cadmus dragon. It was out of reach of the range of the Valgong dragons at the Dragon's Vase. And it was a mini-boss that can be likened to Monster Rex's. Focusing on his recovery, he got his arm back and he wanted to fight it mano a mano. Come and fight. He used his powers to imitate a Cadmus dragon's traits and it scowled at him. The dragon was approximately a high level 6. And due to using Nvidia on Hephaestus, his stats went from a fully maxed out level 4 to a newly minted 1. It started the battle with a breath attack and the cave they were in was filled with fire. Like a flamethrower, it continued breathing out superheated flames. HAAA. Ravage, incinerate. Lars suddenly appeared above it and a jet of fire appeared above his leg. He then released an axe kick right at its head. The dragon dodged, but it was a bit too late as its horn got hit instead. Roaring in pain, it thrashed around and its tail hit him. Thrown back to a wall, he coughed up some blood due to the internal damage. You're tough, let's get this party started. Lars released a breath attack of his own and the cave shook at their violent clash. After a few hours, the dragon was on its last knees and Lars was burnt all over. His scales peeling. Barbarian fur around him was burnt to ashes. Obsidian soldier rock, used to block the blazing flames, were molten on the ground. Monsters, one human, and one traditional, looked at each other, with Lars having a grin on his face. He has never fought something as vicious as the Cadmus dragon. Alfia is the only one that fought as fiercely. You're pretty good, let's continue this another day. Lars drank some elixirs and he tossed a lot of it at the dragon. Its wounds healed and it watched Lars leave the cave it was in, where it protected a crystal and a pool of magical water that has long been destroyed. The dragon burned his image into its mind and its beady eyes observed him. ___ a few months pass ___. Lars and Co. were having an expedition with the Astraea Familia in order to level them up. They were currently in the 49th floor. And the Astraea Familia gulped at the sight. There's an army of foamwars on the floor. And they were approximately all level 4 or 5. Are you sure we're going to survive this? Ryua was nervous as hell. Lion. Power through, that's our motto. Elise gulped and she didn't convince anyone. I guess we'll find out. Kaguya shrugged and Lyra glared at her. We're definitely going to die against them. Lyra pointed at the horde of monsters. It would be fine if they were weak, but they aren't weak at all. Calm down, it's not like they are quick and agile. Tione snorted. Yeah, they're pretty slow. Tiona nodded at her sister. Come on, let's get this over with. Because nobody amongst you have magic, I'll start. Ermid stepped up. She raised her blade into the sky and she began chanting. The world began in darkness. And from that darkness came light. Wisps of light began to form above her. From the light, came life. And in their hearts, evil burgeoned, begetting more darkness. But the symbol of the world's hope continues to shine, illuminating everything that is beautiful in this world. Spears of light formed at the sky. Let there be light. Daybreak. Everything went as bright as the sun. Spears of light blanketed the sky like a barrage of arrows. It then fell down, a rain of light that immediately caused chaos on the ranks of the foam wars. Explosions rocked the foam wars at every impact. That'll never get old. Tiona said with a smile as she wore some shades. What is that? What the foo *k is that? Lyra screamed like a banshee at Ermid's second magic, Daybreak. Here, drink some potions. Tione gave her some mana potions as she almost hit mine down. And when the dust settled, the foam wars were decimated. At least 30% of them are killed, while another 30% is wounded. Isn't she like super amazing? Elise looked at Ermid. Yeah, can we have her as our captain? She can heal almost anything, and also has such a strong magic. Kaguya agreed with her. Hey! Elise glared at Kaguya and they started quarreling. Shouldn't we, I don't know, start killing them while they're chaotic? Ryuu asked and the Amazons grinned. Yeah, let's get this party started. Tiona busted out another one of her weapons and she dual-wielded it. I'll man the vanguard as usual. Ermid ran towards the front and she raised her kite shield. I have to show my juniors that I'm at least capable. Agaris Alf Synth. Elise followed the Amazons. Lyra also used her magic that created a minefield ms mine. They waited for the monsters to charge at them and Ermid directed them. She looked at Lars, remembering one of his first lessons for her fondly. That if you were surrounded, pick a corner to fight in. Huddle up in a corner. Ermid ordered everyone and the vanguards created a line on the corner. Ryu and Lyra then tossed bombs everywhere. And when they used up all of Lyra's bombs, they pulled up the guns. It was surreal, seeing an elf snipe monsters with it. Omu, I guess they can handle this well. Good thinking as always, Ermid. Lars nodded at them in satisfaction. He then continued to fight against the Cadmus dragon as he left them behind. Hey, ready for another round? Lars grinned at it. He could already feel that he's gaining a lot of excelia from it. The dragon with a broken horn stared at him with more intelligence. It was wary of him. And it made him grin like a loon. That's what I like. Lars cracked his neck in preparation. Chapter 47, Loki's Bouncy Girls. Lars was currently in the Hostess of Fertility but he wasn't relaxed at all. Why? Because Argana and Back was right in front of them. Argana was staring at him like a predator and Back just ate like nothing was wrong. Nice to meet you, we're new members of the Loki Familia. Argana grinned. I see. Lars looked at Loki and he gestured to cut them off because they're trouble. And Loki mouthed out that they would lose out on the fun if she did that. Because of course she already knew they were trouble. Level 5s from Telskyra? That only means that they had a mission from Kali. And now that Loki saw who their target was, she wanted to have some fun. Humph, trying to steal my ace. Have fun in dealing with these crazy bitches. Loki grinned at him. Lars resisted to groan. Tiona and Tioni glared at the other Amazons and Ermid was ready for a scrap as well. And she was more than ready, being a maxed out level 3 that just leveled up to 4. She's even comparable to level 5s that don't have a lot of stats raised before leveling up. Argana, staring is rude here. Back chided her sister. She might be afraid of the crazy bitch, but in Orario, she's pretty safe. And with Kali's rule that her Amazons can go anywhere they think they'll be stronger, she can just not return to Telskyra. I just couldn't resist, you see? You're pretty strong, aren't you? Argana asked him. Bet just blinked dumbly. Argana beat the ever-living shit out of him after all. Being an ass would never work on an Amazon. Especially from Telskyra. And she almost crippled him for trying to be all macho against them. He was bedridden for a week. And Argana raw-dogged him so badly that he doesn't even want to talk around them. Bet gritted his teeth, looking at Lars in confusion, shock, and anger. You'd know that already, no need to play games, Argana. After all, I blew you away like you were nothing. Lars tried to taunt her. The Loki Familia tensed up as they thought they would immediately have a death match. But surprisingly, Argana nodded and the executives of the Familia were shocked once again. That's right, you could have killed me back then. What a shame, I would have loved to be killed by a strong warrior. Argana affirmed. Wait, what? Riveria didn't understand how a level 5 can be killed by Lars. She knew that he wasn't normal by any means. Thinking that he could bypass levels. But Riveria thought that he could just match level 3s in stats and is godlike in fighting. After all, he took down the Goliath by his lonesome according to Ace. And she never lies. He froze a large section of Melon's Lake with a touch of his hand, I won't forget that too. Back glared at him. He blamed it on then after all. You have grand magic? Finn asked him with his eyes wide open. You could say that, trade secret of course. Lars shushed them and they went quiet. I've already asked you of this. But won't you join the Loki Familia? Loki asked him. Rejected. Lars refused immediately. Even if I show you this. Loki pulled down her crop top a bit. Lars deadpanned at her. Loki. You do know that you don't have a cleavage. TCHE, I thought my godly charms would work on you. She clicked her tongue. Lars, should we really just let them be? Tiona whispered to him. It's fine, this isn't Telskyra. They will have to abide the law here, somewhat. Lars already knows that the first-class adventurers are like big-time CEOs. They are simply not affected by the law. Level 5s are so rare and strong that you can call them chosen ones or something. And the guild will of course overlook some crimes in order to appease them. Nay, overlook a lot actually. Because they are the city's strongest assets. Nuclear bombs that are deterrents for wars. There are even entire countries that don't have them. And their numbers indicate the strength of a nation. I look forward to fighting you again, Lars. Argana licked her lips and he shuddered. I feel like I'm in danger. But not that kind of danger. Lars had a bad feeling. Sier. Lars shuddered and he left the area with his group immediately. You spooked him, Argana. Aiz pouted at her and Argana laughed. HOH? It seems that you are vying for Tiona and Tioni's mate, eh? This will be fun. Argana smirked. Backside and she felt a bit bad for Lars. Though she was curious about him. __37th floor __. Lars was currently looking for a nice challenge. And being at the strength of a maxed out level 4. Albeit lacking the power boost that level ups give, he looked to a worthy monster Rex for a fight. It was the Udius, the size of the Goliath. It's a black skeleton without legs, floating around. Well, what do we have here? Lars was attempting it solo of course. And the monster Rex took out a black Flamberga sword. HOH? You compensating with that thing? Lars insulted it and the skeleton's eye sockets seemed to glow brighter. Hit a nerve? Come on, bone jangles. Let's get groovy. Lars danced and the monster Rex released a roar infused with mana. The sword it had on hand was covered in a black aura. Udius swung it at breakneck speeds and Lars jumped, dodging it with a hair's breadth. Grinning, he raised his palm. Ravage, ugh. Lars was about to use his magic. But like Dante, he suddenly got skewered by black bones that erupted from the ground. Foo *k, I deserved that. He forgot that it could control the area around it and spawn black bones. He ignores his wounds and they stopped bleeding pretty much immediately. You're putting up quite a fight right at the get-go. Lars smirked at the monster Rex. It didn't let up though, swinging its huge sword around with the strength of a high level 6. And it also spawned bones all around him. Ravage, Bastion. He created walls of steel. The bones crashed onto it, penetrating about halfway through it almost immediately. But it already bought enough time. Ravage, Conjugate, Gale. He started using combinations. A solid piece of rock the size of Udius' head formed above them and gale force winds launched it towards the skeleton. The monster roared and slashed it with its sword that was coated by a malicious aura. Its blade cracked, but it held on as the giant boulder was split in two. With a roar infused with magic, it started summoning skeletons. Spartoy, hey? I guess I can have a little fun with them. Lars rolled his shoulders. Ravage, Crescent Moon. Lars focused his mana and the air seemed to still around the battlefield. Then, it was released in one fell swoop. A vacuum blade that encompassed the whole dungeon floor. A sonic boom resounded and everything in front of Lars was cut in half horizontally. The Spartoy that Udius summoned clattered on the ground. A field of bones surrounding them. He stepped up and the bones under his feet were crushed. I guess I should finish this up. I need to cook up something for the girls. Lars shrugged as he thought that they deserve a feast for leveling up. Ravage, Wind Scar. A pulse of mana was released from his body. Then, invisible crescent blades of wind fanned out in front of him. The ground was torn asunder as several vacuum blades tore apart anything in its wake. Udius formed a wall of bones in front of it, but it wasn't able to protect itself from his magic. A grinding noise resounded in the air as the wind clashed against the monster Rex's body. It held on well, but the bones that composed its body cracked and became dust. The magic stone inside of its rib cage was damaged and Lars picked it up. I guess this will do. Lars started eating it and he could feel his bones get stronger. Magic resistant, metallic, and overall denser. Wait a minute. Lars had an idea. Dance of the Young Ferns. He slammed his hands on the ground. A forest of bone then erupted, with him as the epicenter. Shit, ain't I Kimimaro with this? He then winced as he controlled his spine. A hole formed above his middle back and he pulled out his own spine that was jet black. Damn. It actually is painful. People will have a heart attack if they see me pull my spine out. He thought of pranking Loki. I guess this will be my main method of attack for now. Lars thought it fits his fighting style really well. He wants to perfect his magic sword making first before wielding a weapon. And that will take quite some time. So he opted for hand-to-hand combat for now. Okay, I need to go get some ingredients I guess. Lars went back to the surface. __wheat manor ___. Everybody was celebrating the birth of Demeter Familia's first-class adventurers. Tioni and Tiona. The Amazons had sheepish expressions on their face as the farmers of the Familia offered them all kinds of dishes. It turned lively, Lars chuckled at them. Tiona was stuffing her face and Tioni looked at everybody fondly. Yet, she didn't expect that a Familia would be so much nicer. Unlike what they experienced in Tel Skyra. So, anything new that you got? Lars asked. Just a day, it's called Fist Strike. While Tiona got something called Crush. Well, that suits you too. Lars chuckled and she nodded. I also have new magic. Fulgur Armorum. Tioni grinned at him. Lightning armor? So it's like Elisa's Agarus Alfsynth. Lars was pleased. Yes, so that's going to be my specialty. Lightning magic. Tioni was proud of it. Hey, I got one too. It's called Sanguine. It strengthens me and in exchange, I get damaged continuously. But if I kill something, the blood I spill heals me up just fine. Tiona explained nonchalantly. Blood rage? That sounds dangerous as heck. Lars smiled wryly. Don't worry, I'll just heal them anyways. Ermid chuckled. You children have come a long way. Especially you, Ermid. Demeter smiled at them. She then hugged Lars, burying the back of his head between her cleavage. Ah! That's not fair, Demeter. The Amazons looked at their chest and it was definitely not even a contest. Ermid then stared at him coldly. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I didn't put myself here. Lars defended himself. Good work in raising them. I heard that Astraea's children also got to first class. Demeter smiled at him. Yeah, they're great adventurers in the first place. Lars smiled softly as he remembered them. They still did their old job religiously. And that is to uphold the law in Orario. Now that they were first-class adventurers, they can also do that more easily. Not to mention that when they leveled up to 5, their stats were maxed out due to Lars. Meow. And they're extremely indebted to you. Tioni pouted at him. Isn't that a good thing? Lars sighed at her jealousy. Yeah, it is. But they'll fawn over you more. Until you grow up, that is. Tioni squinted her eyes. That's still a few years away. I'm sure they'll get their own lovers during that time. I think. Lars was in fact, not sure. Except for Lyra that seemed to have a thing going on with Finn. But the blonde braver seems to be afraid of her. Like due to a past life, Finn had a relationship with her that was complicated. And speaking of that, I'll have to be outside of Orario a lot due to Monstro. Lars revealed and the girls were shocked. Why you leaving us here? Tiona stopped eating immediately. Not really, I'll just be away a lot. Lars thought of building a fortress. And that would take a lot of time and effort. With his inventory, it will be much easier. So he had to go. Alfia also wanted to visit Belmore. Teach him in order to prepare him for Orario. She didn't want her nephew to get caught unprepared with his pants down in the dungeon. Tioni and Tiona were complaining that he should just stay. Ermid then stood up and she hugged him. Visit us regularly. I guess we do need to grow without you by our side all the time. Ermid smiled softly at him. You're saying goodbye like I'm not coming back. I hate goodbyes, how about we say? See you again later. Lars chuckled and they agreed. Chapter 48, Goddess of the Hunt. Lars could be seen on a plateau. Holding a schematic from the Goibniu Familia. After all, Goibniu prides his familia as an architectural and engineering company as well. Unlike Hephaestus Familia that solely focuses on smithing. This goes here. And that goes there. Lars was moving his arm around as he read the blueprint. And it was with the use of his second magic that has awakened due to his intense desire to make a fortress city in the mountains. Emperor's Divide, the user gains access to psychokinesis. Its strength is closely related to the mag stat. With a wave of the Emperor's hand, he can crush anything in his wake. And with Goibniu's easy-to-understand work, he just changed some things here and there. Like using an alloy of adamantite and auric alum for the walls. It was then lined with mithril support at the middle. He then covered it with obsidian soldier's crystals. Making the thing extremely resistant to magic and physical attacks. Then, Ermid will just have to turn our wall into one, big, magic item. Lars grinned in excitement. With Ermid's mystery, she could turn segments of the walls into magic items. Imbue it with magical barriers that would be worthy of Monstro's fortress city in the surface. We don't know how many nations will attack us. I have to make this as strong as possible. He continued with his work. At night, he then returns to Orario and trains with his trusty partner, Lei Chan. Because it would lay down after their fight immediately. How are you doing, Lei Chan? Eating good. Lars laughed as he saw the Cadmus dragon eat up magic stones that he brought. And it was now currently a terrifying level 7 monster that is used to fighting humans. The dragon growled softly, its beady eyes changing. Instead of the mindless ones it had before. It was now staring at him with intelligence. And he could interpret it too. You excited for today's session, hey? Why aren't you a Zenos instead? Lars sighed. Lyd, grow, and Ray grew stronger. But they're still only at the cusp of level 6. Unlike Lei Chan who's adapting more quickly. Lars guessed that the Zenos are kind of like humans in that regard. They then stood in front of each other with a tense atmosphere. Lei suddenly fired a short burst of fire from its mouth. Like a pulse laser, Lars dodged like he meant it. The dragon followed his movement closely and continued firing pulses of beams at him. Conserving its energy and strength. Humph! Lars moved his arm downwards as Lei prepared another shot. Its mouth was suddenly closed shut by an invisible force and its magic breath exploded inside of its maw. Growling in pain, Lei just shook its head quickly to get out of its daze and it glared at him. Gotta learn new tricks you know. Lars smirked and the dragon charged at him. Fighting with its forelimbs, Lei swung its claws at him with dangerous accuracy. Seemingly copying Lars' martial arts as well as Lei preferred using quick strikes and aggressive footwork. Lars blocked them with his psychokinesis, but he was too focused on the force of Lei's destructive blows and its head was right above him. You've gotten good. Lars smirked as Lei charged up a breath attack right at him as it pinned him down with both of its paws. Lars breathed in deeply as his chest expanded. His throat and chest glowing a bright orange. A shockwave made out of pure mana exploded as the two released their laser-like breaths. Crashing into each other, the beams diffused and the dungeon was torn asunder. Ravage. Wind Scar. Lars clapped and this time, Lei was the one who was trapped between his psychokinesis. Crescent vacuum blades tore the ground apart as it fanned out in front of Lars. Lei roared and geysers of fire appeared from the ground. The battlefield quickly became chaotic as wind and fire combined. Backing off against each other, the two stared at one another. Lava was dripping everywhere and bright orange puddles of blazing lava formed. But what Lars wasn't expecting, is hearing that sound once again. The dungeon is screaming. He looked above and there it was, the monster that they named a Juggernaut. An almost unstoppable beast that is tasked on killing anything and everything that moved on the floor. Lars and the others theorized that it was the dungeon's way of preventing further damage to the dungeon which is a living being. Lei's eyes turned to paper-thin slits and it began to grow. And Lars recognized that was its second phase. It roared in rage at the sight of the Juggernaut, as if to say that it was meddling in their honorable battle. Lei charged up a breath attack, but instead of its mouth becoming orange, its chest and throat burned a bright, electric blue. A thick beam of pure mana and heat hit the Juggernaut as Lei's body sunk to the ground due to the force of its attack. The 51st floor of the dungeon shook violently and the Juggernaut's magic shield cracked at the onslaught of fire and mana. It held though, absorbing a lot of Lei's attack. Like what happened with the Astraea Familia, it was about to reflect it. The air went still as Lei's breath attack disappeared. But before it was realized, a clap resounded. A devastating force crashed onto the Juggernaut at both sides, cracking its hard shell and destroying its mana shield. Lars grinned as he flew right on its head and he grabbed it. He then made them fall down with his psychokinesis, and the head of the Juggernaut released an audible crack. It roared in fury, but his partner was quick to act. Blue flames covered Lei's claws and it began pummeling it to the ground. Fight back! Fight back Niahem! Yeah, fight back! Lars was going ham on its head while Lei stomped on its tail and torso, biting off its body apart. Lars then chomped on its spine. His teeth that was blessed by divine powers crushing its metallic shell without difficulty. After that, it lost strength immediately and Lars began eating its whole body as Lei watched. Taking a good moment, Lars looked at Lei and he sighed. We can't have battles like that anymore, Lei. Or this guy will keep showing up. Lars pointed at the remains of the Juggernaut. The dragon looked at it and it just blinked at him. He didn't know if it understood him, but it was enough. I'll just keep on feeding you magic stones, Lay. We'll fight when it's time to level up. Lars smiled and he went back to Monstro to check up on the Zenos and the girls. After he ate the Juggernaut until nothing was left, of course. Lay has been together with Lars for a lot. And he has always been talkative. When he disappeared, it opened its maw and a guttural voice resounded. All right. The once ordinary Cadmus dragon changed. And it couldn't be compared to the Zenos that reincarnated and gained sentience. Lay gained sentience on its own, controlling its murderous instinct and intent. A monster that is controlled by the dungeon slipped away from its grasp, showcasing its iron will. Monstro's plateau . Lars was back at it again in his construction and he was making great progress for being alone. Man, my magic is awesome. This is so convenient. He sipped some juice, controlling his cup with telekinesis. Like a conductor, he moved his hands and the materials for the fortress obeyed his will. He was feeling it a bit too much and he didn't notice someone sneaking up on him. Hey, Aiz-chan, that's so cool. Are you perhaps a first-class adventurer? An elf suddenly appeared and she was a bit younger than him. Hey, don't sneak up on people. Lars almost threw a beam of adamantite on her and she'd gotten splat. Hee sorry about that. I'm Lant by the way. She greeted and Lars sighed. He put down the heavy materials that weighed several tons and Lant looked at him curiously. Oi! Lant, why do you keep running off? The goddess will be worried, you know. A redhead appeared. Rithusa, I found this Aiz-chan here. He's building something impressive. Lant pointed at the walls of his fortress. Is that adamantite and auric alum? Rithusa recognized it. She was flabbergasted. Auric alum, divine metal, was being used for a wall. Lant suddenly froze when Rithusa revealed what the hell he was making the wall with. Are you some kind of unbelievably rich person? Lant asked. Well, I am a first-class adventurer. Lars replied as to explain his wealth. Rithusa, did you find Lant? A blue-haired goddess appeared. Lars could feel it. Pick. Artemis-sama. Lant was distracted by him and I was able to catch up to her. Rithusa pointed at Lars. Artemis. The goddess of the hunt? Shit, doesn't she really dislike men? Lars blinked. She looked at him for a quick second and observed him. Strong. This young man is incredibly strong. Artemis could feel his excelia. And it was at the level of a first-class adventurer. If he wanted, he could just kill them all in a blink of an eye. Hello, I'm Artemis. Thank you for distracting my child. Artemis decided to be careful. I'm Lars. Nice to meet you. Lars bowed a bit and he tried to get a feel of her. Hey, Lars. Why are you building such a sturdy wall in the middle of nowhere? Lant broke the ice. This? You see, I want my familia to have a safe house. Lars replied and Artemis was shocked that he was telling the truth. After all, who in their right mind would make a safe house with walls made of pure adamantite and auric alum? You're strong, right? How about you accompany us for a bit? Lant asked him and Lars looked at Artemis. Yes. We actually hunt monsters that are outside of the dungeon. Keeping everyone safe and sound. Artemis explained. We're currently hunting down a group of loup-garous. Rithus frowned. They were the mini werewolves from the 37th floor. And they were notorious for bringing down the most amount of villages. So, want to come along, Lars? Lant asked him and Rithus looked at her with disapproval. Artemis was fine with it either way, as help is help. She wasn't stupid enough to think that a strong adventurer with amazing magic would be detrimental for their mission. Okay, those little pieces of crap are quite nasty. So I'll help you with them. Lars agreed. They were approximately low level 3s. And Lars could see that Rithusa is only an average level 3. Lant was just a level 2. They'd be swarmed by them and get slaughtered. Thank you Lars, we only have one level 3. And the other 19 members are level 2. Artemis explained. Oh, you have a nice balance on your team. I guess Rithusa is your captain. Lars mused. Yes, thank you for accompanying us, Lars-san. Rithusa bowed at him. Let me clean up here first. Lars shooed them away. When they were a bit of ways away, Rithusa asked Artemis something. Artemis-sama, why are you asking for the help of Lars-san? He can't be much stronger than Lant. Rethus noticed that they weren't that different in age. He has amazing magic, Rethusa. Lant pouted at her. Lant's correct, Rethusa. That young man? Remember the monsters called first-class adventurers? Artemis tried to tell her something. No way. You don't mean? Rethusa was shocked to the core. Yet, he's a first-class adventurer. People that can take on entire countries on their own. Artemis warned her seriously. Rethusa paled, thinking if Lant offended him at all. Hey, are you thinking of something rude? Lant squinted her eyes at her. Okay, I'm done. Let's go, ladies. Lars kissed Artemis' hand and she was flabbergasted. Wah. Artemis blushed like mad. And she was about to get angry, but he shushed her. Talking about people behind their backs is quite rude, Artemis. Especially when you call a gentleman like I, a monster. Lars chuckled and she was speechless. Lars then walked towards their other members. Kaie. Artemis-sama, can't he be your Orion? He's handsome, strong, and so mysterious. Lant screamed softly. Who are you? Artemis was curious about who he truly is. Chapter 49, Peaceful Times. Lars was currently camping with the Artemis Familia. And Lant was asking him a lot of questions. Did you grow up in Orario? How did you grow so strong? Do you have a girlfriend? Lant released a barrage of questions. One at a time, Lant. Lars smiled wryly at her. Yes, I grew up in Orario. It's necessary I guess, and no. Lars answered them all and Rethusa sighed. Lant, stop hassling Lars-san. Rethusa chided her. But he's so interesting, isn't that right, Artemis-sama? Lant grinned and Artemis had a wry expression. I guess he is. She just decided to agree with her child. Then. Do you think he fits Orion's shoes? Lant wiggled her eyebrows at Artemis. Wah. Artemis was speechless and Lars chuckled at her antics. Then, how about we swap stories like how Orion and Artemis met in the myths? Lars asked her. Artemis didn't reject the idea as it was just telling stories. How about I tell you the story of the remnants of an ancient civilization that hunts monsters to maintain nature's balance? Lars started his story. It was the story of such a simple game that could have really deep lore, Monster Hunter. And the goddess of the hunt listened intently at his story. Lant even pulled away Rethusa and the others when Artemis got distracted enough by his story. And when Lars finished his story, he noticed that her familia wasn't there anymore. Already sleeping in their respective tents. Look at the time, Artemis. It's already late at night. Lars pointed at the stars. You're right, let us sleep. We'll depart at dawn after all. Artemis was surprised that the time went by incredibly fast. Let me. Lars used his magic and he made a small house made out of hardened earth. Artemis was surprised and Lars was about to walk away. Wait. Doesn't this use up a lot of mind? You can stay here with me, you made this house. Artemis offered. You're quite forward, goddess. Lars chuckled at her and she blushed. Silence, I am just being thoughtful. She huffed at him. If you say so, come then let me show you another trick. Lars went inside the house and he spawned in 2 beds. Artemis blinked in shock and he was already turning in for the night. Why keep standing there? Get some sleep, goddess. Lars broke her out of her daze. She lied down on her bed, but she couldn't sleep. It was gnawing on her mind. There has never been a first-class adventurer as young as him. Not knowing that Tiona and Tioni were back in Orario too. Lars, do you dedicate your life to training and diving the dungeon? Artemis thought that was all that he did. Not really, do you really think I don't have friends? Lars huffed. That's not what I meant. Artemis looked apologetic. I'm just teasing you. Lars chortled and she pouted. Now that I think about it, I don't have much friends as well. Hestia is probably the only person I can call a friend. Artemis smiled wryly. The goddess of the hearth. Lars thought that Hestia should be her aunt. I guess they're just good friends here. Lars had a wry expression. Gods can't have children here after all and he keeps forgetting it. She's a shut-in. That girl. Artemis sighed in exasperation. Hestia, a shut-in? Well, that kinda checks out. Being someone that is guarding the sacred flame. Lars nodded. Yeah, she's so happy when she sees me though. Artemis smiled. You should smile more, Artemis, it suits you. Don't be serious all the time and unwind. Lars advised her. Why you? You are trying to seduce me. Artemis blushed as she pointed at him accusingly. What? I just said the truth, why not change your perspective by not rejecting romance? It's such a beautiful thing, yet it can also be so tragic. Lars shrugged. I am the goddess presiding purity and chastity. I cannot have a romantic relationship. She huffed. Well, gods are said to be unchanging. But why did you even go here to the surface if you don't want to experience everything? He challenged her beliefs. That's. It's because I'm the goddess of chastity. Artemis answered weakly. Then shouldn't you just return to heaven? You aren't really doing anything different. Lars gave her a reality check. The gods shed their divine shell to live as a mortal. Why limit yourself and lock your entire life through a title? It's just a title. Lars shrugged. Artemis then thought about it all night and she couldn't sleep. While Lars slept like a baby. In the morning, she was a bit tired. But nothing was otherwise wrong. Good morning, Artemis-sama. I see that you couldn't sleep last night. Lant teased her. Why you? Stop thinking of such vulgar things, Lant. Artemis chided her. Tche. I thought you had a night of passion with your Orion. Lant clicked her tongue. Artemis-sama, love is such a beautiful thing. It will change you, transform you into the best version of yourself. Lant explained. It is nothing to be ashamed of, Artemis-sama. Lant smiled at her. She then remembered Aphrodite's advice to have a boyfriend. If you have time to think about that, then we should take care of the monsters. Artemis sighed. Everybody then went towards the congregation of Lu Guru. Lars saw the monsters and he watched them deal with it first. Rethusa led them pretty well and Artemis was a master at work, firing arrows skillfully. I guess I should help a bit, they did ask me nicely. Lars raised his hand and the fallen arrows on the ground, floated. He then flicked his wrist and the monsters were targeted right at their fleshy bits. Killing them instantly. Every monster then died like trash and he looked like a conductor of death. The whole familia stared at him and they gulped. What? Never seen someone kill monsters before. Lars raised a brow. Lars-san. You can't call that just killing monsters. You annihilated them to the last one. Rethusa's eye twitched. Well, efficiency is the best in this case. Less injuries, am I right? Lars shrugged. Lars, can you help us again if we ever find monsters? Artemis asked of him. She wanted to focus on dealing with stray monsters in the surface for now. I guess. But how will you contact me? You guys are nomadic, right? Lars chuckled. Ah. We can send a message to Orario. Artemis wasn't sure about that. I'm just messing with you, here. This is connected to an orb of mine, you can call me with this. Lars gave them one of the so-called phone orbs. Now that Ermid can make them, they had plenty. Artemis looked at it seriously, magic items were hella expensive. But before she could even thank him, he was already gone. Using the distraction to go back to his plateau. Ah, he's gone already. Lant wanted to talk to him more. Artemis-sama, isn't he much stronger than normal first-class adventurers? Rethusa remembered his magic. Yet, we can be thankful that he is not evil. Artemis thought they were lucky. Orario. A few seasons pass and the Loki Familia was currently celebrating the level-ups of their executives. Oi! Bring more alcohol. My ace is level 5 now. Loki demanded. Ace killed the Amphisbena by herself and she leveled up to 5. Can't forget about Argana and back as well. Finn gestured for a toast. The Amazon sisters fought Adius one by one and they leveled up to 6. Loki's Familia now had 5 level SIXS. Though it was still a bit lacking against the Freya Familia. Humph, that doesn't make me happy at all. I want to know, where in the world is Lars? Argana huffed. He only visits Ace from time to time for their weekly yoga sessions in Riveria's room. So nobody in the Twilight Manor could sense him. Except Bet who could smell his scent on Riveria and Ace. Calm down, maybe he's preparing himself for us. Back talk to Argana in Teslakairan. We can't let him do that, he'll be too hard to kidnap when the time comes. Argana remembered Kali's mission for them. Tell Skyra can go foo *k itself. Back thought and she would definitely not help Argana later. Riveria-san, who is this Lars? A pretty new and promising member asked. Pick. She was a young elf that has an amazing innate magic that can be compared to Ermid's healing magic in rank. Elf Ring, one of the strongest magics in existence. It could copy any elf magic as long as the user knows the chant and its effects. It was busted as all hell. Leffy ya, Lars can be said to be Ace best friend. Riveria informed her. Ace San's best friend. She drooped downwards as she thought that she lost against someone. Lars is my best friend. I really like him. Ace smiled softly as she put her hair behind her ear. Gah. Leffy ya received emotional damage upon the sight. She admired Ace, someone that was her age, but already a first-class adventurer. She is strong, fast, beautiful, and graceful. Leffy ya, as a girl without much confidence, looks up to her a lot. Being surrounded by amazing individuals will hit somebody's self-esteem. The doors of the Hostess of Fertility then opened and somebody wearing a hoodie entered. He was carrying a huge ass tuna and a giant squid. That's Lars all right, it can only be him. Riveria sighed at his antics. Yo, did I make it in time, Ace? Lars was much taller than her now. Ace beamed at him and she hugged him tightly, making Leffy ya's soul escape from her mouth. You're not late. Thanks for coming. Ace nodded at him. Mia, I've got a little something for ye. Lars gave the squid so they could be turned into dishes. Oi! Where's my gift? I advised Ace carefully so she could grow to where she is now. Loki demanded a tribute. Ugh, a little miser as always. Lars took out some alcohol from his inventory that he got in his travels with Artemis. And you aren't advising Ace with anything. Lars deadpanned at her. Hey! I'm still leveling her up and updating her status. Loki hugged the bottles. Then, let's get this party started yet. Lars cut up the tuna with a flick of his wrist and sashimi was served. You're as ridiculous as ever. Riveria shook her head at his magic. Psychokinesis after all, needs a clear image. Much clearer than normal magic. TCH, show off. Bet clicked his tongue, but Lars just ignored him for now. Lars. You just went poof. Where the hell were you? Sier asked and the other waitresses of the pub nodded. Especially Chloe who was in despair, seeing that he was now a budding, young man. I was having adventures outside, clear out monster nests with Artemis, those kinds of things. Lars shrugged. Loki choked on her drink. Artemis? Are we even thinking of the same person? She wouldn't even let a guy go near her. Well, we get along. Lars shrugged and he showed his ear. Artemis made an earring with the symbol of the moon for him. She even gave you a gift. I'll call you the Rizzler from now on. Loki shook her head in disbelief. Lars. You don't visit enough. The doors got kicked in as the Amazon twins arrived. Ermid bowed at Mia and she immediately gave her a bag of Valis. The twins lunged at him and he rubbed their backs. Hey, you guys see me at least a week. If you're lucky. Lars chuckled. He collects the taxes every week after all. EY. You don't stay long enough. Tiona rubbed her cheek on his. Oi. I have to recharge my sight. Tioni hugged him tightly. Easy, geez. It's not like I went missing for years. He sighed. Well, it felt like it. Ermid smiled at him. He also finished the fortress city for Monstro now. I'm back. Lars smiled at them and they beamed at him. Welcome back home. They said at the same time. Chapter 50, Descent. Lars was currently having a discussion with Tsubaki about how to make magic blades. And there's another member of the Hostess Familia that was listening in. Welf, listen carefully all right? This guy is the only person in the world besides gods who can make magic weapons. Tsubaki was serious. OSU. Please teach us your ways, Lars-sensei. He bowed deeply at Lars. EY, no need to be so formal. It's just a simple trick you know. Lars shrugged. I have to learn how to make magic weapons. The Krazo blood that runs in my veins demands it. Welf clenched his fists. I've heard that other members of your familia ridicule you? That you don't like magic weapons. Lars confronted him. Welf blinked and Tsubaki just listened in, after all. She was curious why he was there too. That's... A weapon should be something that is more valuable than almost anything you can carry in the dungeon. It's your partner, the tool that keeps monsters at bay. You master it as much as you can to fight more skillfully. A magic weapon that shatters after a few uses is blasphemy against true weapons. Welf finished his monologue. Ah, he's a hardcore smith, hey. Lars chuckled and Tsubaki nodded. That's good and all, Welf. But this world isn't as kind as you think. Instead of thinking it's sacrilege. Lars took out one of his Fels. Think of it as expendable equipment. Tsubaki here creates throwing knives for Tioni. You use them and just forget about them. But are they blasphemous pieces of crap that goes against everything a weapon should be? Hell no. Lars gave him a reality check. You use everything to survive, weapons should be taken care of, yes. But they're just tools in the end. A means to an end. Lars shrugged. He's right, you know. What if you could have made those magic weapons of yours and you needed at the dungeon? But you didn't bring one. Tsubaki gave him a scenario. Welf frowned and Tsubaki laughed. Yeah, your blacksmith's pride gets absorbed with your corpse in the dungeon. And how would you even perfect your craft if you don't try to improve your magic weapons? Lars asked and he was stumped. Well, enough about your motivations. You're here to learn how to make magic weapons. Lars sat down and they listened intently. The process goes like this, I infuse my mana into my hammer and think really hard about what I want. Lars took out a piece of iron. He then heated it with his magic and started whacking it with a hammer. Sparks of mana erupted at his every strike and the smiths watched in awe. It's so refined, so much more efficient. I can't imagine doing that. Welf now realized that he was using his bloodline as a crutch. And he had no goddamned idea what the hell a magic weapon is supposed to be. Listen, magic comes from your very essence, your soul. Imbuing magic to weapons without intent and your will is equal to a soulless husk. Lars finished up. He then gave them a small knife that can imbue wind on its blade to make its edge stronger. Mana forms magic, and magic is based on your will. Lars released elements on the air and he turned them into doves that flew around. You make it obey what you want. And get the result that you want. Lars finished his explanation and they were speechless. You foo * king suck at teaching, I didn't understand a thing. Tsubaki laughed. Lars sighed and he expected that. So he gave them some booklets that explained how magic worked. Unlike congenital magic that just appears out of nowhere, it explains how a person's soul affects the magic that someone gains. You can use the principles of this book that I wrote to help you make magic weapons. Lars instructed. Ah, I don't want to read. Tsubaki whined. Then you can keep that, you helped me a lot after all. Lars gave the knife he made to Tsubaki. Yada. Thanks, lover boy. Tsubaki kissed his cheek and she ran towards her workshop to analyze the thing. Thank you very much, sensei. Welf groveled and Lars kicked him. I told you, don't be so formal. Stand up, you little punk. Lars sighed. I hope they don't oppose us when the time comes. Lars thought that they would join Monstro later. But if they won't, then he's been amassing magic weapons for the Zenos for months on end. Industrializing the process by making the Zenos, he taught smithing to create the shape of the weapon or armor. Then, he finishes it up. Giving it magical properties, saving a lot of time. Welf then left and Lars sat down on a couch. Good work, I never thought you'd teach my Familia members. Hephaestus appeared with some tea. Hey. Making magic weapons and armor normal will decrease the casualties a lot. Lars explained with a shrug. What a noble soul you are. She chortled, but she didn't sense a lie. Impressing her a lot. Adventurers are the bread and butter of Orario. It won't function without them at all. Lars understood their worth. And if level 2s could get some contingencies for a pinch, then they'll grow. Gaining more chances to get to level 3. With better equipment, they get more confident, more bold. Meaning, more excelia and level ups. They started drinking some tea and went quiet for a moment. Hephaestus was actually a neurotic woman, second only to Alfia. And she couldn't handle the awkward silence. Not that it was awkward in the first place, she just thought that things were awkward. So she stood up, thinking of going back to her office. But the place being a workshop, there was a piece of metal on the floor that was cylindrical and she slipped on it. Hep ye. Lars caught her immediately. Hephaestus also moved to defend her head. But her hand brushed against the clasps of her blindfold and with an audible clack, it unraveled. Her eyes went as wide as saucers and she went deathly pale. And no. He saw it. My cursed eye. Now, he'll run away and would never want to see me again. Hephaestus was in despair. A curse. Lars raised a brow at it and Hephaestus was shocked that he just didn't throw her to the side and ran away. Damn, that's a nasty curse, isn't it? Lars rubbed his chin as he looked at its composition. Why, you aren't afraid? Hephaestus asked with a terrified expression. Why would I be? It's not like I'm the one getting cursed. This must be quite unpleasant for you, hey? Lars sighed. He just saw a lady's secret. And it must be a well-kept secret too. And no. I don't mind you seeing it. Hephaestus began to calm down. Hey, I'm thinking of using something, do you promise you won't tell anyone? Lars asked her and she blinked. Hephaestus nodded and Lars grabbed her face softly. Now, I don't want you struggling, okay? This is just going to take a moment. Lars took out a vial from his inventory. It was a potent neurotoxin that deadens nerves. He then splashed some of it on her right eye that was cursed. Itadakumesu. Lars put his lips on her eye socket. Hephaestus was confused as hell and Lars started sucking out the curse from her eye. Consuming the curse alongside her eldritch-looking eye like it was spaghetti and meatballs. Hephaestus was frozen in place and Lars licked his lips as he wiped her face. Sorry about getting some saliva on you, I hope you don't mind. Lars grinned as pink light shone brightly on his back. Damn, it's going to take some time to consume this curse. It's divine in nature. Lars grinned at the prospect of being able to use curses. What just happened? Hephaestus was still in shock. Yeah, I have to heal you up. Lars took out some elixirs and he combined it with his blood. Marie has been giving him her blood as tribute these past couple of years. And his regeneration was starting to get ridiculous. Here, this concoction will start the regeneration process. Lars wounded her eye socket a bit to open up wounds. He then poured the elixir in to start growing a new eye for her. It'll take some time, but you'll have a new eye in no time. Lars smiled at her and she just stared at him. Like a deer caught in headlights, she was in a daze. Don't believe me? Here, look at your eye. Lars took out a mirror and she saw her reflection. Her eye socket was still empty, but it didn't have the curse on it anymore. It didn't look like an eldritch abomination that settled in her eye. I look normal. Hephaestus touched her right eye all over. Yes, you are. Lars nodded at her. I don't have that curse anymore. Hephaestus couldn't believe it. Yeah, I removed it. Lars nodded again. I'm not ugly anymore. Hephaestus started crying. Well, you weren't ugly before. The curse just put a blemish on you. If you hit it, you'll be beautiful. Lars shrugged. Hephaestus then glared at him. Shouldn't you be saying that I'm beautiful no matter what? Huh? Are you stupid? Of course it didn't look good. People who say otherwise are *king lying. Lars was blunt as hell. What? Are you going to ask if I would take care of you if you were a worm next? Stop asking stupid questions, woman. Lars rolled his eyes. Why you? Thank you. Hephaestus hugged him tightly. Yeah, you're welcome. It was the least I could do. Lars rubbed her back as she cried on his shoulder. She then got conscious, thinking she hugged him for too long. How am I going to repay you for this? Hephaestus fidgeted around. Well, you can arm my familia for free. Lars had a price immediately. Shouldn't you say that it's free and you did it for me? Hephaestus deadpanned at him. This guy is definitely killing the romantic mood here. Hephaestus was exasperated. Yeah, but that just won't be true. I know what I want, Hepi. Lars raised her chin and she froze. Blushing like a tomato, she was rizzed out of her mind. He's so cool and handsome. She was in a daze, daydreaming about how they'll go on dates and make out with each other. I'll visit every week to replenish your elixir stock. Use it like eye drops on your right eye socket 3 times a day so you can regrow it. Lars thought he was like a doctor. Giving out a prescription or something. Okay. Hephaestus nodded with a beaming smile at him. __Babel, a year and a half later __. Hephaestus was currently waiting for someone. I guess it should be time. Hephaestus lost some of her edge and she was more relaxed, happy, content. And she didn't wear her eye patch anymore, showing her brand new eye that surprised the gods. She's a bit late. I want to introduce her to Lars. Hephaestus was all smiles. Waiting for a special friend that supported her a lot. A beam of light came from the sky and the altar in front of Hephaestus formed particles of light. Like a Sailor Moon transformation or something. Pick. Somebody materialized and it was a god from Tenkai. Yo, Hestia. It's been a long time. Hephaestus greeted the girl that appeared. Hephaestus. It's only been what? A couple of decades? Wait. Hestia pointed at her face. A child cured it for me. He's really amazing. Hephaestus put her hand on her cheek as she blushed. Hephaestus. Looking like a maiden in love. That neurotic woman. Hestia couldn't believe how much she changed. What do you mean neurotic? You monster virgin. Hephaestus huffed at her. Like that's a bad thing. Hestia rebutted. You, Artemis, and Athena are more likely to watch civilizations end than get laid. Hephaestus sighed. She felt how good it feels to like someone. And she thought that they were missing out. Shut up. I'm finally free from Tenkai. You'll see, I'll have a lovey-dovey experience too. Hestia glared at her. And unlike Artemis and Athena, Hestia in this world didn't really make vows of being chaste. She was just too much of a NEET that was too focused on guarding the eternal flame. Until Prometheus brought it to the mortal world millennia ago, that is.
Thanks for listening.